a good audience, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Elvis Presley, from his early life to the day he died, relied on a handful of confidants known as the Memphis Mafia. These 5 men guarded Elvis, kept his secrets, and preserved his memories. Here, for the first time, on camera and on the record, they share their private accounts of life with a legend, the stories of all the King's men.
It was exciting. I thought, God, you know, it's unbelievable. It's my cousin here, you know, and he's on the radio. You know, it just was, the feeling's just really hard to describe. It really is. You know, I mean, you got somebody that's done something in the family, because I'm going to be honest with you, nobody had.
And he was singing away, and I was amazed that here's this guy that I knew from school and that everybody thought was weird. It's up on the truck entertaining everybody, and he saw me and he went like this.
I grew up with Elvis Presley. I grew up and became a middle-aged man with Elvis Presley, and then all of a sudden, it's over. I knew the drugs had him, and they were going to get him, and there was no turning back, and I felt sick.
I was in the living room when she came in, and I said, Elvis, this is Priscilla. Priscilla, this is Elvis. And I said, I had these visions of all of us just going to prison for life. You know, I was scared to death. She wasn't even 14 yet.
Elvis jumped up, went in and got this assault rifle. I think it was an AK-47 or something. He came out and put it in my hand. He said, Sonny, go kill Mike Stone. Do it for me. Go kill him.
We were all like brothers more than anything else.
The thing about him, he was such a part of our lives. You know, we just, everything, I guess outside of my father, he was the closest thing I had.
I went in to the house and called Graceland, and I said, what is going on? And his first words to me is, Marty, he's gone.
The door opened, and Dr. Nick, he walked out, and he's got these tears running down his eyes. And he reached and grabbed me, and he said, he's gone. He said, do you want to see him? And I said, I don't think so.
We were part of something unique. We didn't even realize what we were a part of until after it was gone. And we spent a lifetime with a legend from the time we were kids until we were grown men, and it was a hell of an experience.
I'll tell you how different Elvis was. When I first moved to Memphis from New York in '52, I first went to Central High School, and we'd be sitting up in the stands, and you'd see this strange-looking guy walking around the track at Hodges Field or Crump Stadium, wherever the games were being played, and people used to point at him and laugh because he dressed different, and loud clothes, and his hair, you know, was longer. And I used to dress the same way because that's the way we dressed in New York.
What sealed our fate forever, I'm sure, I came into between classes, I went into the bathroom one day, and I saw these 3 guys and Elvis back in the corner. 2 of them were holding him, one guy had the scissors. Yeah, Elvis was different. He wore the long hair, and all of us had crew cuts.
Yeah.
And I walked in, looked around, what's going on, boys? we're going to cut a little hair off this boy here, you know. Well, I said, he don't look like he wants it cut off to me. He said, no, he don't, but we do. And I said, well, if you cut his, you're going to cut mine, and I ain't got too damn much up here to cut. And they looked at me to see if I was serious, and they saw that I was serious, and they let him go. Now, the story, these were football players. They weren't football players. These were just redneck dumbasses.
Well, I saw him the first time. I took a girl to see him when he came to Tucson Rodeo Grounds. And man, it was just pandemonium. And he drives in, and she's been cool so far, all these other kids carrying on and on. She's been real cool. And he comes in, and he steps out, and he falls down to his knees and about dust like that. Boy, and there went my girl. Like, whoa, hey. All of them were trying to get to him.
We used to have these talent shows at school. Elvis got up and sing Old Ship with his guitar, you know. And I had this little combo. I played the trumpet, and had the guitar player and the whole bit. And I thought we were something. And this kid gets up and sings this little old ship thing. But they loved it. See, that's what's the difference between today's musicians and guys in those days. Yeah. Today you got to do a showcase, which Lamar knows, and he would have had a tough time making it. Yes, when we first started out, it was just straight, but something happened on stage one day where he moved a leg or something, and a little scream came out. So that's how this whole act evolved.
21-year-old Elvis Presley, the son of Mississippi sharecroppers, returned to his hometown of Tupelo a millionaire. In the 3 years since graduating from high school, he became an international sensation, was the object of fanatical adoration by his audiences, and by the end of the year would have 5 #1 singles on the pop chart, including Heartbreak Hotel and Hound Dog. His sensual stage presence earned him the dubious nickname of Elvis the Pelvis, and the loyalty of the emerging youth culture. His parents, Vernon and Gladys Presley, were also caught up in their son's meteoric rise to fame. He had made his first demo record as a present for his adoring mother.
As he told it later, it was for his mama's birthday, and then later he told it was for Christmas. And really, I think, like I say, it was just to hear how he sounded. And as soon as he finished and got it and all, he took it and let her listen to it, you know. And of course, she praised everything he done, you know. She said, oh, it's great and all this, you know. And of course, his daddy, he was somewhat a little different. And he said, well, I've never heard a guitar player yet that ever made a damn dime, so.
She was the strongest. She was the strong. In fact, Gladys was the lead of the family, period.
When she got mad, she had her. She would take a whole lot, and then when she got mad, she'd strike.
She used to brood a lot. That's where Elvis got his brooding. He was.
Well, I think she worried so much about him, by him being, you know, an only child, and her losing one, and not really being able to have another one, and she just was so protective of him. But she was really most of the time a real up-type woman, you know. I mean, things didn't get her down that much.
She was a loud talker, and Vernon was real quiet.
Well, he was until he got to a point, and then he was a hitter, you know, and that...
He abused her real bad a couple of times.
Yeah, a couple of times, yeah.
That's a big thing. You know, people who have talked about Elvis since he died, a big thing about him calling home because she wanted to check on him. But, you know, as Billy has told us in the past,
because he wanted to check.
That a big part of it was him checking to be sure that she was okay, that Vernon didn't hit her.
See, I think that's where Elvis got his, I think he got his warmth from her. Yeah. I also think he got his temper from her.
The worst fights that, and Red knows about this, and Gladys and Elvis getting a fight, it was, and it always happened over the dinner table.
That's
Grace
exactly right.
Scared me half the day. Sat there just frozen, man. I was just scared to death because I didn't know what was going to happen. Boy, it just, I mean, they were in each other's face. And we'd been back home about, I guess a week from when we finished Jailhouse Rock, and I was sitting beside Elvis, and shit, there was a big plate of tomatoes and bacon and Crowder peas, and I think you were at the table, and I'm sitting there, and Gladys said something. Well, Elvis said, no, that's wrong. Well, she started. And then Vernon said something. He turned around to his dad and said, you don't need to say any more. Well, they started screaming. And Gladys picked up a plate full of tomatoes and just threw them all over Vernon. I mean, tomatoes went everywhere. I grabbed the Crowder peas, and I was going to head under the table. I said, there's no other way out here. I said, somebody's got to eat here, you know. It really got scary. I mean, it scared me to death. And that's the first time I'd ever seen a knockdown drag out like that. I mean, they were really, man.
That's why he was so he was so like her in that respect. When he lost his temper,
He exploded.
I didn't care who. He didn't care who was in the room. He didn't care what he said about you, what he said about your family, what he said about your kids. And 30 seconds after he finished, he was sorry. He knew. But
He would get over it quick.
But that was a part of our relationship. I mean, that was the way our relationship was with each other, that you allow somebody you care about to do that, to let the steam
The
out.
only person that I've never known that really, when he got mad, it was like a dark cloud enveloped everything, and everyone around was affected by it. He may not be angry at you, you may be angry at him, but his anger was so forceful that it just, you couldn't wait for him to get out of it because it was bad.
He could push the buttons harder than anybody alive. I mean, he knew how to push the buttons, and when he pushed them, I mean, I've read myself, Sonny, Marty, Bill, I've seen us all double up. I mean, he's doubled us up in pain.
Teenage hearts across the country checked into Heartbreak Hotel in 1958 as Elvis is drafted into the Army.
I do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the United States of America.
Elvis is now marching to a different beat. Not only is he leaving behind a phenomenal recording career, but also a string of top 10 movie hits, among them King Creole, Love Me Tender, and Jailhouse Rock. When Elvis surrenders his trademark long hair, the shearing makes the front pages of newspapers and magazines around the world. Posted to Germany, Private Presley is assigned to a tank unit, but would find he can't escape the assault of a photo-hungry press corps. Even with constant attention, Elvis politely answers reporters' questions with a diplomat's flair.
Miss the singing career very much, or are you enjoying this Army life?
I miss my singing career very much. And at the same time, the Army is a pretty good deal, too.
Elvis hated being there because he thought his career was over with. I mean, you know, he had this fast rise to the top all of a sudden in 3 years, and then bam, in the Army.
Sure.
You become a movie star, the greatest record-selling singer ever, and then bam, here you are in Germany. Well, on the post and everywhere else, he was a soldier. He did his job. I mean, he stood up in the cold, up on the border in the wintertime in Grafenwehr, freezing weather, sitting in a Jeep as a scout, watching the Russians on the other side of the fence. But when he came home, we heard all, you know, about how much I hate this shit, Colonel Parker, son of a bitch, you know, this, that, and the other.
Oh, I know.
But then when he went back to the post, he was a perfect soldier again.
Remember, we used to go to Frankfurt to the nightclubs. Elvis really, he would, anytime he got a chance to go around entertainers or the business itself, he would go because it would remind him of what he did. And we went over there to this club one night, and this girl was a, what do you, when they twist all, what do they?
Contortionist?
A contortionist, she was, you know. And later on, Elvis went up and saw her and got back in the car, you know, Red and I just, our tongues were out of there and panting, wanting to know what went on. I said, how was, he said, boy, you cannot believe what I was. Man, well, we pried on him for 2 days trying to get what went on in there. It was just, it was unbelievable. Things like that would happen to him. We didn't have it. It didn't happen to us, and we just thought it was great. I said, did she do all? He said, oh, yeah.
Girls were always coming to the house. So, and I didn't speak any, I had learned a few German words, like, du schlafen mit mir.
What's that mean? The important ones.
Yeah. So this one real cute little girl came to the door, and she started speaking. She couldn't speak English, and I couldn't speak German, and I finally said, let's get to the chase. Du schlafen mit Elvis? Yeah. So he hadn't come home from the base yet, so I sneaked her up to the room and put her in the room. Yeah. And in about 10 minutes, Elvis came home, and I said, Elvis, I left a little present in your room up there. Oh, really? And he went up there, and 3 or 4 hours later, they came out.
Grinning ear to ear. We would go on leave to Paris, and we would go to over to the Lido and see the Lido show. And the Lido girls were actually a group of girls called the Bluebell Girls. And after the show, Elvis invited them all over to the hotel. So about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, this guy called my room, and I answered, and I said, hello, and he said, sir, he said, listen to me. And I said, what do you want to tell me? He said, y'all have all the women over there. And I said, really? He said, what women? He said, the dancers. We can't start the show. And so I went to Elvis' room, and I opened his door up, and it looked like a harem. And I mean, they were just, we're talking everywhere. You know, I had stepped on 4 or 5 of them trying to get to the room. And it was like a parade. Girls were walking through with their stockings around their necks and carrying their purses and their clothes. And we loaded all 5 limousines up to take them back over to the hotel. It was really...
I think this is a good place to bring up something. Because I know that every one of us, and even the guys that ain't here, have heard it since Elvis has died about all the stuff he did for us and how much money we made and this and that. I don't think, with the exception of 2 or 3 who will go unnamed, that any of us were there for the money. If we were there for the money,
if been the money, we'd never stay.
Nobody would have been there because there was none. And we didn't complain.
Yeah.
I mean, every once in a while somebody would say something, but for the most part, we didn't complain because we loved being there. And it wasn't just with Elvis. We had such a tremendous camaraderie and relationship, all with each other and with Elvis and him with us, that, hey, the best thing I can say is that I wish that kind of relationship on everybody.
In March of 1960, Elvis is discharged from the Army and returns home to his adopted city of Memphis a hero. The time overseas has matured Elvis and given him a suave new look, yet his music and his career has stayed on his mind.
I don't think rock and roll is dying. Some people say it is. A lot of people say it is, sir, but I'll tell you, it has changed some. The music itself has changed. It's progressed quite a bit, I think. It's better. I think it's getting better all the time, you know, because the arrangements are getting better. They're adding more instruments and, you know, so forth. It's getting better, but in 1956, when I first started out, I was hearing the same thing, that rock and roll is dead, it's dying out. I'm not saying that it won't die out because it may be dead tomorrow completely. I don't know. I wish I didn't know.
Meeting him at the train station is manager Colonel Tom Parker, who has tightly controlled Elvis's every career move since 1955. Back home at Graceland, the next chapter of Elvis's life has begun. He will soon star in his 5th film, G.I. Blues, and is now involved with a dark-haired beauty he met while in Germany, the young daughter of an Army colonel, Priscilla Beaulieu.
But I remember the first time I met her, you know, I'd already come back from Germany, and she came after me in Germany. And he couldn't wait to show her to me there at Graceland. The first time I saw her in the kitchen. Yeah. He stood her down and come got me and said, I want to introduce you to Priscilla Beaulieu. And, what do you think? I said, what do you expect me to say? I think you hit a home run there, son. And, you know, he had that wood tip cigars. Yeah, I think so too, man. You know.
She was diaper trained by then, yeah. Yeah. Hell, he had underwear older than she was, you know?
You know. Okay, let's get back to an interesting thing here. Priscilla's come to the States, you know? And then Elvis is making these movies with all these gorgeous leading ladies, which leads us to Anne Margaret, who, and everybody here will agree, was one of the sweetest, nicest, sexiest women that we've ever met. I mean,
A whole lot of fun.
In fact, it was a real toss-up at that time between Anne Margaret and Priscilla. And Priscilla knew it too, see? And so she even goes so far as to lighten her hair and get the same look that Anne Margaret did during that time. I mean, that's how intimidated she was by that situation. And
she had every right to be.
She did, yeah.
I remember one night, we were in the kitchen at Graceland one night. And the intercom buzzes. I pick up the intercom, and it's Elvis. He and Priscilla were upstairs. Get this bitch an airplane. I'm shipping her ass home. I said, okay. And I hung the phone. I told the guys, Lamar was standing there. Lamar says, oh, here she goes.
Yeah. Wings south, yeah.
And then about 15 minutes later, the intercom rings again, and he says, forget the plane ticket. I said, okay. See, the whole thing was about Ann Margaret. And she confronted him with it, and first he denied it, and then he turned his defense into an offense.
Good
he
offense
said,
is a
look,
great defense, yeah.
he said, I didn't do nothing, but if you're going to accuse me, you can get your damn ass out of here. And that's when, he's a pretty good actor. And he picked up that damn phone, and he said, get this bitch an airplane. I'm packing her bags, and she's gone.
Well, that was just too obvious, you know. I mean, she was reading all this stuff, you know, and everything else. And, of course, he was saying, you know, you're going to read all these things about me with every co-star and every woman, you know, that's around. So he could cover it that way. And his next thing for not coming home was, they're holding me under contract here. I heard that until...
Oh, Lord. Another time there, when he did this similar thing, was on Rocker Place, when they got into it up there. And you could hear him. We were down in the living room in a long hallway, and they had the end bedroom way back there, and you could hear it, the hollering, the yelling. And what he was doing was he was taking all of her clothes out of the closet and throwing them on the bed, And then he said, get your stuff packed, get out. And he came out there and sat down in the living room. And all of a sudden he broke into a grin. He said, I think I got her thinking right now. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I think she's okay now. I said, Elvis, you tell her to get out? He said, I sure the hell did. I took her clothes, threw them on the bed, told her to pack them and get out.
Oh, Mr. Macho.
And I said, do you mean it? He said, no, I don't mean it, Sonny. He went back in a few minutes and said, now, put them back up and unpack. You're not going, but that's what'll happen the next time you challenge me on this. So he used reverse psychology many times.
He have her dancing on a yo-yo. I've never seen anything like it.
This is a young girl. Huh? You got to remember, this is a young girl. I mean, she turned 21 after being with him for like 5 or 6 years. And she was a young girl at that time, so she was scrambling, like with Ann Margaret, a very polished woman, actress. And here's this young girl scared to death she's going to lose this man.
The thing with Elvis and Ann was, the biggest thing that broke it off were the fact of their careers. See, Elvis had a hard time accepting, you know,
equality.
That's right. And so he wanted a woman, you know, basically like Priscilla, who he could pretty much raise himself, you know, the way he wanted her. And Ann wasn't willing to give her career up, you know. So I think that was the biggest thing that really broke that whole situation off.
After 4 years of living together, Elvis Presley and Priscilla Beaulieu exchanged wedding vows in Las Vegas at the Aladdin Hotel. The groom has just completed his 25th movie and has now sold over 100 million records worldwide. Elvis's father, Vernon, kisses his new daughter-in-law for luck. America's most eligible bachelor is now a married man.
Elvis should never have been married. He loved femininity. He just was not meant to be married because he was supposed
But he
to have
said, the
women.
colonel said, you know, that you got an image to keep up. And he said, you've been with her for a while, and
She's not a little
lot
girl
of people,
anymore,
right,
yeah.
and she's not a little girl, and the people know it. And he said, this is a good time.
But I think he turned to the colonel after Colonel Beaulieu put the pressure on him, because I think he called...
No, I'm just saying what Elvis told me in later years. This is what he told me, that the colonel actually, you know, told him it was time for him to get married.
See, he and I, when we got home, we had a bad argument. And he said, look, you got to understand I'm under a lot of pressure. And I still, you know, I said, yeah, what kind of pressure? Just like that. And he said, they're pressuring me into marrying Priscilla. And I looked at him and said, what do you mean, who's pressuring you? He said, her father. They threatened to sue me if I don't marry her, breach a promise. And I looked at him. My first reaction, I wanted to say, you know, pardon the language, I wanted to tell them to go fuck themselves, you know. And I held back. I didn't say nothing. I still was in that mood. And he says, you know, I'm going to have to do it. And by then, I'm sure he had already talked to the colonel.
Let's face it, from the time Elvis became famous until the very end, he never, at any point, stopped seeing other women, including with Priscilla.
Exactly.
It never stopped.
He was having her around when he wanted her around, see? And if he didn't want her around and he wanted to stay away for 3 or 4 weeks, Priscilla had to stay there by herself. until he wanted to come home. I mean, he really got her, and as she got older, she gained more independence, because when she was younger, it upset her that she might lose him. But now she needed male companionship, and if she wasn't getting it from him for whatever reason, she wasn't getting it from him, he, you know, all of a sudden she's seeing attractive men that are interested in her, and so things started happening.
Priscilla started taking lessons from Mike Stone in L.A.
Karate lessons.
And Elvis was very impressed with Mike Stone, because he'd had like 93 or 96 bouts as a black belt and never lost one. He had never lost one bout. And first, he was teaching her, and it just turned into something else, you know? And it evolved into an affair. Mike Stone was married at the time. It broke up his marriage. So it just went from bad to worse there for a little while.
You know, they happen. That's, you know.
And Elvis started talking to us about this guy breaking up his home. And he all of a sudden started losing it and saying things like that. God, you don't understand. And he's saying this and that. And then Elvis sat down and he said, Sonny, get down, get down. So I was at the foot of the bed and I got down on my knees. He said, come here. And he put his hands out. And I took his hands and he said, look at me, man. And I started looking at him. He was trying to give me suggestion by concentrating on, you got to kill him, Sonny. You got to do it, man. You got to do it. He's breaking up my family. Very low key. And I'm fighting. I said, no, Elvis. He said, Sonny, you can do it. I know you can do it, man. He's done this. My baby, my wife. I don't have him anymore. And I said, Elvis, no. And Red's over at voice said, Elvis, come on. Elvis jumped up, went in and got this assault rifle. I think it was an AK-47 or something. And he came out, or either Thompson machine guns, one of the two. And he came out and put it in my hand. He said, Sonny, go kill Mike Stone. Do it for me. Go kill him. I said, no. He had lost her, and he knew it.
Elvis was hurt, and he was hurt deep. But a whole lot of the hurt was his ego.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that Priscilla left
Did
him.
it to him. Oh.
And not him, you know, because all the other times he, saying, weeded the woman out. And this time it wasn't. She left him. Boy, and that was a heck of a blow to his ego.
And the night that he found out for sure, either like Red had told him or something, when he knew it, Priscilla was in town. She was downstairs eating. Elvis got someone to tell her he needed to see her to come up. They did it. She came up there, and he didn't rape her, but he took her and remarked her about Mike Stone, can he do this, so forth and so on. And then when she went back down and she was right, Pat was there, his wife, and Judy, and her face was real flushed, real red. And she said, he just took me up there. Scared me to death at first, but he just took me.
In L.A., I came out there on a visit. I was out there on business. I came up to the house. For some reason, he was outside, and I got out of the car. And the first words out of his mouth was, Marty, Priscilla's going to leave me. And I looked at him and I said, well, Elvis, I know it hurts, but let me ask you something. I mean, you know why she's probably going to do this. And I said, are you going to change doing what you're doing? And he looked at me and says, I ain't changing for nobody. I said, well, as much as it hurts, you're going to have to live with it. And he looked at me and says, yeah, you know, I guess you're right.
Disillusioned with Hollywood in the late 60s, Elvis returned to his first love, live performances. On the eve of his first appearance in New York, Elvis seems nostalgic about his music career.
I would like to think that we've improved ourselves over the past 15 years.
How about musically?
That's what I mean. I mean musically and vocally and everything. I'd like to think that I've improved over the past 15 years.
Elvis.
Attendance-breaking appearances in Las Vegas, a TV special, and 4 more hit records bring Elvis back from the brink of becoming a rock and roll has-been. He's quite aware of the thin line between the person and the performer.
Are you satisfied with the image you've established?
Well, the image is one thing, and a human being is another, you know. So.
How close does it come? How close does the image come to the man?
It's very hard to live up to an image, I'll put it that way. Yeah.
You can't imagine the pressure and everything involved in being in Las Vegas for 4 solid weeks working, another week to rehearse, 2 more weeks after was kind of playtime, but 2 shows a night, 7 days a week. Nobody does that.
No, not anymore.
And that might kind of explain some things to people, the pressure that somebody like that is under, and we're under, not only with our families, but constant pressure from him, from the colonel, from everywhere.
Sure.
And from the audience, and from everything that's going on. You cannot imagine.
You know, the early parts of Vegas he liked in 69, 70, 71. After that, about 73, 4, and 5, man, he hated Vegas. He could not stand it. It drove him crazy. It was so hard, you know.
He always had to have a challenge, and the cities, the tours, turned out to be the same cities over and over and over and over. And then Vegas, the same stage over and over and over and over.
Somebody asked me not long ago, said, what do you think really killed him? I said, I thought it was terminal apathy, you know. He just
bored to death.
He became so apathetic that he became a parrot of himself. He really, it was sad because he would go on stage and go in automatic pilot.
One night he comes out and he was wound up before the show. He was not in a good mood. He's over on my side of the stage, and he throws a scarf to this lady. She grabs it and throws it back, and it just floated right down on him. And instead of taking it, you know, smiling at her and going to give it to somebody else, it pissed him off. He went right to her, and she took it right back to him. And she's just drunk and laughing. Oh, this is great. I'm getting all this attention. Well, he's driving in up the wall. I'm standing there behind the curtain. I said, oh, shit. I could see this wasn't going well, because he'd forgotten about the show, and he got a picture of the scarf back and forth with this lady. And he read back and just threw the hell out of it and walked off. He thought about this the whole damn show while he's doing it. It was a terrible show. And after the show, we got downstairs. Why in the hell didn't you come out there and stop that, man? I said, stop a lady from throwing a scarf? I mean, I'm supposed to walk out in the middle of the show and chew a lady out who's doing nothing but throwing a scarf. He said, God damn it, don't talk back to me. He got quiet. In a few minutes, he come out, I mean, at a very fast pace. And he always had that gun. He was trying to pull this gun out. I said, God damn it, don't you ever talk to me in front of the security like that. So I just turned around, leaned on the bar, you know, when he came right in front of me. And I'm waiting, you know, if he's going to do something, he's going to get one shot. And that's, you know, when Sonny saw this, he stepped in.
I says, come on. I mean, Elvis, you know, what's wrong? What is wrong here, you know? And he said, I'm not having anyone speak to me like he spoke to me, and it was already starting to settle down, because he knew if he didn't, he was going to be in a lot of trouble. And Red left the bar, went into the kitchen. We got a stand-up refrigerator door, and he hauled off all of a sudden and hit that freezer door, and a big dent just went in it, you know? And he said, damn it, what is this about? I've had it. So there again was the thing where Elvis could push you to a point, and he knew when to stop.
Well, he got handy with a gun there in Vegas. There was some funny incidents. The breakfast table, of course, breakfast was like 5 or 6 in the afternoon. It was kind of up 3 steps off to the dining room. And we all, you know, all the guys come in there, you know, talking loud. He was at the end of the table, and he wanted our attention. He said, hey, and everybody just kept talking like Lamar usually does. He just yak, back and forth. He said, hey. It's just everybody ignored him. He took the gun and boom, boom, boom. And you can hear the bullets ricocheting around up there. Everybody hit the floor. Lamar grabbed his heart.
Last table, it was that thick. We dived on it. I ran into you. We hit like, look it up.
But you hear those bullets ricocheting.
It would rain, though. It would rain up there, and the rain.
Oh yeah. After that, it was like you could put your flowers under there and keep them alive.
And the hotel said, we don't understand what's going on. They said, why is it? They said, we just didn't put the stuff up there right, so they had to go retar it. You know, they never could understand why it was leaking.
It'd take off sometimes about a day or so, and then we'd start going around the strip and seeing other acts, you know. And so we went over to the Landmark, and there was Jimmy Dean and the Imperials were backing. So something happened where Elvis invited them, and I guess Jimmy Dean was invited, I don't know, but I know he told the guys, y'all come on over to the hotel. So the Imperials and Jimmy Dean arrived there, and we're all sitting around talking and everything, and time's going on and on. And they're out there a little over an hour now, and no Elvis. Imperials didn't mind. I mean, they had worked with Elvis, they knew. But Jimmy Dean wasn't appreciating, you know, being out there like that. So Elvis, in a little while, come walking out of his room, coming down those steps, and Jimmy Dean was standing there next to the bar, and he saw him. He started walking towards him and said, I ought to rip 1.5 yards out of your ass for keeping me waiting this long. And Elvis boy took that gun out, put it right underneath his chin, and said, I ought to shoot your damn brains out for even talking to me like that. And Dean was just like this here, and Elvis, just kidding, Jimmy, and walked off.
Yes, this was during the bad days of Las Vegas. This was toward the end of Las Vegas, where we went to started going back on tours. Got out, you know, he was tired of Las Vegas, and he was really getting into the prescriptions and everything else. But this one particular time, you know, we pretty well had to figure out when certain things were supposed to be happening. When he's going to get the shot to get up, and when he's going to get the shot to go to bed. And it was getting close to showtime. The phone rang. I didn't see anything going on. And it was the colonel and said, well, you going to be able to make it? And I said, Colonel, I don't think so. And boy, that was, you talking about pressure. Because you're talking about a showroom full of people. You got to go down, somebody got to go tell them that no show tonight.
A lot of people ask questions about whether the colonel, and a statement that he made, whether he knew whether Elvis was having problems or not, and taking stuff and what have you. And he denies, yeah, but he says he didn't, and that answers a whole lot of questions to a lot of people that he knew, just by calling up there asking.
Colonel knows also, he and I talked about it, because I was on the road in advance, setting up security at the hotel and everything, so I went ahead of each show with Colonel Parker, and he told me, he said, Sonny, he's getting worse. It seems. I said, he is, Colonel. He's getting worse about it. So, Colonel was well aware that Elvis had a problem.
Even though Elvis continues to perform at sold-out concerts, loyal fans ignore the fact that the man who once gyrated across the stage can no longer fit into trademark jumpsuits. In 1973, Elvis and Priscilla divorce. Elvis finds comfort in a woman who would take care of him in the darker days to come, former model Linda Thompson.
Linda was with him for 4 years, from 72 to 76, and all of most of that time, you know, she stayed the same all the time. She dressed flashy. I mean, Elvis loved for her to dress that way, and yeah.
And she went through, this was during a period of kind of going downhill. She went through some stuff, and she probably saved his life.
You know, we've always contended, had she been there at Graceland when Elvis died, that she'd have checked on him and it never would have happened. She'd have got in there in time.
He had taken something one night in Las Vegas, and what do? He'd take these big green bombs, man, Placidel, and after a while, probably more than that. And then he'd wait for them to hit, and he'd eat or read or whatever. And he loved to get that feeling, you know. He would just sit there and go to sleep. And of course, she was always there to put him to sleep, make sure he was asleep. Well, he was eating an apple. He was laying down one night, eating an apple, and it hit him. And what he had in his mouth got stuck in his throat. You know, he was choking to death, and she happened to be there, flipped him over, and did whatever it took and knocked it out.
You know, he was so.
1 second, I want these big green things that they're talking about, or 750 Placidel, they're hypnotics.
You just call them green footballs.
Yeah, and that's what he was taking that would literally just knock him out. He could be eating, and it happens so quick when it hits, it's just within about 10 seconds you go sound asleep. Go ahead, Lamar.
Elvis was very, you know, because he's such an insomniac, he was very nocturnal. He'd get up and wander around at night, or, you know, he'd come in your room and crawl in bed and start talking to you.
One night,
it was just strange.
Jude and I were in the room there. It was on a weekend when they had come over to visit, and everyone had gone. We'd been out in the suite earlier and everything, and then Elvis went to his room, and we went to ours, and Red and Pat, they went to their room. So we're back there, and all of a sudden, there's a little tentative knock on the door. And I knew who it was because no one else knocked like that. Elvis just, and I said, honey, I said, that's him. That's him. She said, well, go to the door. I said, no, I think he wants to talk or something. Man, we'll be out there forever. If he's fought off those sleeping pills, he's going to be out there forever. And he knocked again. She said, honey, you can't. I said, okay, okay. So I went to the door. Oh. And it was Elvis. I said, hey, boy. He says, say, y'all sleeping? And I said, no. I said, he said, you think it, y'all could come out here and we could just sit and talk for a little while, you and Judy and everything? I said, sure. I said, sure. He said, oh, okay. And he left. I said, Judy, I shouldn't answer that door. I told you. So I put on my robe. I got my pajamas. I put on my robe. Judy puts on her robe and everything. And we go out there. And we're looking. He's not out there. No. He's not out there. And I said, where? I thought, did he go out that wrong door out to the elevators or what? So I went and the door was cracked open. I said, Elvis? No answer. I said, honey, stay right here. I went in and looked around, boy, and there he was in bed, sound asleep. That quick, it hit him from the time he thought, you know, he's going to fight him and talk for a while, but they overcame him, and he got, I said, Judy, let's go. And I shut the door and went back. That's when he was like a little boy at times like that. Boy, that's when your heart just went out to him and you thought, God bless him, you wanted to take care of him.
You're on tour, and he flew somewhere.
Oh, yeah, we was in Jacksonville, Florida. And undoubtedly it was something he wanted. I don't know, man. We had just got there, and he said, I need, I don't know what kind of medicine he called it, something for pain, but he said, I'm going to fly to Memphis. And I said, well, who you going to see? I said, you got Dr. Nick here. And he said, he ain't got what I want. We got on the Lisa Marie, flew to Memphis, and I don't even know who the doctor was. I don't think Elvis knew who he was. He just picked somebody at random. And we go into his office and all that, and he's seeing other patients at this time. So he's talking to him for a minute, and the doctor said, well, excuse me, Mr. Presley, I'll be right back. And all that, he said, I got, a couple patients I need to see. And he said, but I'll be right back with you. He makes his round. While he makes his round, Elvis is going through his desk, and I mean, samples were going into this bag, boy, like you wouldn't believe. And he had a whole thing full of samples, and I don't have no idea what they were, but he did. I mean, he read these things, and he knew
the
exactly.
medications. So
I mean, he'd flush these over here and
smashed
keep
up with his
these,
PDR is what he did. Yeah.
But we did make it back, thank goodness, in time for the show. But this is, this is some of the things of how bad he was actually getting. I mean, at this time.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to bring that out to see how bad the last year was. Now, last night you were telling about 2 times he almost checked out. Well, one time they packed him in ice, and the other time was something else. They shot him in right here or something.
He shot directly into his artery.
Anyway, we was in Palm Springs, and this is pretty close, really. This is late '76, and we had flew to Palm Springs, and he was seeing this little girl. Really was seeing her for about the 2nd time. Anyway, he got out there, and he had taken a bunch of stuff, man. I don't know what all, because, when he did it, he went in his bathroom, and you never knew. Anyway, his breathing got real shallow. He'd go, and it seemed like it'd be a minute, minute and a half before he'd take that second breath. Well, the little girl that was with him panicked. And, of course, she run into our room, and she knocked on the door. I was out of it. I was sound asleep because I pretty well wore out at this time. And my wife, she happened to be up, and anyway, she goes in there, and he was still doing that same thing. He'd go, and that's the way it was. And then about a minute later, he'd take another one. It was almost like he wasn't getting his breath. And, of course, I was getting just a little bit excited. And so she starts talking to him and trying to get him awake and, actually patting him on the face and shaking him just a little bit. Not a whole lot. You didn't do that. You don't want to shock him. And she would get him to talking. We already pretty much had him, kind of in focus a little bit by this time. But he come real close. If the little girl hadn't have been there, I think he would have checked out then. I really do.
The other time we were in Louisiana or North Carolina or something, where he was just laying across the bed. And I had gone in, and he was laying across the bed, and I said, you're not moving. I said, I shook him, and I said, are you awake? And no reaction. And I said, look, and it says, I forgot who else was in the room. I said, go down and get Nick. And I ran down the hall and banged on the room, and I said, I think Nick and Joe in there with somebody, whoever it was. And I said, I need you right now. And he said, well, I'll be there in a minute. I said, no, now. I said, come to us. We got a big problem. Well, at that, he ran to the door and went down the hall, and he went into the bedroom, and he gave me a shot straight into here with Retlin or something like that, straight into his artery. And boy, it was like a John Travolta picture. He was straight up, just like that, he was out of it.
Well, when we got off of that tour, we were home a few days, and that's when he had his dad call everybody. He called them, and then he called me, and he said, Vernon said, Red, we've got to cut back on some expenses here. We're spending too much money, and we're going to have to let some people go. And I can't explain the feeling. I just felt empty after all these years, after all we'd gone through. But I knew, I'd gone and come back. I knew I'd never go back. I knew this was it. It was over forever. I grew up with Elvis Presley. I grew up and became a middle-aged man with Elvis Presley. And then all of a sudden, it's over. I knew the drugs had him, and they were going to get him, and there was no turning back, and I felt sick. And I said, I'm going to write a book about my life story, and with Elvis. And in this book, I was going to try one more time to wake this idiot up. And he called me, and we discussed the book. We had a long conversation. It's on tape, and he said, well, do what you got to do, Red. And I did.
All I've ever done is try to maybe sometimes overprotect you. And that's the God's truth. We know what it is. Sometimes, that old guy said, cool damn loop. You took me to the kid. Yeah. Well, that's the God's truth. We sure didn't communicate in the last year or so. You have been pretty fucked up. He was so wrong on one thing. And listen, don't get paranoid. Because I'm just talking to you as a friend. Now, we're on a private line into that fucking soul up. Right. I am not fucked up. By no means. On the contrary, and I've been in a better condition in my life. I went through a divorce. You were there. Yeah. What I'm saying. That wedding thing. That wedding thing. It was in there overdone with so quick. So I realized I was married. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're talking about your wedding, yeah. Yeah. Let me say one more thing before you hang up. If everybody's worried about the book, tell them not to. If I can tell all from day one the good days. You do whatever you have to do. Okie doke. I just want to let you and Pat know. I'm still here. Okay. I appreciate that. Bye-bye.
After the publication of Red's book, Sonny West, Red's cousin and co-author, defends the tell-all book to reporters who question the motives of the friends and bodyguards.
When we wrote this book, it was out of bitterness and hurt to start with. I tell you, when we were given 3 days' notice by his father and a week's pay, after 16 years, 20 years, 2.5, 3 years with Dave, we all had families, and he wouldn't talk to us himself. He flew out of town, and he had his father do it.
With Elvis's drug habit now in print, Sonny offers an explanation for the expose.
What do you mean by that?
When I said maybe it will do some good for him, for the drug culture, for people to realize no one is out of reach of drugs, man. Here is a man that had it in the palm of his hand and started off with it that way, and the drugs took it away from him.
We all knew that how he was, and knew that if you pushed too much, you were simply out. If you were out, how in the hell were you going to help him?
That's right.
Yeah. We knew the situation, so we're in here trying to do what we can of what he'll allow you to do. I mean, I can't explain to you how many pills I lifted that that would simply be there, and I'd say, well, you know, while I'm at it, shove a few over here and take it and simply flush it. But if he didn't get that feeling, he knew something was wrong. So you had to work real careful. I mean, it's literally, let me say that I stole from Elvis Presley. I did. I took pills, and I'd take Placidils and drain them suckers with a needle and then blow air back into them to hold them up, so because there'd be too many. And that way I cut down as best I could. But if he didn't get that feeling, boy, he was somewhere getting them. So you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't.
When I first went to work for him, I was like 21 years old, and he was like the big brother that had been out there and seen part of the world and everything, and I was learning from him, and he was taking care of us. At the end, it had reversed, where he was like a little boy that had gone off and gotten some trouble, and now we were trying to help him out, pull him through it. Just almost a reversal of the roles, you know.
By now, Elvis is pretty well hooked. Just like Red said, there wasn't no going back. And Elvis, be honest with you, was totally wore out. Mm-hmm. Totally. No. And Ginger came on the scene. Ginger Alder. Ginger is a very pretty woman, and she was young. Here's a 22-year-old that's got a lifestyle that she likes, and here's a 42-year-old that had done everything in the world and not too much interested him anymore. I mean, he had done it all. I mean, you know, whatever you name, he probably had done it. And he asked me one night, he said, what is it? He said, she acts like she don't want to be around sometimes. I said, Ginger likes showing you off. The fact that she's going with you, she wants her family to meet you, her friends to meet you. This is her way. And she enjoys nightclubs. She enjoys pool parties. I said, all the things you've already done. I said, now, in order to hold her, you've got to give a little. I mean, you've got to go to her lifestyle and not so much expecting her to do all yours. And I've experienced a whole year of him and Ginger, and I am sick to the bone of it. And I told my wife, I said, man, I am sick of it. I'm tired of it. I said, I wish he would ditch her, get somebody else. I said, but nothing you say seems to change his mind. And I said, you know, I've just about had it. I said, I just can't handle it. She said, look, I never will forget that because it stood out. She said, just bear with him. She said, because, you know, we might not have him long. He had gone to the dentist to have a crown redone. After that, we came back to Graceland, and he went upstairs with Ginger, and I didn't find out till later what it was, because he normally, you know, he's up this time, he's wanting to do things, you know. So I asked him, I said, you gonna be up there? He said, yeah. He said, I'll probably call it a night, which was unusual. So about, I guess about 4 o'clock in the morning, I got this phone call, and he said, would you and Joe come out here? I said, me and Ginger want to go down and play some racquetball. So we got dressed, and we go out there and meet him and go to the racquetball building he's got on his property. He had one built. And we're starting to play racquetball. Anyway, I kept hitting the ball. You almost had to hit it right to Elvis because he was not going to move, you know. I mean, it's just that simple. So I'd hit the ball to him, and instead of him trying to hit the ball back, he was trying to hit me with it. And a couple of times succeeded. And boy, when he hit it hard, that ball would sting the fool out of you. So this one time, boy, I hit it real hard, and he swung at it. Boy, I mean, he was going to lay it on me this time, but he swung it, he missed it, and he hit himself on the shin. Oh. Well, he hollered, and here he goes limping out, and he sat down, and he started to raise his pants leg. When he did, I said, is it bleeding? He said, I don't think so. And I reached and got it, pulled it back down. I said, hell, if it ain't bleeding, it ain't hurting. And of course, he threw the racket at me at that time. And then he got on the piano, and he was playing the piano, and all night he sang some gospel song, just briefly, you know, just part of it. And then he got on Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain, and he played that, and he pretty much went all the way through that one. And then I had asked him about Ginger. See, because it was strange for him to come from the dentist's office and stay in his room that long and then call me later. I knew something wasn't right. I knew he wasn't going to go to bed. So I asked him, I said, look, I said, what was wrong? I said, you and Ginger came upstairs, and I said, later you called me, you know, play ragdoll. I said, well, what's the problem? He said, oh, hell, so she's not going on the first part of this tour. And he said, that reminds me. He said, you remember that little girl I took to Palm Springs? I said, yeah. He said, get in touch with her. I want her to go on the first part of the tour, and then before Ginger gets there, we'll send her back. So I said, okay. And we went up, you know, he got up, we went back to the house. Then we go upstairs, and Joe waited downstairs. My wife waited downstairs for me. We go in the bathroom, and he's wanting me to wash and dry his hair. And that's as close to a bath at that time as he got. Then we're talking about the tour, and I said, well, I said, are you up for the tour? And he said, yeah. He said, I'm pretty well up for it. He said, it's probably going to be one of the best tours I'll ever do. Really, what he's doing is psyching himself up. You know, I was glad to hear it, you know, so talk a while, and then after that, I leave. I go in the house, I ain't thinking nothing about it. I mean, we just had a fairly good time, you know, and kind of he was kind of up. So, you know, I had no earthly idea, you know, what was going to take place in a few hours later. Somewhere around 1:30, if I'm not mistaken, the phone rang, and it was my cousin Patsy, and she's totally broke down, and she said, Elvis is dead, and just like that, I said, Patsy, I said, wait a minute. I said, you know, calm down a little bit. I said, and tell me what's wrong. She said, well, they've taken him to the hospital and said, he's dead. I said, Patsy, I said, now, we've done this a lot of times. I said, you know, this ain't the first time. I said, it's probably just another one of those situations where he couldn't breathe good. And I said, he'll be all right. And to me, you know, I mean, I could never imagine Elvis dead. I mean, the man was bigger than life to me. So she insisted that he was dead. So I hung the phone up, and I told my wife, I said, I got to go to the hospital. I said, Elvis is in the hospital. And she said, what's wrong? I said, well, Patsy says he's dead. I said, but, you know, maybe when we get there, everything will be, you know, okay. So I ran out of the house, and the only thing I could think about was jumping on my motorcycle. I had to get there, and I didn't care how, you know. And when I went in, Charlie and Joe were standing there, and Charlie grabbed me and he said, he's gone. And Joe said, and he was crying, and he said, he said, Elvis is gone this time. I said, no, man. I said, he can't be. I said, where's Dr. Nick? He said, he's in the other room with him. I said, well, then there's still hope here. And about that time, the door opened, and Dr. Nick, he walked out, and he's got these tears running down his eyes. And he reached and grabbed me, and he said, he's gone. He said, do you want to see him? And I said, I don't think so.
I just got mad at him because he died. I said, you had no right. I said, you deprived everybody of a lot of good things, and I said, you had no right to die. I wanted to jerk him up out of the casket and shake him. You know, I just felt like he didn't have a right to die. I didn't think it was right.
His ways have affected us. Always will.
Oh,
we pattern a lot of our ways after him, you know.
We just, everything, I guess outside of my father, he was the closest thing I had. And when we lost him, we sort of all lost part of ourselves. We never, ever recovered. We all do something every day like he did. We all do things like he did, and we can't help it. It's just part of our lives. And it's not easy. We still miss him a lot, an awful lot.
Even if we wanted to, which none of us do, to cut him out from inside, we can't.
We don't know any better. We just, we grew up, around him, and the things we do sometimes are not right. But, you know, this, what else do we know? You know?
One thing I'll say is...
What else do we know?
This helps me a lot. I will see him again.
Yeah.
I will see him.
I'm sure we'll have to get an appointment.
If there's any way, and Elvis ever had a doubt that we cared for him, I think this right here, if he's able out there somewhere to visualize it or see it, the doubt's gone.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be gone.
It's funny, okay, it's been 20 years now, almost. And it started out with a little group. Others came along. Others came along. They've all gone, but the original group is sitting right here.
Mm-hmm.
We were part of something unique. We didn't even realize what we were a part of until after it was gone. And we spent a lifetime with a legend from the time we were kids until we were grown men, and it was a hell of an experience.
It was an ordinary morning in the Deep South. Vernon and Gladys Presley, dirt poor, barely educated, and without much hope, were about to have twins. Then at 4:35 a.m., the legend began.
As Elvis told it, it was a very unusual morning. It was this purple haze and this nice blue ring around the moon and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, so it couldn't have been a normal birth, you know.
Oh, Vernon told him, too, that he was special because Elvis said that Vernon told him that when Elvis was conceived, Vernon blacked out.
Jesse was the first one born, and of course he was born still dead, you know, and they brought him on out from behind. They had the sheet hung up because it lived in just a one huge room house is all it was, and they had him laid out on the table and all. And of course Elvis was born, you know, just a few minutes later.
Dr. Hunt, who had delivered so many babies in East Tupelo, asked Vernon what the child's name was when Elvis was born, and Vernon, for some reason, always pronounced Elvis's name Elvis and left the L out, more or less, which is kind of unusual because his middle name is Elvis. And he said Elvis Aaron Presley. And that's what Dr. Hunt wrote down. E-V-I-S. Aaron spelled with two A's because that's normally the way Aaron is supposed to be spelled. Vernon couldn't spell, and when he went to register the birth certificate, he didn't know it was two A's, and he just said one A. And in '66, I had asked him, you know, how come it's one A when, you know, Aaron in the Bible is two? And he looked at his daddy, and he said to me, he says, well, you know, back then, most people couldn't spell. And then he looked at his daddy, and he said, from now on all the legal papers, I want two A's. And so hopefully that'll clear up all this mystery about whether there's, and that is why there's two A's on the plate over his grave instead of one.
In the pre-war depression-suffering South, blues and gospel were harvested. Young Elvis was fascinated by this truly American sound, with its sweet, steamy heat and soulful rhythms. He loved it from his earliest days, taking it in and spinning it out in an interpretive style that became his own.
It's a little place in Tupelo called Shake Rag, which we lived in a place called Satella. And you had to go by Shake Rag in order to get home. And a lot of times if you go to town, you walk back, you know, or you drove, but most of the time you walk because it was a short distance. And a lot of times Elvis would want to stop and listen because it would be like at night, and you'd hear these blacks that would be singing, you know, different things, blues, gospel. And of course you couldn't stay a long time, but he would sit there and listen a lot of times to it. About the age of 2, I guess, is when he was really kind of exposed to religious music. They used to take him to church, you know, every Sunday, and the choir would sing. And even then, a lot of times, Aunt Gladys said he would get up and ease down to the front where he could, you know, actually look up at them and listen to them.
With all of his gospel background, I mean, he loved gospel music.
It all
And
came together.
some of the best, one of the best albums he ever did is a gospel album.
You know, I think part of it too was Chief with the Statesman, who Elvis really, really liked. It was with the Statesman Quartet. When he was young, he used to go down to the Memphis Auditorium and watch these gospel.
Elvis Auditorium, yeah.
He noticed, because this chief, slick gray hair, you know, he'd get out there and he'd start, every time he opened his mouth, he'd start moving. And it affected the women. And Elvis saw that. He commented about that later, too, that he used to watch Chief, you know, get up there on the stage. He said, because he always noticed when Chief did that, the women, gospel women, went nuts.
He was real shy. Now, at home, he would move. We got a piano for Christmas one time, and I never, you know, took music at all and didn't care really much about it.
We could tell.
And thank you. Play the drums on your head, though.
Good line.
But anyway, he came over one time and he was playing the piano and he was moving around and jumping around. Of course, I was a kid and I thought, you know, guy's crazy, really, and I didn't think much about it. But in front of other people, if somebody came over, he wouldn't hardly do it. Yeah, real shy. He wouldn't do it.
He was brought up at a time when Dewey Phillips broke the mold, started playing black music. Well, Dewey, that wild man, he started playing it, and all the white kids started hearing this other music, and Elvis liked it, and that's where he got his style from the blacks. That's how rock and roll was born, from blues and gospel to rock and roll.
His passion for performing ignited high school audiences, giving Elvis an appetite for the spotlight. After he recorded a demo at Sun Records, an assistant convinced owner Sam Phillips to formally audition the promising young talent. In a test session, Elvis was teamed with 2 local musicians. The result was Elvis's first hit, That's All Right.
Sam Phillips introduced me to him in '54, and I had met him, and you know, of course, I thought he was one of the strangest looking guys I'd ever seen in my life. And I thought he did swing from a tree. Right after that, I was going downtown to see a show at the Malco Theater, and I had my car radio on, and it played, and so I stopped by the station. And Dewey was, because I had known Dewey, and went up there, and that's the first time I'd heard it. I said, this is the guy that Sam Phillips introduced me to. He said, yeah, it's the same one. And it was just so different. The song was just everything that was out, because back then it was Tony Bennett and Sinatra, and you know, it was just so different. I couldn't believe it. I said, this thing's stronger than Tarzan's armpits, you know.
We were listening to Dewey Phillips, as all the kids did, you know, back then. And he starts talking about, I got this boy here from Memphis, and he's brand new, and this record is going to be a hit, going to be a smash hit. And Dewey used to talk real fast, you know, and we both looking at each other, because he says this boy from Humes High School. We couldn't figure out who it was. He didn't even mention his name at first. He plays the record. And the record was darn good. The record's over, and he says, Elvis Presley. And both Marty and I, who had gone to Humes, looked at each other like, I mean, we couldn't believe it.
His mother and daddy, I don't know if it's the first time they had heard it on radio, but they came over and they knew it was going to be played. And they came over and was all excited, you know, about it. And it was exciting. I thought, God, you know, it's unbelievable. It's my cousin here, you know, and he's on the radio. You know, I mean, it just was, the feeling's just really hard to describe. It really is. You know, I mean, you got somebody that's done something in the family, because I'm going to be honest with you, nobody had. So
I was a senior in high school, and I was in Air Force Reserve. I was in the barracks. Somebody had their radio on, and I heard, That's All Right, Mama. And I thought the voice sounded familiar, and then at the end it said Elvis Presley. And I remember I was just kind of shocked. You know, that was a big deal. Somebody you knew at school had a record on the radio. You know, that was everybody's dream, and I'll never forget it. I just stood there and I don't believe this.
Yeah. Well, I saw him the first time at Tech High School at the campus at lunchtime when he came over there just by himself, and he sang some of his songs, and no idea of what he was going to do. And then I went on into the Air Force, and the next thing I know, it's 1956 or 57, and he's on tour, and I've been playing his record. My favorite one at the time was I Was the One. I played that thing over and over. I got in fights over that. Because back then you had to play, you got 3 plays or something for a quarter, and you couldn't punch them in one right after the other. You had to wait till it finished playing, and then you punch it again. Otherwise, it would just play at one time. So I'd stand there and I wouldn't let anyone get in that jukebox till I had heard my I Was the One 3 straight times.
When I first went on the road with him, he came to Humes one day in that green coupe Lincoln. I was getting on the bus, just with my football uniform on. We were getting ready to go to Bartlett to play a scrimmage game there. He pulled up behind, got out, and he was going into school. You know, his hit record was going good, and he just wanted to come back and visit everybody. Yeah, exactly.
He was.
Exactly.
That's what he was doing.
And I was just getting on the bus, and I said, "Hey, Elvis," and he read. He walked over. We started talking. I said, "You know, I'm going out to play football," and he said, "Well, how would you like to, I'm doing a show down in Grenada or somewhere, you know, just around Memphis, and how'd you like to go with me?" I said, "Hey, that's great." So I started traveling with him, and to little places like Grenada, and then a little later on down to the Louisiana hayride. This is when another trend started, the bodyguard bit, I guess. Just he and I, he had done the show in Grenada. We got stuck going in there first. We got stuck, it was raining. And we tried to get the car out, and he got mud on the seat of his pants. And this was what he's going to wear on stage. It was a new car. He just got the Crown Victoria. Is that it? Yeah. And he was kind of being easy with it. You know, he didn't want to mess it up. I said, "Let me in there, I'll get this." So I put it in reverse and forward, and I got it out. And I didn't hurt it, but he was outside and it slung mud on him. So we got in the car, he went down, did the show, we met 2 girls. After the show, we went over to their apartment. Nothing outrageous, you know, sit around talking. Then we went to this little gas station restaurant right in the middle of Grenada. It was about the only thing that was there then. And we're over in the corner. We'd ordered cheeseburgers or whatever, and these 2 rednecks walk in. I'll never forget this. This little jerk walked in and said, "There's the son of bitches." Walked over and sat down at the counter, and I said, "What the hell is he talking about?" And he saw this mud on the seat of Elvis's pants. After saying a few derogatory remarks, I'm sitting there listening to this stuff, trying to let it slide. But then he said, "Look at him. He's shitting in his pants. He's so scared." And I said, "That's it, Elvis." Elvis, no. I said, "That's it." I walked over. This little guy sitting at one of those little spinning stools. The other guy was standing here. And I said, "Man, something bothering you?" He said, "Yeah, you and your fucking friend over there bothering me. I got something here in my pocket to take care of both of them." Well, he reached in his pocket, and I hit him, and he spun around off that stool right on the floor. And I got on top of him, hit him a couple times, and then I felt something grab me here, and I just automatically spun around and caught the other guy right on the chin. His head hit right between Elvis's feet. And that was it. Oh, man. My first reaction, let's get the hell out of here. Cops coming, we're going to jail. And all that. See through the glass, Elvis didn't explain to these guys. And these guys. When another instance, Elvis and Scotty Bills up there playing, and a fight broke out. Somebody stepped on one of Scotty's, somebody's guitar, and just went right through it. So they started picking, the hell, in the middle of the show, they started picking things up. The show was over. The fight was going. I mean, they were fighting all over the place. So I'm trying to get Elvis through the crowd, out to the parking lot. These little girls, "Can we have your autograph?" And Elvis said, "Yeah." You know, his fists were flying everywhere. We got out to the car, and I'm trying to get him in, man. And I'm looking, I'll never forget this. I'm looking at a car over here where 3 or 4 guys pulled this guy out with a beer bottle. They just systematically just pounded him into the dirt. And these fists were flying all around us, you know, and I finally got him in the car, and these little girls kept wanting these autographs. You know, the hell with the fight.
Elvis was a hit. His record was getting major local airplay. His personal appearances with Scotty Moore and Bill Black were the hottest attraction around. Talent promoter Tom Parker realized Elvis's potential and bought his contract from Sam Phillips for a fast $35,000.
The colonel told the family, you know, that he would take him, and within a year's time, he would be, you know, this big star. And he said, "I'll promise you, within a year and a half, he'll be a millionaire." And he lived up to that. So it really it bonded, you know, heavy with Elvis and Colonel and of course Vernon and Colonel naturally. You know, but As far as Aunt Gladys, she was quite content, pretty much like it was, but she didn't want to hold Elvis back, and she would, like I say, she praised everything he done, so she naturally went along with it.
She was a smart woman.
Yeah, and she never was comfortable with him. That's right.
Elvis was so non-confrontational. He just did not want to get into a confrontational situation with anybody. So he would retreat behind a wall of people. The wall of people would be Tom Parker and or us or somebody else, and he would retreat behind this wall, and he would be brave up to the time the confrontation. Then he would retreat, and all of us would take the, we'd take the heat.
Colonel took it all off of him. All he had to do was say, call Colonel.
That's
and
right.
Colonel would take care of it.
Oh, yeah.
He used to call the Admiral. He used to call him
So
the
I
Admiral.
think that's that locking point that kept them together for so long, even though over the years, Elvis started getting more disrespect for the Colonel, and Colonel was losing more control on Elvis, and it just developed into a situation there. But there for a while, it was just, get Colonel, he'll take care of it. That was the way he thought.
Elvis has rocketed to stardom. His concerts are sellouts. But fame brought controversy. He is accused of inciting riots and destroying the morals of American teens. His sexually charged performances are frightening parents and authorities as well.
This rock and roll rhythm is filled with dynamite, and we don't want the dynamite to go off in the Roosevelt Stadium in Jersey City.
Elvis was unstoppable. His raw, powerful magnetism was driving his fans wild.
It was a tour that we did up to the Northwest. It was Seattle and Tacoma and Portland and Vancouver. What happened was that they had Elvis down at the end of a football field, and it was on a flatbedded trailer, and they had this enormous steel fence with these spikes. The fans, I think it was about 15, 20,000, and they all could not get past that fence, and all of a sudden, they broke out and knocked the fence down. One girl had it gouged in her leg, and they all hit that football field at once, and they came toward that flatbedded truck, and Elvis was right at the edge. And we all immediately went up on the stage because we were going to try to figure some way to get him off, And so Elvis sat on the edge of the trailer and started dangling his feet. It was just like a wall of people, and they were coming toward him. He never flinched. He kept on singing the whole thing, and he would egg them on, and they started coming through that, and they lifted the bottom end of the trailer, and that's when everybody panicked. The thing, they almost turned the trailer over. It was really a riot. They were, and they had the horses on the field knocking the people down as they were running. And the next day in the paper, we'd left that night on the train. The next day they said Elvis came in and raped Portland.
They did the same thing in Jacksonville. Yeah. And he wouldn't get off the stage again. And I think this time, Bill and Scotty grabbed him, pulled him off the stage, and the cops got mad at him backstage. They accused him of starting all this.
He had played somewhere in Texas, too, and they had
that was a Cotton Bowl.
Just a few fans started, and when they did, it seemed like all of them took it up. And they rushed, and the security was just nothing. And they said when they carried Elvis off, he was still holding the microphone singing, trying to and it run right out, just jerked it out of his head. And they actually tore part of his clothes off.
Colonel Parker kept drilling into Elvis' head. He said, "Do not invite anybody out there." We he told Elvis you can't do something. And he got out there, and the police said, "Be sure that nobody comes on that field." Elvis first saw him, said, "Everybody gather, boy, here they came." And it was scary.
And he played with him, he'd grin, laugh, and then they'd hand him a microphone with a cord, he'd start walking towards them, they'd start acting like and he'd let go and like he's going to go back. He milked them, going back and forth to that car before he finally got up on stage and started performing. He loved it.
He played the audience.
Yeah.
And Tupelo, the same thing,
At the fair,
yeah. Yeah, they actually were picking him up and throwing him back, because he would make a move, and then he'd reach down, and get real close where they could actually touch him.
He carried this throughout the years, because even later, there's one song he used to get a kick out of, and he never could figure out why they'd go nuts, and that was Fever. And every time he'd move his leg to the drum beat, with Fever, go da-da-dum, and he'd move his leg, and the audience would go nuts, and he'd be on stage, he'd bust out laughing. He knew what he was doing. He started a revolution, in a sense, a youthful revolution, because kids were never able to do the things that, back then, parents didn't want kids listening to what was called race music.
George Harris said Elvis kicked the door open for everybody. John Lennon said he kicked the door, we all went in behind him.
He busted the doors wide open for black artists just as well as he did for rock and roll.
Elvis never forgot what it was like to be poor. He took great pleasure in his ability to shower generosity on others. It was a trait that would last his lifetime.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt's yacht, Elvis bought, the Colonel painted, had one side painted, because it was run down, you know. And he was going to give it to Danny Thomas. He gave it to Danny Thomas for St. Jude. And Colonel Parker had the side that was going to be photographed painted, and the other side looked like, you know,
and the dining table in it had Einstein's letter to Roosevelt about the atomic
Telegram,
bomb. Yeah.
the Manhattan Project. But he got mad when we got back in the car after we came off the ship, and he had signed it over, and he was upset and mad. And we said to him, well, what's wrong? Because we thought everything was great on the boat. He said, you know what that damn Danny Thomas said to me when I was when we were up there signing the paper? I said, what? He says, what did you buy this piece of shit for? And we all looked at him and said, Carl, come on. He says, no, that's what he says. You imagine that? He said, we buy this thing and give it to him for St. Jude's Hospital. And, you know, I don't care if he sells it and takes the money and puts it towards St. Jude. It hurt his feelings.
He gave a lot of money to charities, and also he would find separate incidents, like he read in the paper or whatever in Memphis about this old black lady with no legs, and bought a motorized wheelchair and said, I don't want anybody to hear about this. He gave it to her, and this woman and her husband just overwhelmed.
They didn't know who he was.
You know what Elvis said? He said, it doesn't matter. They know someone cares.
Yeah. He came over to me and he said, let me have some money. And I said, okay, how much you want? He said, give me $300. And I put $300 in his hand. Yeah. And he walked over to the lady. The touching part, too, was the lady was sitting in a wooden chair, too, later. She was trying to get into the new chair. And he walked over to her and he picked her up in his arms, kissed her on the cheek, set her down in the wheelchair. He put that money in the lady's hand, and we walked out of that place and got in the limousine. He was feeling so good. Yeah. He said, okay, what can I do next?
That's right.
I know.
What can I do next? He went out and bought 3 cars and gave them away.
If he saw somebody that he thought was just, you know, really down, or he couldn't stand it, you know.
That's the way Elvis was, and never wanted anyone to know about it. Just do it. He had a big, big heart.
Yeah, do it and don't talk about
it.
Yeah.
And when he gave you something, the same thing. Once your initial reaction is over, don't come back up to him later thanking him again. The one time, the shock, the excitement he sees on your face, and you thank him, that's his moment. After that, just enjoy it. Yeah, just enjoy it. That one moment.
Elvis successfully makes the crossover from music to film. In 2 years, he had 3 box office hits. His television appearances would be marked with controversy and personal embarrassment. All the fame and money would not prepare him for the series of events that would change him forever.
He came upstairs, and I was in the bedroom because we were about to talking, and he came upstairs and he sang an old blues song. And I said, what are you talking about? And he handed this thing to me, and he said, I got drafted. I said, you're serious? He said, yeah. And I read it, and I said, I guess you are. He went to Fort Chaffee first, and then from Fort Chaffee he went to Fort Hood. But he just didn't want to go, and his mother didn't want him to go to Germany. She was more concerned about his safety. It was like, that's why she'd wake up in the middle of the night in these cold sweats, you know, because she thought something was going on. And I remember she'd always go out in the hall, and Elvis would come down the steps, and he had a way of petting her on the back all the time, and he'd talk baby talk with her, you know. Their connection probably, I don't believe I've ever seen anything before or since, as tight as they were. It was, I'm talking, boy, like, you know, like adhesive tape.
His nickname for her, you know, was satin.
Satin, yeah. Which fattening baby talk.
Well, she was heavy, and it's, you know, it's a short
baby talk for fattening.
Baby talk, right, for fattening. Yeah. You know. When she worried, she drank more. That family has a history of it. I mean, my father's in that family, and he did, and his brothers and all that, you know. And it brought that on, and by that, her drinking more, naturally, you know, it got to some of the pill taking to lose weight, and two, not realizing, you know, when drinking and you're mixing this together, that's just not good, you know. And she already had liver disease, too.
Yeah, she had cirrhosis of liver.
She had it, my father had it, and Elvis had it. I mean, it run a whole lot in this family. She actually got sick while he was in Fort Hood doing his basic training, and Lamar was down there during that time. And they finally talked him into sending her back. And her and Vernon came back, and she immediately went right into the hospital. And of course, Elvis wanted to leave, you know. And he finally got it, and he came home. And of course, we went up to see her, and she was telling me, "Son, I'll be all right," you know, and everything. Just going. He said, "Well, I was going to go to the movie." He said, "But after I get out of the movie," he said, "I'll come back up here and see you and all." And she said, "No," I said, "That's okay." He said, "You just go on home and get some rest, and you can come back, you know, tomorrow and see me." Well, that night, he wanted me to stay up there with him. Everybody else had pretty much gone. I think Lamar was still there and had gone to take somebody home.
Take those girls home.
And so I was in the room with him. It was somewhere around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. The phone kept ringing downstairs. He had a private number upstairs, so it kept ringing downstairs, and he just sat straight up, and he said, "You might ought to answer that." So I got up, and of course, you know, I'm only 14 years of age, you know, at that time, so I run downstairs and I get it, and it's Vernon on the phone, and he says, "You need to tell Elvis," and that's as far as he got, you know. And he was, by this time, I could hear him in the background, and you know, he was sobbing, and the nurse took the phone, and she said, "You need to tell Mr. Presley that his mother's taking a turn for the worse and needs to get up here." So I went back up, and I knew not to, you know, even at that age, I knew not to panic him too much. So I went up, I told him, I said, "Look," I said, "the nurse called, said, you know, you need to come up there because your mama's gotten a little sicker." And in my mind, I pretty much already knew, you know, just from what I'd heard over the phone. So we immediately, man, he just threw some shoes on, no socks, a shirt, and we ran downstairs, and we jumped in the Lincoln Mark II that he had, and off we went, boy. And I mean, he didn't waste time. He didn't stop for red lights or anything else. And when he pulled in, he didn't even throw it in gear. He just jumped out. He applied the brakes enough that when he hit that little stop, that it stopped the car. But we never slowed up. And I finally went back and put it in park. And when he got upstairs, all he had to do is he made around the nurse's desk, and there was a long corridor. And when he made that turn, his daddy was standing outside, and that was it. You know, when they saw each other, he knew. I mean, he immediately knew. And of course, they just ran to each other and embraced each other. Boy, that was one of the most pitiful things you'll ever see.
First, I got the call in the morning about Gladys. Out in the phone rang again. It was my brother, and he said, "Daddy is in bad shape." So I was still in the Marine Corps. I had like a couple of weeks left. So I went back to my commanding officer and told him that, and he got me a flight. But when I got there, it was too late. My dad had died before I could get there.
I was there because it was my uncle. In fact, one of my favorite, if not my favorite uncle. So when I was there in 1958, I was sitting there next to my dad. And all of a sudden, I hear a noise behind me, and I look back, and here in the family section, there's a door back there, and here comes Elvis and Lamar. And Red was up there near his dad's casket, and Elvis just started stumbling towards him, crying and sobbing and telling him, "Man, Red, my mom was just there." That's what's ironic, that they died the same day. They had the services in the same funeral home, in the same stateroom, one day apart. And that's what Elvis was telling Red. He said, my mom was there yesterday, Red, I know how you feel. And they hugged each other, and they walked up there and looked, and I tell you what, it was emotional, boy. I mean, everybody was caught up in it. It was just raw emotion. And he just told Red, he said, "Red, anything I can do, man, let me know, okay?" And they hugged, and then Elvis and them left. I tell you, I've never seen him like that. It was a thing the two of them shared. That was there again. There was just another bonding. From the high school, now he's bonded this way, and it's just something there, man. I don't know, but it was just something there that these two were meant to be together.
Just 1 month after the heartbreaking death of his mother, Elvis was sent to Germany. Still smiling for the cameras, Private Presley would soon face his own mortality.
Elvis was a scout. They were the first to go out, and they would go up and
kill first.
And, yeah, their life expectancy was very short in a real shooting war. So he and the sergeants in a jeep up on the border, and they watching the Russians on one side, whatever. It was freezing cold. So he and the sergeant.
He had bought a tank eater. Elvis had bought a tank eater to put in the jeep.
Go ahead.
No, go. No, you. No. But he gave this guy in the motor pool $100 for this tank heater because he knew everybody up there just froze to death in their jeeps. Well, those things are really enormous, and the guy didn't hook it up right, and the exhaust fumes came through it, and a puff of wind or something blew, and he was asleep, and he was dying. Is what it was happening, and he had the presence to roll out into the snow and kind of just got himself back together again. Then he pulled around and pulled the sergeant out, but they were good. Had he been there, probably another 15, 20 minutes, had been dead.
And the press put out that he had tonsillitis.
In the barracks, Elvis would be a regular soldier, but off base, he would have a civilian life. In his second year of service, he would meet his future bride.
What happened was there was an individual who would come around us back and forth, and he said there's this real pretty girl that Elvis should meet. So I went over to Wiesbaden, and she's at the pool. He said she's at the pool on certain days, and so I went up there, and he pointed her out to me, and I said, good. And I mean, she really was pretty, you know. I came back to the house, and I said, let me tell you something. I said, there's a situation here. I said, she's really pretty, but I said, I don't think she's very old. And he said, really? And I said, yeah, Elvis. I said, you know, she's just young. Well, he started talking about it. Well, you know, the hairs on my arm stood straight up. I said, listen, I want her over here. So he brought her over, and I was in the living room when she came in, and I said, Elvis, this is Priscilla. Priscilla, this is Elvis. And it all, and I had the presence of mind. He walked out of the room for me, and I said, can I ask you a question? She said, yeah. I said, how old are you? She wasn't even 14 yet. And, well, when she said that, I just, you know, I spun, and I went out in the hall, and I said, listen, we're getting ready to have a big problem here, you know? And he said, what? I said, Elvis, she's not even 14. He said, see, it did not mean anything to him because he was so surrounded by his people that he knew he could get away with it. And it was just, well, I'm not going to do anything. I said, who says that? And I said, I just had these visions of all of us just going to prison for life. You know, I was scared to death. I said, listen, and you know, nothing stopped him. He kept right on. Her father was very, very stern, Colonel Beaulieu. At that time, he was a captain. He was a navigator, and because he flew out of Wiesbaden, and got chewed out a bunch of times for getting her home late. One night we had a fog, real heavy fog, and I couldn't see, and I had to get her back at a certain time, and I knew I was running late, and I literally could not see past the end of the hood. I said, so I got Priscilla out and put her in front of the car, and I had her walk all the way into Wiesbaden so I could follow her. I could not see to get there, and that's the only way we got to the house. And then I got to the door, and I got chewed out by everybody. And I came back home. I said, listen, you got to have to work something out here, you know. And he said, well, what is it? I said, this is really getting bad here. He said, well, it's not bothering me. I said, no, it doesn't bother you. I said, I'm getting all the heat. And he said, well, you can handle it. And that's how he walked off. And I said, well, here we go again. You know, you'd have to have a bulletproof vest on a lot of times because you never knew what was going to happen.
A lot went on at the Grunwald. That's where a lot of history, bad or good, began. Vernon met Dee, and a relationship got started. And Elvis tried to stay away from it, you know. And he knew his dad was lonely. But when he found out that she was married, this upset him. But he didn't know what to do about it exactly. This would be in the daytime. Elvis would be gone to the post, and her husband would be gone to the post, and then Vernon would bring her there, and Minnie, Grandma, was there, Lamar and I, and we used to sit and listen to these escapades, you know, in the middle of the day, and it sounded like killing hogs somewhere or something. But that went on, you know, frequently, and then you remember Elvis was there, came in once, and told his dad later, said, you're going to take this somewhere else.
Elvis wouldn't go and say, hey, Dad, you need to do this or you need to do that. He wouldn't do that to Vernon because they were getting these arguments. And Elvis would really, in the end, when Vernon would jump on one of us, no matter what, Elvis, it was his father. He'd protect his father. Even though he'd be wrong, and we knew, Red and I both knew we were going to get the short end of the stick, so he just didn't argue with Vernon. But I did one day, and Elvis picked up a 3-layer cake, and just boom, it went all over me, you know. And I said, well, look, he's wrong. And he said, well, it's Dad, he's not wrong. I said, okay. But, I mean, he told Red and I, he said, you know, stay with Dad as much as you can. And we did. We really sort of bodyguarded his father. And, you know, Vernon didn't like it. He didn't like it at all. He got pretty mad about it.
Vernon had told Elvis that, you know, he said they had, like you said, a big argument. He told him, like he told him, he said, I need somebody too. And so Elvis finally, you know, got to thinking about it, and he figured, you know, that's right. But what Elvis didn't want is he come to grips with that, but he didn't want it around him, even if it was his daddy. And so that was the biggest thing. He wanted to kind of keep it, you know, wanted his daddy to keep it kind of quiet and away.
Well, it started, actually, literally, after the funeral, we had to go back to Fort Hood, and we were staying at the mayor's house. We had rented the mayor's house of Fort Hood and at some exorbitant price. That's when Red came back, and Vernon was fooling around with 2 or 3 different women then, remember? And Elvis had come back from the post, and you or I, either one, would cover for him, you know. And he said, look, he said, you know, he got mad at me one day. He called me in the living room, and he said, you are lying to me. I said, about what? He said, Daddy. And I said, what about him? He said, see, you're lying right now. And I said, I'm not lying to you. He said, yeah, you are. He said, he's fooling around with some women. And I said, yeah, you know, and he got really upset about it. And I said, Elvis, I said, you know, come on. I mean, the guy's, he said, well, I didn't expect him to start fooling around with somebody this quick. And when Elvis and his daddy fought, it was really bad. I mean, Gladys and him getting a fight, it was different. But boy, when Vernon and Elvis getting a fight, it was one of those bad, because Vernon had a very sharp tongue. And he could...
He had his own ego, too, buddy.
Yes, sirree. And when they got in an argument, I mean, boy, you cleared, the place cleared real fast because, you know, it was dangerous.
I only saw a couple of arguments between Elvis
They
and
were
Dad.
dangerous
Yeah,
arguments.
and I'm telling you, you could see Vernon Presley got the meanest, boy, he could get mean as a snake with words and stuff. And
He'd get real
cutting with
quiet.
that.
He'd get real
yeah,
quiet.
And you could see it, you know. And Elvis would try to hold it in, but at the same time, you could see Elvis was extremely angry too, boy. And the 2 of them, you just didn't know what was going to happen. I mean, you really didn't.
Those were I call dangerous arguments.
I never thought of anything physical happening. It wasn't like a fight, but you never knew what was going to be said that you can't hardly take back later. You've already made the cut, man.
I tell you, in line with that, we were sitting at Graceland about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Elvis had just gotten up and sitting in the dining room. He's eating breakfast, and he's sitting there, and there's 2 or 3 of us around the table with him. We're just, you know, quiet. You know, you had to be quiet till he had his first or second cup of coffee and woke up a little. Didn't like to talk business. Certainly wouldn't do it until after he ate or whatever. And Vernon walked in and said, son, we got a problem. I don't want to hear it, Daddy.
That's right.
Did not raise his head up. He still went on in. He said, I don't want to hear it right now. Vernon, I pictured, he's standing up against the wall by the windows in the dining room. And Vernon kept on. And Elvis said, I don't want to hear it now. I don't want to talk about it now. And Vernon said something else. And Elvis looked at him and he says, look, goddammit. I said, I don't want, he said, you know better than to come talk to me about business before I've had my breakfast and what have you. And Vernon mouthed off at him. He says, look, I'm the goddamn boss here. Elvis said that to his father. And his father said, yeah, but you ain't man enough to make me do what. And Elvis says, well, by God, I am. He says, I'm a lot more man than you are, to his father. And Vernon said, no, not even half. And Elvis got up, picked up a chair and the plate, both at the same time, wham, across the room, and went upstairs.
If you got in the middle of it, the whole thing changed. His daddy only turned on you, but he turned on you. So you was caught in the middle. It's best you didn't say anything. Just let him go at it regardless of how bad it was. And a lot of times, Vernon was right. I mean, Elvis was an excessive spender, boy. And when he'd go on those...
He thought money was going out of season.
And Vernon thought at any given time he was going to have to go to work because Elvis was going to go broke.
He thought at times that we were trying to take his place with Elvis. And that's impossible.
The money actually changed him. You know, it did.
That's a good way to put it.
And he thought if you couldn't make Elvis money, you shouldn't be around him. I mean, that was Vernon's thinking. And we wasn't, you know, so... but I know the old Vernon before Elvis ever made it, and he was... Vernon was a good man. He really was. You know, I mean, he had his faults. I guess we all do, you know. But I guess maybe I'm defending him somewhat. But,
well, that's fine.
But when it came to that, where Elvis got famous and then the group got around him, then it changed because, like I say, that's all he saw. Not what we were personally doing for Elvis. We weren't making him any money, so I mean, he had done his career up to that point without anybody, really.
But the hardest thing that Elvis did was try, you remember, he'd always try to convince, these guys do this for me. He said, they help me make more money because I'm able to be free to do it. He kept telling Vernon this, and Vernon never understood it.
It was a group of guys. It didn't necessarily have to be us. If it had not been a group of guys who he could be himself with and let off steam and the pressure and all of that, he probably would have died a lot younger than...
See, Elvis knew that. Vernon didn't.
But part of it, too, is he was worried a little bit about if Elvis lost all of his money, he might have to go back to work again.
Well, it's like Elvis said, he said, Daddy had a backache for 23 years.
We had some good times, and we had some bad times.
And you hang on to the very, very good times that will drag you through or carry you through the bad times. And it was that way with Elvis. We would put up with, Red and I used to talk about it all the time, we'd put up with all the crap just to get maybe a couple of 3 or 4 days when he was really right.
Yeah.
And we would hang on that. And we knew that he was capable of being that way. What shredded us more than anything else, and I think I can speak for everybody here, is that when he would go into these god-awful tirades being Elvis, and it tore us apart piece by piece.
But you always knew, like you said, you always knew that that good time was going to come back and something good was going to happen.
A nervous Elvis Presley faces the cameras at the end of his military service. He talked to reporters about his next career move.
I'm thinking in terms of, I'd like to do a little more of a serious role, you know, because my ambition is to progress as an actor even, which takes a long time, a lot of experience.
He also welcomed the new competition he was sure to face back home.
I mean, if somebody can come up and make it, well, more power to them. Because I'm only glad of the success that I have had, you know. And I couldn't be envious of some other young or new guy that's trying to make it too.
All the time he was over there was no new records. Colonel even wanted him to try to record something over there, and he's on a tape record, anything. And no way, no way. But he was really worried about his career. He thought, that's it, boys, it's over.
He was very nervous about it.
When Elvis came back, because of what he had been exposed to in that last 2 years, which is a heck of a lot more than he had been exposed to before. I mean, here you have the European touch and the European people, and most of the music over there is normally about 5 to 10 years behind the United States. So he really got into these big songs like, you know, It's Now or Never, and wanting to do all of those big things. And he seemed to, at least he did to me when he came back, to be a little bit more polished in the ways of the world. And like Billy said, you know...
Well, Europe did that for him. Yeah.
And he experienced, you know, some tragedy with his mother passing, and coming back to Graceland for the first time, and she's not there for the first time. And it's even like in his dress. Remember when he came back, he started wearing tuxedos and ascots and cummerbunds. Yeah. And he dressed that way every day almost.
Oh, at dinner we could wear tails at dinner. We didn't have to.
Yeah. But no, you could just sense that he seemed to be a little bit more wiser and a little bit more polished.
It was a challenge. He was ready to get right back into the routine. Either he was going to continue on or total failure, and he didn't know which, so he was ready to push that forward to find out. One thing he was going to do was he was going to prove all these people wrong that said before that he couldn't sing.
And what happened was Elvis got really secure right there in about the middle of 1960 when he signed a 2-picture deal with Walter Mirisch for $500,000 and a percentage of each picture and $75,000 expense money for each picture. So right then he felt secure. If they're going to offer him $1 million there for that, then he started feeling better. And then of course MGM even topped that deal, which we'll talk about later. But he started feeling more secure in 1960, in the middle of it, after coming back, because things were starting to happen again, and he knew his career was still on high gear, maybe a little bit different direction, but it was in high gear.
November 16, 1956. Outside Manhattan's Paramount Theater, a team of New York's finest struggles to impose order on a frenzied crowd. They barely contain Elvis Presley's legion of teenage fans, giddy with anticipation at the premiere of their idol's first motion picture. Love Me Tender quickly becomes a smash hit. The movie stars Hollywood favorites Deborah Paget and Richard Egan, but it is Elvis who really generates the big box office dollars.
Say you want your lover. Say you ain't laid awake every night by my side thinking of him. Wishing I was Vance. Wishing you'd waited for him and never married me.
The film introduces new songs that become instant winners on the pop charts. Elvis sees his big screen debut as a personal triumph.
Elvis was a big movie buff even back, before he became famous, and to get a chance to star in a movie, and with stars too, he was quite thrilled with it.
Co-star Deborah Paget thrilled Elvis even more, at least in his hopes.
Even back then, he liked to get acquainted with his co-stars and all. At that time, which he was a co-star, but and he wanted to get something going, and she just wouldn't really have that much to do. She liked him.
Her mother was there all the time.
Yeah, and she liked him and all, but she just didn't want to go that route. So.
Oh yeah, that was one of the problems with Deborah. Another thing why she wouldn't go out with him is because Howard Hughes had her under contract.
That's exactly
and
right.
She didn't want to blow it.
We went over to Deborah Paget's house, and I looked out, and this black Chevrolet would keep circling the house, and I asked Elvis, I said, "Do you know what that car? What's?" And he said, "No." I said, and then I asked Deborah, I said, "Could you ask me a question?" I said, "This car keeps circling." She was probably Hughes has been watching me. He had, he really got uptight about that, and I think the word went out that that we shouldn't go over there anymore, and we kind of stayed away from then on out.
Elvis's second picture, Loving You, echoes his real-life story as a rising star.
It's not my future you care about, it's yours. It's what I can do for you. You don't care about me or Tex or anybody, just yourself.
You've got 15 minutes to get on that stage and find out if you've even got a future.
Jailhouse Rock assures Elvis's future in the movies. His third film soars to the top 5 at the box office.
How dare you think such cheap tactics would work with me?
I need tactics, honey. That's just the beast in me.
Made in 1957, it remains a classic for rock and roll and Elvis.
Back then, he was so hot that every star wanted to meet him. It was an interesting picture because all the stars were still there at MGM. Clark Gable and Burt Lancaster, Robert Taylor, John Cassavetes. I mean, they were all there. And if you really were around some other star, he didn't like it.
When you're around him, you don't realize these other people
that are attracted to him.
That are attracted to him also.
Hey, the Durango Kid walked on the set one time. I went crazy. And Elvis was the same way about those old cowboy stars, And I ran a dress and I slammed the door. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Listen to me. You know who's out there?" He said, I said, "Glenn Strange, Bob Steele, Durango Kid." He said, "Are you serious?" I said, "I'm telling you, they're out there right now." He said, No. I said, "Listen to me. When you go out there, act normal." I said, "Do not get carried away." I said, "Look to your left and you will see him." He said, "Well, where are they?" I said, "To your left. When you go out the door, look to your left." I said, "Don't act like you see him." So he got up and we walked out and he turned around and said, holy shit, they're there. Yeah. And we went over and we held up production for almost 2 hours talking to him about all these old movies and stuff we'd seen. And they couldn't believe it because he was so wrapped up in seeing them because he paid a dime, 12 cents like all of us to see him.
Like you say, you see all these people that you've been watching in movies, and then you're standing next to them, like Charlton Heston. Elvis called him Cowboy Moses because he did a Western and he played Moses.
Right.
And I was actually in his house and I saw his Oscars and I saw the staff they have. But you start meeting these people and it's you can't explain it.
You turn a corner and run into Robert Taylor or Glenn Ford, which was really disconcerting for us because you grew up thinking their heads were bigger than a car, you know?
That was amazing. That's what you're going to see talking to these guys. I mean, it's a different world out there.
One day we had broken for lunch and knocked on the door, and I went and asked the door, it's Glenn Ford, and I opened the door, and there stood Glenn Ford. Well, I slammed the door in his face. Elvis said, what is that? I said, it's Glenn Ford. I said, I don't know what to do. He said, what do you mean, talk to him? I said, he's standing outside the door. You don't understand that. And he said, listen, will you open the door up? I said, no, you open the door. I was so rattled because I grew up watching all of these people, and I didn't know what to do.
Another thing back then, too, Robert Mitchum offered Elvis the lead in Thunder Road.
His son played the part.
Turned down. No, Robert played the part. Robert Mitchum played the part he wanted Elvis to play.
Well, what happened was we were staying at the Beverly Wilshire, and I walked down. There's a knock on the door. I mean, just boom, boom, boom. And I opened the door up, and there stood Bob Mitchum. Well, once again, you know, the panic set in. You know, I said, "What can I do for you, Mr. Mitchum?" He said, and just walked right by me. He had a bottle of scotch in his hand, and he said, "I want to see Elvis." I said, "You can't see him." He said, "Why can't I?" And I said, it's a good question, you know. So I walked down the hall ahead of him just fast as I could. I walked into Elvis's bedroom. I said, listen to me. He said, what is it? I said, just act, you know, just be cool about this. I said, Robert Mitchum's house. I said, get back. I said, I'm telling you that Robert Mitchum is sitting in the living room with a bottle of scotch in front of him, and he's got a script in his hand. Now, what are you going to do about it? He said, I guess we're going to go out there, you know. And that's when Mitchum said, you know, you need to play the part, this part in the picture. I said, well, I'm committed to 3 more pictures. I can't.
I watch a lot of old movies on TV, and you look at a young Marlon Brando and a young Paul Newman and a young Elvis Presley, and they all have the same facial look about them, and their eyes are almost the same, and the nose.
He found out years later how Tony Franciosa, Jack Lord, Paul Newman, all of them, McQueen, all of them up there was talking about Elvis Presley. They were up there doing Broadway and everything, doing plays, and they were all talking about Elvis and what a phenomenal talent that was.
Then he went and did King Creole.
You're a pretty fancy performer, ain't you, kid?
Now you know what I do for an encore.
The best acting he had ever done, and everybody that I've heard, directors, producers, other actors, have always said if they would have allowed him to continue in that same vein, that he would have been one of the best actors, you know, on par with, they say on par with people like Brando and James Dean. And
King Creole, wasn't that written for James Dean? And
Stone for Danny Fisher.
Stone for Danny Fisher.
The Harold Robbins book. You can see how James Dean would have been playing that part, and Elvis did a terrific job. That was my favorite movie that he ever made. I just love that movie.
Yeah, Vic Morrow.
Yeah, Walter Matthau,
just when I met him.
Jones.
I was home.
And the award-winning director, what was his name? The German guy?
Yeah. Michael Curtiz.
Yeah, Michael Curtiz.
He was trying, like Elvis said, he said, I realized that the movies were a lot like, you know, being on stage, just be myself, and I would come out better. And you can see the difference in Love Me Tender and Loving You.
In March of 1958, Uncle Sam casts Elvis in the role of a soldier, but allows him to finish King Creole before his Army induction.
He was drafted before the making of King Creole. Got a deferment. He got on the phone, he called the colonel, and they started this whole deferment process because he was already locked contractually into the picture, and he got, like, what was it, a 60 or 90-day deferment.
All the time he was over there was no new records. Colonel even wanted him to try to record something over there, and he's on a tape record, anything. And no way, no way. And he was worried about his career was over. Fabian at the time had come on, you know, remember Fabian? In fact, Dick Clark had called over there to interview him and whatever. But he was really worried about his career. He thought, that's it, boys, it's over.
What happened really in the long term is that his 24 months in the Army really saved Elvis's career. I mean, it really made him that much stronger as far as, it was like a reprieve, and then when he came out, it was like, blew it back again, and that's what really, it turned out to be a very good thing the way he did the Army. That was the best thing he ever did. You know?
One thing he was going to do was he was going to prove all these people wrong that said before that he couldn't sing. So when he, that's what he wanted to do first, and that's what he done first was cut records.
But the first thing he had coming out was a movie. But he did cut that session. That was the first thing he wanted to do, was cut new songs. Then he went to the movies. But music was above everything.
You had Ricky Nelson and like I said, Fabian, and these guys coming along, you know. So Elvis has got to prove to himself now that I can stay in that entertainment field with these people. And sure, he had fears, you know, I mean, a lot of times. So he had to get back into it to make sure that he could hang with them.
And what happened was Elvis got really secure right there in about the middle of 1960 when he signed a 2-picture deal with Walter Mirisch for $500,000 and a percentage of each picture and $75,000 expense money for each picture. So right then he felt secure. If they were going to offer him $1 million there for that, then he started feeling better because things were starting to happen again, and he knew his career was still on high gear, maybe a little bit different direction, but it was in high gear.
I'm thinking in terms of, I'd like to do a little more of a serious role, you know, because my ambition is to progress as an actor, which takes a long time, a lot of experience.
But for the moment, Elvis must put aside dreams of serious roles.
Well, my first picture is called GI Blues, oddly enough, and the story takes place in Germany, but it's not about my actual experiences.
GI Blues becomes one of the top-grossing films of 1960, and its soundtrack album quickly hits #1 on the charts.
I'm so pleased you came to Germany. I'm going to write a thank you letter to your draft board.
Toward the end of Germany, they did all the second unit work, and he would ride in the tanks and stuff like that because his original MOS was a gunner, so he could drive a tank. And I would have to go back and forth out to the field in a little red Volkswagen, and I was going up this trail, and this whole tree moved, and it was a tank, and it came out with this big gun tube, and I screeched to a halt, and on the loudspeaker it said, "You're captured." And I said, "Okay, I'm captured. Now what do I do?" And it was Elvis. He raised the top of the thing. I guess he said, "It's me." I said, "It's really funny, you know. It's the funniest thing I've seen today."
GI Blues pairs Elvis with Juliet Prowse, then engaged to Frank Sinatra.
Juliet and Elvis were good friends. And one day, he went into Juliet's trailer, you know, to rehearse. And all of us are sitting outside, you know, pulling our thumbs. And I said, "Well, we're going to have a little fun here." And I went up and Elvis, what? Here comes Frank. What? Look. Well, we had a joke. That's what we would do now. And look, here comes Frank. Yeah. I said, "Oh, shit. I mean, I just did this. If I do it again, he's going to throw a bucket of water or kick me in the face or something." And this time, I just kind of eased over. You know, we could see him come through this big door. And tap, tap, tap. "Elvis, no shit, it's really Frank." He said, "Fuck you." "No, man, it's Frank. Get away from the door." Damn it. And Frank's getting closer, and I said, "Oh, boy." So I sit down. "How you doing, Frank?" Frank knocked on the door. I said, "What? What do you say, Elvis?" He said, "Oh, Frank." Oh, man. Thank God, you know, they were rehearsing.
One day at the Beverly Wilshire, Elvis came out of the bedroom. They were back there rehearsing. And he said, "Lamar," he said, "take Juliet's car and get it filled with gas," because she said she's low on gas. And Juliet's car was a Dodge Dual 90 Ghia, an Italian car that Frank and Dean Martin, all of them had the same kind. And I was parked, and the guy was filling up with gas, and here comes this limousine. Out gets Frank, out of the back car with 2 other guys. And he walks up to the car, and he said, "Lamar, can I ask you a question?" I said, "Well, sure." He said, "What are you doing in my car?" I said, "Putting gas in it." I didn't know what else to say. I didn't know. I mean, that was what I was doing. And he said, where is Juliet? And I said, he said, they're back at the hotel rehearsing. And I said, yeah. You know, he came back to the hotel. I got on the phone in the lobby. I said, he's coming up. He said, don't start that crap again. I said, I am telling you, the man is getting on the elevator and he's coming up. And Elvis went out and met him, and they met him in the hall. You know, I mean, it was, I said, this is not a joke. The man's right behind me.
You talking about sweating bullets.
Boy.
When we were making GI Blues, Elvis decided he'd been to Vegas, and he decided he wanted to go over there and take us guys. It was all our first time, so we have 2 cars out there. It's a Lincoln limousine type thing, and then the Cadillac white one that they later on made the gold Cadillac that RCA put out on tour and everything. But that was the 2 cars, and we loaded up in them, and Lamar was driving the big white Cadillac, and Elvis was in the Lincoln. And we went on down there, and we got to Barstow, which is like the halfway point. And we got out of the car, and Elvis said, Gene, bring my kit, and come on. So that kit had Elvis's medicine, it had his jewelry, he kept everything in there.
Makeup kit.
Yeah, makeup kit, everything. Gene walked up to him, because we can't find it. And Elvis said, what do you mean you can't find it? I think we left it at the hotel. Boy, he ran and raved, said, get back in the damn cars. So everybody got back in, and boy, beeline. Now it's getting dark, see. We left there, it was light. Now it's around, maybe midnight, and we're headed back. So we get back to the hotel. We're all wiped out. We decided not to unpack, to just wait till the next morning, you know. So we just sat our stuff down, got in bed. 15, 20 minutes after we're in bed, the phone rings. Come on, we're going to Las Vegas. We looked at each other, we jumped back up, grabbed our stuff, and went back down. So we're going along, and Elvis is driving, and just about, I guess maybe 70 miles out of Las Vegas, he's driving at Lincoln, and all of a sudden the tire blows out on the left front. That hubcap takes off, boy, and it goes across the railing and down into where there's water and grass and everything down there, snakes. Elvis is fighting fighting this handle, this front end, because the tire blew out. It didn't just go flat, it blew a hole. And he's saying, whoa, you son of a bitch. And the horn emblem vibrated right off into his lap. He's trying to get it over to the side of the road. This one driving that Cadillac back here trying to do this here, because he didn't know what's going on. And we got out, and Elvis was very upset. He said, we can't go like that. We got to get that damn hubcap and put it back on. So we crawled down and had to take our pants, our shoes off, and crawl. Said it should have been right about here, and we found it. But then when we put the spare tire on, it was still blue. You know how the white walls are when you first get them? It's blue. It's never been out of there. And I said, a damn blue tire, man. He said, this is an ugly damn thing. We're going to trade this thing in. Let's get on into Vegas.
Well, you always had a thing about a car, you know.
Because he always used to talk about how he would sit on the curb in front of Lauderdale Courts and the housing projects where he lived, and he'd see all these nice new cars go by, and he said he used to say to himself, well, one day I'm going to have a car like that, and one day I'm going to have a car like that.
That's right.
Yeah, right.
That's right.
Billy and Marty and Elvis and myself, we went out in the Rolls Royce. We left, we came back, we were going back up through Bel Air on Stone Canyon Road, and all of a sudden Elvis said, man, what a beautiful night. This is the night you want a baby blue Cadillac convertible. And everyone said, yeah, this is that kind of way. He said, Sonny, let's go to that Cadillac place over there. Now this is in the evening, this is 7, 8 o'clock at night. On the floor there at Hillcrest was this beautiful black Cadillac convertible with all the wood trimming, just beautiful. And I said, Elvis, man, you sure blue? I said, because you always talk about, you know, black or white were your colors for cars, that you got kind of tired of colors. He said, yeah, but son, baby blue. I said, well, okay. So I had to say that because when I walk up there, Elvis said, what do you think about that? I said, that's beautiful. Elvis, that's what you're talking about. It was beautiful. I said, black, it was a 63. I said, that's what I'm talking about. He said, well, it's yours. I said, no, it's not either. And I turned around, I got back over and got back in the Rolls Royce. Elvis followed me over, got up in the front seat, said, what's wrong with you? I said, Elvis, you're always giving, man. We always seem to be taking. And he said, Sonny, you guys are giving when you don't even know you're giving. He said, I know I put you through a lot of pressures, different things that happen, and this is kind of a way. He said, I know that you used to stand on those corners, watch these cars go by, and say, someday I'm going to have one of those. I said, yeah. He said, well, now you got yours. Let's go get mine. Next day, Elvis is on a tear now, boy. 10 more Cadillac convertibles over the next couple of days.
Everybody asked him one time, said, why do you give out so many cars? He said, it was even easier than giving clothes because they always fit. You know?
Oh, yeah. Well, over the years, he would always blow up and fire whoever was being fired, but then later on he'd give them a car or something. That was his way of saying, I'm sorry.
He had rather you say you were sorry, you know, I mean, because most of the time he felt like he was in the right, you know.
Feeling in the right defines Elvis's portrayal of a half-breed Native American in Flaming Star.
You don't feel it like I do about Ma's death. I'm Indian. And I'll never forget the whites killed her because she was Indian, too.
In this action-driven Western, Elvis plays his few dramatic scenes with intensity and integrity. But the most dramatic incidents occur off-camera.
Elvis had to pick a horse out. We expect to be back about a half hour. Boy, in about 10 minutes, here comes Elvis galloping up on his horse, hollering, whoa, and that horse won't stop. Elvis' legs are flopping out, man. And he came up and they had an entrance to this corral, and that horse knew to turn in there. And as he came up there, he tried to turn, and it was pavement there. And his back legs just spread eagle out almost like this here. And Elvis is holding on this way, and then all of a sudden he's whipped back over this way, and the horse comes running through and comes underneath the lean-to there, and Elvis ducked down, or he would have hit his head on that lean where the stalls are, and the horse just stopped right there. Elvis jumped off of him, boy, and he said, you son of a bitch, haul off, hit that horse just like that, and about a minute later, here comes Jimmy, the wrangler. He said, Miss Presley, would you pick out another horse? He said, we'll try it. And he said, hell no, I want him. He's not going to try anything else. Now I know. So that's who he did. He wrote that horse.
After we wrapped on Flaming Star, I've got my arm in a sling, and I'm on this big horse, and I come galloping by, I'm going to gallop, try to come as close to them as I could, And Elvis was walking along there, but he had a rope. So I come and yeah! He turned around, right around my neck, right around, and I'm going at a fast clip with this horse, and he was so shocked that he got me, he just held on. Well, hell, man, my tongue shot out, the horse's tongue shot out, but I stopped that horse, but he could have done that 100 times. He'd never thrown a rope in his life.
In 1960, when we were still at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel, where we stayed the first few months before we moved out, got kicked out, really. I think we were making Flaming Star, or just getting ready to, and we got into some horseplay around, and Red and Joe and myself had Elvis down. Red's up at the top of him, Joe's hanging on to the middle of him, and I've got his legs, so we really got him down. And Red started, I didn't know what he was doing, but Red was rubbing Elvis's nose, man. And Elvis was going crazy. He wanted to get free. So Red all of a sudden let go and got up and took off. And I had his legs, and I got up and took off, and Joe was just stuck there. Elvis started, boy, he worked over Joe. He grabbed a guitar and broke it over Joe's elbow. I mean, he was pounding on Joe, and we didn't know this till we found out later. We were outside in the hallway, and Elvis came over there, and he saw us in the hallway, and he threw that guitar. And just as he threw it, a guy across the hall from us opened up his door to see what the racket was, and that guitar went right by his face, man. He'd step back and jump back like that. He slammed that door, and a few minutes later, the assistant manager called, said that, what's going on up there? And we said, well, nothing. There was some noise out in the hallway, but there's not any out there now. And it found out that it was us because he had seen Elvis, and so we were asked to leave. And we were
thrown out of some great hotels.
Oh, boy. That's when we found a house on Perugia Way, and we had to move there.
It was on the Bel Air golf course.
One day we spotted Dean Martin up there. We told Elvis about it and everything. Elvis came over there, and Dean was walking up. He was getting ready to hit his second shot. And Elvis had started singing that song. I'm not going to do it. I'll say the words. You do it.
But Dean Martin, he's lining up his shot and just getting ready to hit and return to me. Hey, would you hold it down? And get ready to hit again. Oh, so whatever, God damn, man. So when he came over and saw Elvis, he said, I'm sorry, man, I didn't know it was you. And then after he left, I was laughing. Then the more he thought about it, he said, that son of a bitch tell me to shut up.
He was still on it.
I never did like his damn singing anyway.
At one time, though, he said, go out and buy all the toy boats that you can find. And he said, get about a dozen BB guns and all the BBs. and while you're at it, pick up some flash bulbs. So we go to this toy store, and we bought every toy boat that you can imagine it would float. So we come back, and he gets everybody together, and we go to the pool. Well, we launch these boats in the pool, and flash bulbs, and like I say, some of them would move around. And everybody, all the guys was around the pool with these BB guns. I mean, they were loaded, boy. And we sat and shot until we sunk every one of them. And after that, he wanted to do it all over again, so some of us had to go down in there and recoup these, you know, with glass flying everywhere, you know. Had to get these boats back up. We taped them back up, and we started all over again.
We really enjoyed more off-the-set stuff than him just making the picture. Elvis liked the action, boy. Once they got to the fight stuff, he got into it.
We did fight scenes in every picture. Yeah, fight scenes in every picture, and nobody ever got.
That's when he loved.
Nobody ever hit Elvis. He never hit any of us. Only one accident, right in the middle of a fight, he hit me in the stomach, and I went down. He was going to lift my head up for the next punch, and his thumb went in my eye. And I did the rest of the fight scene. I knew the routine. Went through the routine, but I never saw him after that.
When he came back from overseas, all of the fan magazines and the movie magazines did all these stories on Elvis and karate.
And we started using it. We were the first one to use it in movies so much, that, you know, where it was really visible.
It was so new then, you know.
Come on, come on. No, that's karate. Come on.
That Army time was where he got into it. He always would go to a karate institute there in Paris, where these Koreans were and everything else, and that's where he'd go work out. I went there with him one day, the first day we were there, and boy, it's the baddest bunch of guys I've ever seen in my life. I mean, those guys would chew through a back of a trailer truck.
And then all of a sudden Elvis came back, and he's all trim. That's the best he ever looked when he got out of the Army. And he was really into this stuff. We put on demonstrations for Ann Margaret and her husband in Las Vegas years later. Anybody who came by, we put on a demonstration, and the two dummies here were the ones that...
And Elvis did not care if there were no pads or no. I did it on concrete over there at the Sahara Hotel. He was showing the dealers and the guys backstage, and there's this concrete ramp, and he's having me do it on that concrete, man. I'd get scraped and bruised.
Up at the house, we had this big marble table, you know. And basically, back then, karate was new to a lot of people. And so Elvis was, the subject got on karate, and Charlie Thompson says, oh, you get a good street fighter, and you get to throw in a good right or a roundhouse. He said, to take a karate guy out in a minute. Of course, Elvis says, okay, let's try it. And they get up, and he positions Thompson right in front of the marble table. So Thompson says, okay. Elvis says, all right, go ahead, throw a punch. Well, he throws a punch, Elvis knocks his hand away and gives him the heel of his hand, and he goes sailing across the marble table. But he gets up, he says, yeah, okay, but what if? And he says, what if what? He says, well, what if I come with a roundhouse? And Elvis says, well, go ahead. He comes with a roundhouse. Boom, across the table again. He did that 5 or 6 times. Every time he got up, he said, what if?
What if? That got to be the thing, but what if?
And finally, Elvis looked at him, he said, what if what now, Charlie? And Charlie sat down.
While making his next film, Wild in the Country, Elvis meets his leading lady, Hope Lang, in one of Hollywood's least romantic introductions ever.
Elvis had boils. He'd had him on Flaming Star, and then he had him again on Wild in the Country, and it was bad. They had to lance it right underneath there. And Hope Lang come up there to say hello before shooting. She had just arrived and everything, and she came to meet him and say hi. And he started telling her about the boil, and all of a sudden she jerked the covers. Where are they? Like this here, pulled the sheet up. He panicked. He had nothing on, man. So that opened it up right there. They were very tight and friendly after that.
But Elvis falls for co-star Tuesday Weld.
It needs a man to go to hell with, because that's what I want. Hours and hours of heaven that just slides on down to hell, and we don't care how or when it ends.
She was a wild thing. I mean, she had a lot of personality, and it had a little girl quality about her, something. Everything Elvis did, some girls might be offended too. She just broke up and laughed about it. He dated her, and she was a free and easy spirit.
After 2 lackluster dramas, Elvis returns with a surefire formula featuring plenty of new songs and lots of pretty girls. Blue Hawaii is an instant success.
Do you want to kiss me again?
I don't rob cradles.
Did you ever see anything like this in a cradle?
The film features a few scenes shot at a popular local restaurant. Elvis and friends gather here later for drinks and an unexpected performance.
We finished the filming. Now we're at the Cocoa Palms. Is that it?
Yeah.
Which is a nice little Hawaiian restaurant with a little patio thing out front, so they can watch the shows. Over on the other side, there's a canal there with a little bridge across.
Well, that's where they filmed the wedding thing.
Yeah.
Air theater.
We're watching this show. These Hawaiian, beautiful, they're on the bridge singing, "This is the moment." And all of a sudden we hear this commotion. Here comes Sonny storming down on the other side. He gets to the bridge, and Elvis, as he's walking, Elvis just sinking down. Oh, shit. And when everybody got off of the show and started watching Sonny.
Because they thought I was going to walk between them.
Yeah, well, he didn't walk between them. They're right in the middle of this beautiful love song, and Sonny gets in and starts singing with him. Yeah, I waited for.
And I can't sing.
And he can't sing what the shit.
Well, when I left, the bar was right across the sidewalk next to the open-air restaurant where they were. And I met 2 girls, and I was just sitting there drinking Mai Tais, and I didn't know how strong they were. So we left. I said I'd walk them back over there. So when I come back, the show has moved out to the bridge now, and I don't know they're in the show because people are always playing ukuleles and singing over there in Hawaii everywhere. So I just walk up and start singing with them, you know.
Norman Torog is just stomping his foot, and Elvis says, "Don't let that son of a bitch over here. You get his ass out of here."
I didn't know what I'd done. See, I wouldn't sing with anybody if I had been in my right mind.
Even so, Hawaii enchants the boy from Tupelo.
He loved Hawaii. We had some good times in Hawaii.
We did a lot of stuff in Hawaii. It was another world. I mean, the people, the personalities, everyone, their language, aloha.
Yeah, 50,000.
He did a charity for the USS Arizona, and an interesting thing that happened there was that a newspaper columnist wrote the next day about Elvis coming over there doing the show, all the money going to he says, "It's pretty bad when we have to have someone from the mainland come over here and try to help us get this Arizona memorial built." And boy, they popped to, and they got the funds, and they got it started. Elvis was very instrumental there.
Elvis's film persona increasingly resembles his personal life. He's action-loving, constantly on the move, and always surrounded by beautiful girls, girls, girls.
Matter of fact, one night, just for the heck of it, I don't know why, but I counted, and there was 7 guys in the house and 152 women.
We had grazing rights, though.
That was the party house. The girls that came up there, and the stories about Scatter.
Scatter, Elvis had a chip what he's talking about, yeah.
And this monkey was an alcoholic. At these parties, everybody, if you set your drink down, it wasn't going to be there if the monkey was in the room. He'd come over and drink it, look up the girls' dresses.
Now, we didn't train him to do this, but Scatter would lay on his back on a couch, lay halfway on and halfway off, and if a girl walked by, he'd take his little finger and crook his finger and pull her skirt up and look up under her skirt.
Those girls up there, the ones that were really, were afraid of him, he knew it. And they would go into that bathroom before they could get to it. He'd be there waiting on them to go inside with them. So they had to try to work out a thing where they could go real fast, and he would still beat them. They'd shut the door thinking he was outside, and he was inside. He got in before them, and you'd hear him open that door screaming, come running back out. It was just a lot of crazy things like that. He tore up the telephone wire, took the phone guy 3 days to get the phones working in the house.
But the craziest thing is that what Elvis would do, he'd wait till the room filled up. So we used to keep Scatter underneath the steps, and he'd look around and be sure everybody's having fun and all the girls are having fun, and he'd look at 1 or 2 of us and say, "All right, boys, let them out." And we'd open up that door, and that chimpanzee would come out going, "Hoo, hoo, hoo," and scare the heck out of everybody. Just run all over the place, scared the heck out of the girls. They'd start screaming, because they didn't know what was happening all of a sudden.
We were finishing up Kid Galahad over at Goldwyn Studios, and we would bring Scatter over to Goldwyn Studio with us, and Scatter would go up, we could get inside the sound stage and go straight up it. And he'd be up in the rafters somewhere, you could hear him moving around, and you'd hear these noises, and they'd have to stop shooting because, I mean, they couldn't find him. It was black up there, and they had to go up on those catwalks and hunt him. So Walter Mirisch came over one day and said, look, is there any way that y'all can just quit bringing this chimp over here because he's causing so many problems? So Alan and I got Scatter by each arm, and Scatter would walk with us, and we were going out, and he got loose and hit a drain pipe, grabbed hold of a drain pipe, went up to the second floor window, and jumped in the middle of Sam Goldwyn's desk. Sam Goldwyn sitting there, and this chimp just, boom, landed right in the middle of his desk. And you can imagine, I mean, this guy's pretty old, you know, and here's a chimp. And he, right after that, they banned Scatter and us too, I think, from the lot.
While off-screen antics make the movies pale in comparison, Fun Times set the tone for Elvis's 13th picture, Fun in Acapulco. For a splash of drama, Elvis plays a cliff diver who loses his nerve and fights to regain it.
There's a scene where when Elvis dives off the cliff and all these beach boys lift him up over their heads and carry him up some steps, you know, celebration. Well, we're all watching the scene, and we're watching Elvis. He's doing this. We got through the scene. He came up and said, there's some guy in there grabbing him up. Right. So we went to Mickey Moore, and Mickey, the assistant director, knew, you know, all these extras. They'd worked with him before. He went over to one of the guys, tapped him on the shoulder. Said, I don't think we need you in this scene. You know, we want you over here. There was a strange person who was having a ball with Elvis.
And we're sitting at different tables in the scene. You know, so Elvis said, watch, see, man, who it is doing it. You couldn't. They were all underneath him doing it. Boy.
The light-hearted picture marks another success for the Presley formula. Fun in Acapulco hits number 5 at the box office, and the soundtrack album goes to the top 5 on the pop charts. But within days of its opening in November 1963, the nation's attention focuses on Dallas, Texas.
Most times, you know, we would stay up all night. We had just gone to bed. My room there was a little short hallway that led from my room to his and then into the big den. And I went in my room and automatically turned my TV on while I was getting ready to go to bed. And they announced about Kennedy getting shot. And, you know, Elvis was pro-USA, and he liked Kennedy and what have you. So I went and knocked on his door. I said, Elvis, you need to get up. And he said, get the hell away from my door. And I said, no. I said, President Kennedy was just assassinated, just shot and assassinated. He said, what? He said, tell him I want some coffee out in the den. So we all gathered in the den, and it was a funny thing. You know, we had that big marble table out there and a big TV, and we were all sitting there watching it. And then they finally got to the point and showed Lee Harvey Oswald, you know, later that day. And there was a coffee cup there, because we watched it all day long. And he took that coffee cup and he slammed it down on the marble table, just like that, and said, he looked around at us and he said, look at that beady-eyed son of a bitch. He said, let me tell you something. And this was weird. He said, if anybody ever does that to me, if anybody kills me, I want you guys to get to him first before the police do, tear his eyeballs out, his tongue, his lips, everything. But he really ranted and raved about that. Aunt Margaret came over and the both of them watched for, you know, almost all night long. When Jack Ruby shot Lee Harvey Oswald, and he was cheering Jack Ruby.
He collected everything on it. He actually got the
Oh, he obsessed about it.
The video before it was,
Yeah.
edited, and all kinds of notes.
Swirled him out, man.
Yeah, he liked.
Well, he was a public figure, and he felt the whole situation. He said,
He also liked the conspiracy stuff.
Yeah, he thought.
Well,
He thought
CIA,
the Kennedy thing was
See,
conspiracy.
Elvis had a lot of
from the very
political
start.
views, but he never, in public, he would never come out with it. Only
Colonel
to,
Parker
to the guys.
told him that. He told me Colonel Parker told him that. He said because no matter what side you take, you're going to offend somebody.
Exactly.
Holding to the Colonel's philosophy, the next film again follows the formula. The chemistry between Anne Margaret and Elvis is palpable, invigorating Viva Las Vegas, and spilling over into an off-camera romance.
They were, in some instances, that sensual look and all that, they were a lot alike, but they took to each other. She had the greatest laugh in the world. Yeah. She used to, it was just happy times when she was there with all of us.
These guys us guys didn't sleep at night thinking about the next day we were going to see Anne Margaret on the set.
Boy, tell me.
See, the reason we loved her so much is she accepted us in a way that others didn't. There was no jealousy there. She had her time with Elvis. She had her time with Elvis and all of us. And she just accepted us being around, and you could tell she enjoyed. Because we sit around and talk about things just because we all cared about her so much. But she was just really a sweetheart, a real sweetheart.
He really wanted to be a good actor in good movies.
He had some good movies when he came out. Then they went in the toilet.
Each new film takes Elvis further from his dream of being a serious actor.
Elvis felt it was like a travelogue starring him. Go to these countries, Acapulco, or he would just go there.
Fun in Cleveland.
Sing a song, hit a guy. Sing a song, hit a guy. That's what
Colonel did what they call a cookie cutter deal.
He said, put the check there, put the script here, and
Colonel said, just use this formula, and they would sign like 3 and 4 or 5 pictures ahead, because one of the main things, Elvis went through a tremendous amount of cash, and they would get all this money up in front because the Colonel called it now money.
They made a big thing when Elizabeth Taylor got $1 million to do Cleopatra. Before that, and this is what the Colonel didn't like things getting out, and it didn't get out. Elvis had just signed a year or two earlier with MGM for $1 million a picture for 4 pictures. It was a $4 million deal for 4 pictures, and they made a big publicity thing that she got $1 million for Cleopatra. Colonel says, we don't want those figures out. No one needs to know what Elvis is making.
Elvis can command such sums because his movies, no matter how bad, invariably turn a profit. This enables producer Hal Wallace to finance other, classier, non-Elvis films.
Well, Wallace would use this to do that.
That he used the money off of one Elvis picture to finance Beckett.
Exactly what he
$8
did.
million he made.
Beckett was financed by an Elvis picture. Exactly right.
Blue Hawaii.
Yeah.
$8 million.
Yeah, he made a killing off Blue Hawaii.
Blue Hawaii, it cost $1 million to make it, and it made over $8 million. And Beckett ran like $5 or $6 million to make. But back then, for a picture to make $8 million, which is 8 times what it cost, today would be $240 to $250 million because they're spending $25 million on pictures today. So it sounds very small, but in 1960, 61, 62, an $8 million gross picture that you make profit on, there just wasn't that many of them.
That made Elvis mad. He said he puts me in all of this crap and I make all of his money so he can go make pictures like Beckett for Peter O'Toole and Richard Burton. He said, why don't you spend some of that money to make a good movie with me?
On the good movies like King Creole and The Wild and Country, the 2 or 3 that were worth mentioning, we didn't fool around. He took those serious, But then, when all these started coming on, that's when we got wilder and wilder and wilder, and he didn't give a damn.
Got worried, didn't even read the script, right? No. Didn't even read it when he got it.
And then we got into these water balloon fights. You fill up water and throw them and splatter. So I was in a catwalk way up above on the sound stage with these water balloons, and was it Bill Reynolds making his hair? And he's got his hair all perfect, and had been in there 45 minutes getting ready for the shot, and come walking out and took about 2 steps, and I dropped it. And I never thought I'd hit him, but it just was perfect. He walked right on that balloon and hit, and the hair went, down. He just looked up, and just like did a about face, went back in the dressing room, and they go again, And I said, oh, shit.
At one time, though, dropping water balloons, and finally Elvis had, he'd about had enough, so he got the hose that was used on the set. And boy, when he turned that on, it was some pressure. And he was, I don't know if Red was up there or not, but he was hitting everybody that was up there. And I mean, he was knocking your feet right out from under you.
And firecrackers. I was sitting dozing in one of those director's chairs when I was,
Big baby giant.
sleep. He lit one of these cherry bombs, man, and flipped it, and it hit right on my ass. And if you ever been hit with a cherry bomb, it blew a hole in my pants, blew a hole in the seat, and left a bruise that big on my rear end.
Glad it wasn't up in the front of you.
You had to do a whole lot of stuff to break the boredom and to make it a little bit more enjoyable for him.
The efforts to keep Elvis amused have the opposite effect on director John Rich.
John Rich, he didn't like the playing around that we did on every set.
Something real funny was done between scenes while they're setting up, and then it kept on after they got the set up. We just couldn't turn it off. It was that funny. Every time Elvis would look out at us, he'd start busting up, breaking up, and they were ready to do the scene.
And Rich, he wanted to bring everything on the budget and right on schedule. He didn't need all this stuff. He thought it was stupid. And he said, one more outburst, and you guys are off of here. And Elvis said, whoop, wait a minute. Let's get one damn thing straight. Said, first place, these scripts aren't worth the shit. And I got to have, I'm going to have fun no matter what. And I have fun with these guys that are here for a purpose. And if they go, then you can kiss my ass goodbye. And what do you want to do about that? And Rich just, he couldn't believe it.
But Elvis's rebellion on the set seems tame compared to the political and cultural ferment taking place among America's youth. Psychedelia permeates the atmosphere and reaches Elvis in a most surprising way.
Charlie baked some brownies, and in them there was some marijuana. And I didn't know, because we'd never had any before that was in any brownies that we'd eaten before. So I ate 3 or 4 of those brownies and took out there, and Elvis ate a couple of them. And we're watching TV out in the living room, and all of a sudden, Charlie comes running in there. Who ate all the brownies? And Elvis said, we didn't eat all of them, damn it, Charlie. We had some. What's wrong with you? No, you don't understand, Elvis. And then he said that they had pot in them. And Elvis said, they had what? He said, pot. What's that going to do? I thought you had to smoke that stuff. And Charlie said, no, you can eat that stuff too. We didn't smoke it or use it because, you had no control.
Up until that point, we didn't.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, Elvis got a taste of it. And
so we tried again.
He couldn't smoke, and because Elvis couldn't inhale. And it'd take 12 bales to get him high because he could not, and so finally he found I could eat it, and it was everything changed then,
Another time, we're in there, we smoking, and I got paranoid. And I'm listening to Sonny and Elvis talking, and they're just talking regular conversation, about whatever, and I said, some of the bitches are plotting. Oh boy, all right, okay, here we go. Every word they said was directed toward me, I thought. And that's when I said, this stuff is no good.
You know what I think?
But I had sense enough to say, okay, before they jump me, I'm going to go to bed. So I went to bed, and the next morning I woke up and I realized,
You know what, Red, I really think, you got to remember, too, at this time, I think some of that stuff was being laced with LSD stuff, hallucinatory stuff. And I think that might have been in there, Red, because we had never felt paranoid. We felt silly and crazy.
Clambake?
Yeah. Silly and crazy well describes Clambake, which almost looks like a nostalgic tribute to another, more innocent era. Elvis has fun making this one, thanks in part to the understanding of his new director, the tolerant Arthur Nadell.
Arthur Nadell, the director, was one of the nicest people you'll ever want to meet.
And we had more fun on that movie because we were into the tricks. I mean, we throwing water balloons, anything like firecrackers, anything. So the cast got caught up in it. Bill Bixby and Elvis were doing a scene with this very buxom young lady at the bar who had one of these like stretch tank tops. So Elvis was supposed to come over and do a scene with him. And Bill Bixby, when Elvis got his first couple lines out, he just went away from the script and said, "Yeah, but what do you think about these?" and just pulling, and she just sat there in this huge bassoon. And Arthur Nadell was over just dying laughing. Elvis was, you know, like, he never had anything like that happen, and his mouth just dropped. He couldn't think of what to say.
All the hijinks and horseplay in the world can't save the films Elvis makes toward the end of the 1960s. They continue, however, to generate a modest profit, and Elvis gets to experiment with different kinds of roles. But the unrelenting string of mediocre movies leaves him sick of the whole business, and he loses his desire to become a serious actor. After starring in 31 feature films in 13 years, Elvis finally quits in disgust and frustration.
When he really started complaining about the movies to us, he didn't complain to anybody else. You know, I mean, it's my opinion. He used to think about stuff so darn much, you know. Billy could tell you, too, that, you know, things used to bother him so much and it started eating away at him. And the pressure and the stress. He said, after I fulfill my movie contracts that I have now, I don't want to do no more movies.
They were done. That was it. They were done.
Hal Wallace made a telltale statement after Elvis died in an interview that I saw, and it kind of made me angry a little, because I knew that in a way, although music was first with him, he really wanted to be a good actor in good movies. And he said, we didn't, and this is the exact word, we didn't buy Elvis Presley to be another James Dean. We bought him to sing his songs.
Elvis would star in 2 more feature films, both of them documentaries on his return to the concert stage and his first love, live performance. In Elvis, That's the Way It Is, and Elvis on Tour, he would triumph in the role he was born to play, the king of rock and roll. Hollywood in the 1960s softened the public image of Elvis Presley. The rock and roll rebel was now Elvis the movie star, performing only for the camera. From European royalty to celebrities, everyone wanted an audience with the most popular man in America. Elvis was the undisputed king. Then the unthinkable happened. Overnight, Elvis was dethroned by 4 rockers from Liverpool. Hardcore fans stayed loyal, but a younger audience turned their backs to Elvis and turned on to the Beatles. Even though the Beatles gave Elvis credit for their rock and roll roots, he was still jealous. The fans were screaming for the Beatles, not for him.
Well, in 1964, when they first came over, they wanted to meet Elvis because, and they had made a statement that he was the only one they wanted to meet in the United States because he was their idol. But at that time, quite frankly, Elvis didn't want to meet him. But it was fortunate enough that, because they wanted to see him in Memphis, and we were in California at the time. So instead, the Colonel sent him a gift. Why he sent him a holster and guns is beyond me, and cowboy hats, but that was his idea of a gift. The following year, in '65, they came back over and was going to play the Hollywood Bowl. So he told Colonel, work it out with Brian Epstein. We were living in Perugia Way at the time. Somehow the news got out to the fans and everything, and Perugia Way was like a circle. It was a cul-de-sac. The whole street was just full of people. The Beatles pulled up. We had 2 big wooden gates on the property, and we had to keep them closed until we found out that they were outside in the car. We opened up the gates, and they came driving in. So we go in and sit down. Elvis is sitting in his customary seat on the couch, and there was some of us sitting around him. I was sitting in a chair over here, and the Beatles, we pulled up chairs and stuff, and we had chairs for the wives, and the Beatles were like this with Elvis. Just, nobody said nothing. They were just staring at him. And he looked over at all of us, and finally he looked at him, he said, hey, look, if you're going to sit here and stare at me all night, I'm going to bed. He said, and this would surprise me because he never used this expression before. He said, this is not like the subjects coming to see the king. You know, and that's really the first time I ever heard him refer to himself as that, because he didn't like when people said that. He said, I thought we'd just sit and talk and jam a while. Well, when he said jam a while, they went nuts, you know. And there's a big piano on the other side of the TV against the wall, and he had some guitars out there, and I think Ringo was beating on something other than a drum, if I remember.
No, I offered him some, we had some bongo drums, and I said, you gonna play these? He said, I don't play those. Really? Sonny and Ringo and I wound up shooting pool while all the conversation was going on here.
Yeah, really? He said, let's shoot pool. So we went out there and played some pool.
I know that, pool. Yeah, and then eventually the colonel, he sent Esposito in to say the casino was open because we had this cocktail table that it unfolds into a roulette wheel. And so the colonel and Esposito and Allen were going to be the bankers. And they cleaned Brian Epstein's clock that night. From what I heard, they took everything he had in his pocket, which was about $2,000. You know, they took the money. John and Elvis start kidding each other because they were singing each other's songs, going back and forth, you know. Elvis and Paul took turns playing the piano. And George and John had guitars, and they were playing. That probably would have been the biggest selling record of all times. Mm-hmm. And so when they were about to leave, you know, everybody was saying goodbye, and John said to Elvis, hey, look, you know, we're living up this house on Mulholland Drive. Why don't you come visit us tomorrow night? Elvis says, well, I have a previous commitment. So he looks at us and he says, well, some of you guys come out. When they left, Elvis says, go visit them, forget it. You know, I ain't gonna go visit them. He said, you know, one time is enough. It's exactly what he said. And then the next day, Billy, myself, Jerry Schilling, and Richard Davis went up to the house where they were staying in the afternoon before Elvis got up. And they were beside themselves. John said to me, he said, you know, I can't tell you what last night meant to me and the other guys. He said, he's the only person that we wanted to meet and that I personally want to meet. He said, you know, we get these calls from people like Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin who want to come over here and meet us, and we know they don't like us. They want to come over here because they know we got all the girls. And I just looked at him, and see, Elvis had made that statement in Vegas one time about when we used to go over there to, you know, just have a good time, and we'd be sitting in a lounge, and a waiter would come over and with a bottle of champagne and say compliments of Mr. Sinatra. He would like to invite you over to his table and join him. And Elvis would say, well, tell him thank you, you know, but we're about to leave. And then when the waiter would get out of the earshot, he'd say, he said, I know why they want me over there. He said, they want the women that I attract.
I don't think those guys had much trouble getting women.
And they were getting ready to leave to do the show at the Hollywood Bowl. And Paul said, well, why don't you guys come with us? And we said, no. No.
Don't want to do that.
It upset Elvis.
We're going to go back to the house.
We put somebody else first. I remember one night when Jerry Lee...
He got very jealous of us.
When Jerry Lee came up one night, they got to playing the piano. Well, you know, we were quite used to hearing Elvis play because, I mean, he did it an awful lot. And Jerry Lee got to play, and of course, we're all clapping and egging him on. So
that was his territory.
That lasted just for a little while, and Elvis finally went upstairs. Never said a word. Next morning, he come down, and he said, got us all in the dining room there, and he said, did y'all like Jerry Lee? All of us, yeah, man. He said, if you like him that much, maybe you'd like to go to work for him. I mean, it upset him. He wanted to be number one, always.
To us guys, he always wanted us to know that he was there.
One night, we had gone up there, and I was in the side room of that house where the piano was, and Paul was sitting there playing. And we were sitting there talking, and Paul looked up to me, he said, you think Elvis would ever record one of my songs? Later on, he did. He recorded something, and Yesterday, Hey Jude.
Remember he talked about their music. the loudness of the music itself and them not so much out front. That's when he got on that kick about, you know, I want my voice held down and the music coming out.
Right.
You know,
Red knows more about that.
Yeah, and he also, Sonny and Cher, he liked their sound, and I happened to know that they recorded at Gold Star there in Hollywood. I said, boy, I wonder what they use. I said, well, I can find out. I went down to Gold Star to check around right then. I mean, when I was straight there to ask the engineers, and damn if they weren't there recording. And I talked to him about it, and he told me exactly what all they used, and that's when he was getting into, I want my voice not way up here and hear a little fiddle in the background, you know.
We got a telegram from the Beatles when Elvis opened in Vegas in '69. He got a telegram from them, you know, saying break a leg, you know. So there was the thing back and forth between them.
Now that the Beatles eclipsed Elvis's stardom, he had a long, difficult journey winning back his fans and fame. During the Hollywood years, he was trapped by Colonel Tom Parker's greed. He signed a lucrative movie contract, a multi-picture deal resulting in films which were box office bonanzas, but artistic disasters. As early as 1964, Elvis was on the brink of a physical and emotional meltdown.
That was about the time when he started getting under some pressure, and also compounded by the fact that so when he really started complaining about the movies to us, he didn't complain to anybody else. And he would get these nosebleeds because, I mean, Tickle Me was a terrible, terrible movie. Remember that? The only saving grace of Tickle Me is he got to look at a lot of nice-looking girls. And a number of times we'd go in the dressing room and he'd be, at first he started with cotton up his nose, you know, to stop the bleeding, but the bleeding got so bad, we had to get towels, literally towels, and just hold it over his nose.
Later on, too, even during in Vegas, he would get nosebleeds. He would get, all of a sudden, boy.
I remember him in Vegas, but I forgot about that one on Tickle Me.
You know, things used to bother him so much that it started eating away at him. And the pressure and the stress.
Just a brood.
And stuff, and you know, sometimes he was slick enough to hide it from all of us and keep it to himself. And sometimes you could tell that there was something bothering.
He bought this Dodge motorhome because we were going across country 3 times a year. He was making 3 movies a year. And at this point in time, we were all getting prescriptions to take, you know, diet pills or whatever to stay awake, keep from going to sleep while we're driving. But during this time is when Elvis started coming up with these psychic powers, you know, whatever, standing out and say, what are you doing, Elvis? Watch the clouds. All right? I'm going to part them. Okay? Yeah, they part. You know, he said, what do you see? And I looked up, and sure enough, you know, I saw these two things. I saw on the right side of the highway, there was a perfect silhouette of Elvis facing that way. You know, I mean, perfect. And on the other side was Joseph Stalin. And he said, what do you see? I said, damn, that looks just like you, and that looks just like Joseph Stalin. Yeah. Let's go. And we got back on the motorhome and took off, and all the rest of the guys said, what the hell did you see? You know, what's going on?
He got into astral projection. You remember he got into that? He was real heavy into astral projection where you could project your
Far East, remember?
Yeah, right, exactly. You could project your whole body somewhere else, you know, and you could stay there. And I was talking to him, and he just quit talking. I said, you all right? Never moved. And I said, what are you doing? No flinch, no nothing, you know. And I grabbed him, where are we? And he said, I just came back. And I said, where'd you go?
And I quit.
I said, where'd you go? He said, I was across the street. I said, I was just sitting right in the chair for crying out loud. What do you mean you're across the street? I was in an astral projection, and I just came back. And I got up and went to the kitchen, poured me a beer, and just walked out in the front yard and sat down, man. It rattled me so bad, man.
If anybody had any pain, anything that was ailing you, he would call you in, and You lay down. I had a bad back. I slipped the disc, starting the motorcycle that he gave me. And you lay down, and he'd put his hands there, and you could actually feel the heat coming from his hands, you know. And I don't know, sometimes some people felt better, and if you didn't feel better, you said you felt better anyway, because he was
Well, maybe he'd
really
stop. You wanted to do it so he'd stop. You know, he'd drive you crazy.
He was sincere about it. That's the whole thing. He was very sincere.
God forbid you said you had a headache. You know, I said, I get a headache. Here, hold on. He put this with the temples, and you go, you're high. You know, in fact, you'd say, oh, it's gone, man. It's all right. You know, because man, it'd just drive you crazy. You know, we just tell them, physician, heal thyself. Remember?
This was some strange times, really strange times.
For the next 3 years, Elvis would star in 7 movies that would all look and sound alike. Out of sheer frustration with his career, he would binge on food and drugs and rush to lose weight before his next predictable role. In 1966, Elvis finally proposes marriage to his live-in love, Priscilla Beaulieu, and spends his time away from Hollywood at his home in Memphis, surrounded by the things that would make him feel in control of his life again.
Well, that's a whole new era began there. He bought the 2 horses for Priscilla and for Nancy Davis, who was Richard Davis' wife, so they could ride together. And he saw how much fun they were having, so he had to buy another horse for himself. So he said, wait a minute, everybody's got to have horses. So he bought horses for everybody. So this turned into the ranch, the Graceland. We were riding these horses. And Billy and his family had lived in a house on the back of the property there, nice little house there. But you just moved out, you just moved somewhere else. So that was taking up riding space. He said, that house got to come down. I need that space for riding. So he ordered a bulldozer sent out, a little small, I don't know how many horsepower it was. So he got on there and he started trying to push this house down. It wasn't doing the job. He said, that's not going to do it. So he ordered a bigger one. He got a big, huge bulldozer sent out. He said, all right, this ought to do it. He ran right into the house. All these boards bent back, and once they were released, they started, going by his head and hitting the bulldozer. So he stopped, went to the house, got a football helmet. So we'll try this again.
Uncle Vernon, who's really, really tight, runs inside the house, and he was hollering, wait a minute, son, I've got all this stuff in here we're saving. Elvis looked down at him. He said, Daddy, you got just about 5 minutes to get it out. And the whole time, he's moving towards your house with a bulldozer. And right on through it, we went. He was grabbing all he could, man, and running out, throwing it in the yard.
So in the meantime, I'm in this little bulldozer. When he knocks something down, I'd kind of scrape it up in a little pile, and move it over. Hear this sound behind me, and look, and here's this big-ass bulldozer. Elvis bearing down on me. He was going to push me right in there. So I made a sharp left and got the hell out of the way, and he pushed it in there. And just set the thing on fire. Okay, the house is burned down. It's all covered up. You can't tell one is there. We all got horses. Riding around Graceland. Then he got the idea about, I own a ranch. So he went out and started looking for property and found what he called, named the Circle G down in Mississippi. And a beautiful ranch down there. It had Santa Gertrudis cattle. He's away from Graceland now. He wants to live down there. He said, well, this is a ranch. We got to have trucks. Yeah, rancheros. So he bought everybody trucks. Everybody had pickups, rancheros.
He tried to give them away to everybody he saw.
No, he didn't try to. He did.
Yeah. He gave one. He wanted to give one to the guy who sold the trucks to him.
The surveyor came out to survey. He said, you need a truck.
Carpenters were building a fence out in front of the house. He wanted to give them. He said to Alan, see that guy over there, give him a truck. Alan says, Elvis, you already gave him a truck. And one night, about 2 o'clock in the morning, it was a mixture of rain and snow. The ground was just muddy. And Elvis was out there in a little tractor, just going around and around, just stirring up. All it was mud. It was a little bitty office next to the stables. And Vernon, his father, comes out with an adding machine tape on it. And he said, Marty, what are we going to do? I said, what do you mean? He said, he bought $98,000 worth of trucks. Now, this is in 1966. $98,000 was a lot of money. And I looked at him, and the only thing I could say, I said, what do you want me to do? He's your son. You go talk to him.
But at this time, also, we were all taking these prescriptions a little bit, you know, stay up. And Elvis was getting into it a little bit, and you'd see him riding across. He had this big old cowboy hat, this big old sheepskin coat. He'd come riding across there, and he's starting to gain a little weight. With chaps on and a loaf of bread. Riding across.
He always played the part, you know. Elvis, he always played the part, really.
He was so out of it, he'd almost fall off the damn. You see him, his feet flying everywhere, riding that horse.
And when we were on the ranch, it was that day when he was walking around again with that big coat and the hat and the chaps on, and he got a bag of hot dog buns in his hand, plastic hot dog buns, and it was a Sunday. And he says to me and Richard Davis, he said, let's go up to the drugstores. Back then, the drugstores, most of the stores, were closed because of the Memphis Blue laws. I said, Elvis, the store is closed today. He said, no, I know it's open. I need to go get some stuff. Because that's the place where we used to, in the early days, fill a lot of the prescriptions. So we ride up there in a Ranchero. Sure enough, it's closed. And boy, he's mad because he wants some more. There's a drugstore across the street on Elvis Presley Boulevard. That store's got a transom on the top. And I looked at Richard looked at me, and I said, Elvis, if you're thinking what I'm thinking, I ain't going to the transom. And Richard said, and I ain't going through the transom, because that's some bad stuff. So we get just to the corner, and he sees this phone booth. He said, you know what? If that guy works at the drugstore, I forgot the man's name, the pharmacist, if he works, he must live out here in Whitehaven, close to work. He said, go over that phone booth and look in the telephone book and see if you see his listing where he lives. I said, Elvis, you going to go to the man's house? He said, well, hell yeah, why not? We get out, pull up in the man's driveway. Elvis knocks on his door. The man opens the door, and his eyes got about that big, you know. Here's Elvis Presley saying, Mr. Presley, what can I help you? He says, yeah, I got a problem. He said, do you mind if we come in for a minute? He said, no, sure. You know, he'd be more than happy for him to come in his house. We go sit at a little bitty kitchen table, and Elvis gives him this story about his doctor being out of town. And he had run out of his medicine. And I usually take, you know, stuff to go to sleep and stuff to wake up and blah, blah. He said, and I figured since you were a pharmacist, you probably have some things here at home. And he said, you know, I really can't help you. He said, you don't have a prescription. Oh, don't worry, I'll get one tomorrow to cover it. So he says, well, I can give you one or two things. He gets up to go to the bathroom. Elvis follows him into the bathroom. And so me and Richard get up, and we go right behind him. Well, the man opens up. He had one of those pull-open doors, you know, and it was just full of bottles. And he puts his hand up, and Elvis edges him out of the way. And he says, oh, yeah, I could use some of these and some of these. You got a paper bag? And he gets a paper bag. The man brings him a paper bag. The biggest mistake, Elvis would take 4 or 5 pills out of each bottle and throw them in the paper bag, mixing them up. He don't know what he's doing. We walked out there with a small sack full of pills and walked out. He said he couldn't wait to get out of there. He said, thank you.
Time to experiment.
He was gone.
Elvis's 25th movie was scheduled to begin shooting in early 1967. The pressure of returning to Hollywood, combined with his upcoming wedding, would cause Elvis to manufacture a way out.
He was so tied up in the ranch and the trucks and the trailers and the horses. He was having such a good time for the first time. He didn't want to do that movie. And he was, you know, and plus we're into the pills and the things like that, and he was taking quite a bit. And like I said, he was riding across the range with a loaf of bread, and he'd still riding it. He'd eat a piece of bread and keep going. And he gained a lot of weight.
At this time, he slipped and all and hit his head. I stayed in the room with him for about 2 weeks. Give him a chance, he was losing weight. And I don't know that was the exact time, but the thing of it was, Elvis very seldom ever talked about his business at all. I mean, that was something between, you know, him and Colonel. He never related his business things to us, except what he wanted us to know. But he was ranting and raving about the Colonel. He's got these things going on. He said, I don't want to do it, damn it. And he said, you know, he's putting all this pressure on me. And when I'd asked him why, he'd back off. You know, I said, well, what's he putting on you? You know, and he'd just say, you know, these same old movies and stuff like that. But he would never go into any real heavy detail.
One of the other reasons that he fell is because of the wedding. He was supposed to have gotten married before May. It was originally supposed to be in December. And then they said April. And he was trying to wiggle. And and his way of wiggling is to put it off and put it off and put it off.
Elvis marries Priscilla in May of 1967. Bending to pressure from her parents and the Colonel, whose main concern was keeping Elvis's wholesome image intact. Outwardly, Elvis would appear happy with his new role, but the marriage would cause an immediate strain on his relationship with his close friends. The king added a queen to his court.
Priscilla now is starting to take on the same role Elvis is. He molded this girl this way.
That's right.
I mean, you know, she sees this, how Elvis handles this group.
You're right.
And she done pretty much the same thing with the people that she could. I mean, you know, she'd take one of the wives and order a Coke and say, hey, you know, get me a Coke. I mean, you know, this type thing. Of course, a lot of them would tell her just simply, you know, get it your damn self. Your feet ain't, you know, they're not broke.
She started, like Billy said, thinking that she was going to take over. So. And Elvis had asked me to go with her to buy furniture and stuff for the house. If I had a chance to sleep later than 4:30 in the morning to go to the studio back then, you know, I'd sleep. The stores didn't open till 10, so I'd sleep till about 9 o'clock. Well, she used to bang on the door, my bedroom door, you know, to get me out. And I said, go away. You know, I didn't care who she thought she was. I said, go away. I don't want, you know, we got time, we got time. She said, you get out of here right now, like that. And I said, go away. You know, most of us, I mean, we were respectful to her to a point because of Elvis. She was not Elvis.
You know, giving the devil his due and the whole thing, but I mean, that had to be a difficult set of circumstances, living around a bunch of guys when you're married to one guy. I mean, what she wanted was the place clear. And I mean, trust me, I'm not giving her any credit for anything. I'm just saying that wasn't easy, but she knew it going in.
Oh, she worked on that.
And she knew it going in, and it's like, you know, if you know something going in, then you shouldn't complain about it later on. And she knew about it going in because it started over in Germany. We were always around her and the whole thing. Back then it was okay because she was gaining ground, you know.
On the other hand, she knew what she was getting into.
9 months to the day after the wedding, Lisa Marie Presley was born. With her birth, Elvis had a renewed zest for life.
I was at the hospital when she was born. I was sitting there with Elvis the whole time. We were there waiting.
He was nervous and jittery, you know. Yeah. As a matter of fact, he was so nervous and jittery, he didn't want a whole lot of people in the same room with him, except 2 or 3 of the guys. And, you know, he wanted everybody to wait. So because of that, I just, you know, I went down there briefly, and then I didn't come back to the hospital until after the baby was born, and Priscilla was upstairs. And I came up to see her and the baby, and he was just walking out of his room down the hall, her room down the hall, and he said, come on in here. And I went in there, and Priscilla was in the bed, and I congratulated her, and then later he said, let's go down and see the baby, and I went down there with him. I mean, he wanted a boy, but he was just so happy. He called himself the Happy Pappy.
Elvis and I took her to the doctor. She had to get a shot immediately for something. I forgot what it was, and he could not stand to hold her. You know, the little girl, he couldn't hold her while this doctor did this, so I had to hold her still when she was a baby. You know, we had a lot of things that went on, you know, people don't know about. You know, sure.
Did she cry when she was getting the shot?
Oh, God, screamed, and Elvis just couldn't stand and watch it.
Lisa Marie's birth brought with it a renaissance for Elvis. His life seemed to have purpose once more. In May of 1968, Elvis takes Priscilla to Hawaii. As he prepares for a TV special which would prove to the world Elvis was still hot, sexy, and rockin'. The king was back on top.
The night it was shown in December of '68, I was in Memphis and they were in California, so I saw it 2 hours ahead of them. And right after the show, I mean, the show knocked me out, in particular in the leather suit on the stage, because to me that was Elvis.
Yeah.
You know, that was Elvis. That finally started showing. And the way he paced back and forth, I mean, he looked like a panther, you know, just ready to go. And I called out at the house. I said, "Is Elvis up?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, I just saw the show." He said, "You just saw the show?" And Elvis heard him, and Elvis took the phone from him. And because he wanted to know, you know, what someone else thought.
Oh, he was sweating like a boy in church.
Because he was nervous. He was nervous, and he got on the phone, and I said, "Let me tell you something." I said, "That was fantastic. If for nothing else, then you showed them the real Elvis Presley, as opposed to what you've done in the movies." And he said, "Man, you couldn't have said nothing better to me."
He didn't know if he was going to come back or just completely hit rock bottom.
That's the first time, Billy, I remember that statement being said, my boy, it's good to be back."
At the famous Memphis recording session of 1969, Elvis finally realizes how critical it was to steer his own career. Backed by the finest musicians and choosing solid material, the session produces his first #1 hit in 7 years, Suspicious Minds, a song that became synonymous with the new Elvis.
Why can't you see what you're doing to me when you don't believe a word I say? Don't you know I'm caught in a trap? I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby.
Every time he had a challenge, he rose to the occasion. You know, it's okay, the career's gone down a little bit, I gotta bring it back, got trimmed, we worked hard at it, and he rose to the occasion and showed what he had.
I'll give you a perfect example of that, of the challenge. The first of '69, when he did the Memphis session, after that first night, remember coming back in the car, Sonny Red?
Yeah.
He was just saying how great that felt, because it was songs that he wanted to do, it was musicians that were great, and what have you. And we were driving back to the house, it's daylight, and he turned around. I was sitting in the back seat, Sonny was driving, Elvis was sitting in the front with him, and Red was back there, and he turned back and he said, "Boy, let me tell you something." He said, "I just wanted to see if I could do it one more time." He said, "That felt fantastic." And when he said that, inside I knew that session was going to be fantastic if nobody else screwed
Well, you
it
know,
up.
first, last, and always, he was a singer.
It's a challenge, though. He had that.
He had some fresh new songs. The movie songs were gone. Yeah. All that crap he was having to put in movies, and he got back to the basics. Had these good writers writing, you know, Mark James writes Suspicious Minds, which didn't come out of the Colonel's publishing company or whatever he had going on. It came from right there in that studio.
What had happened, and Red will attest to this, because we were upstairs together in the beginning, and we got all these demos from Colonel Parker's office. And remember how we used to do it? Put some, you know, the ones he didn't like, we had 3 stacks. No, maybe, yes. Well, the no and the maybes were high, and the yes was about that high.
About
the
3,
there was
maybe.
hardly any. So Elvis does the first part of the session, then he gets sick. And just before we go back to the second session, we were all upstairs in his office. And Elvis was saying, "Man, we ain't got no more songs." And I said to myself, hell, I've gone this far, I'm going to go for broke. And I said, "Elvis, I know why you don't get any good songs." And the room got real quiet. Because, see, you never knew how he was going to react. And he looked at me and said, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "Well, let me start off by saying there isn't a songwriter out there who wouldn't want you to record one of his songs. But when they have to give up 25 or 50% of the publishing, they tell the colonel's office, and he'll arrange, you know, to go to hell. Well, it got real silent because I didn't know, they didn't know how he was going to react. He was sitting behind his desk in his swivel chair, and he started swiveling his foot. And when he did that, you know, one, he was thinking, and two, he could explode any minute. And he looked around and he said, I tell you what, fellas, I want everybody who needs to know that I want to hear every fucking song written. He said, I'll be the one to make up my mind.
Elvis saw then and said, okay, something, you know, after what Marty said, something must be true to what he's saying, because all of a sudden I got all these good songs here, and I ain't been getting a damn thing from anywhere else.
That's right.
So that turned him around, you know, and he started listening to everything that he could.
Flushed with his recording success, Elvis signs to do an unprecedented 1-month, 57-show engagement at the new International Hotel, the first of many record-breaking appearances in Las Vegas. He had enjoyed many vacations in Vegas during his Hollywood years and performed there once before with surprising results.
He opened up in the lounge, I guess you'd call it, not the big room, and he flopped because, you know, all these older people were there, and he didn't have the young following yet. Around the country, just in isolated places. He hadn't been seen on the Tommy and Jimmy Dorsey show and all that, so it didn't go over. He said these old people sit there and try to figure out what the hell's he doing. You know?
That's what permeated his problem going in '69.
He was scared to death.
He was worried sick about it. And the outfits he wore for the first show were mohair karate things, but what happened? They would rip. That's why. And that's how they developed the outfit. Bill Blue developed the outfit that he wore. It was a Scotch fabric from Scotland that would stretch.
He'd go into one of those karate stretches, and you'd rip, and you could see it, and he'd back off stage still singing, and change right there behind the curtain, you know, never break stride.
But I couldn't remember where, but all of a sudden we were known as Memphis Mafia because we always dressed in black suits. And
black sunglasses,
right.
Where the Blues Brothers came from.
And we had these black mohair suits he had bought all of us.
All of us white as sheets.
And we pulled up in the black limousine, and we all naturally got out before Elvis did, you know. And somebody yelled out, you know, what is that? The Mafia. And anyway, the story went on the next day in the paper and all. Elvis arrived at so-and-so with this group, the Memphis Mafia.
In Las Vegas, there was some funny things that happened. You had this long table that went right up to the center stage, and women were always somebody was always trying to get up there. And Sonny's on one side, and I'm on the other side, and we literally would run out in the middle of the stage, grab one and guide them back to the seat, you know, and Elvis would laugh and keep going. But one time, the last song, the curtains come closed, and Sonny walks in with this curtain, I'm walking in with this curtain, and Elvis standing there in whatever bow he ended up in. Well, this girl with a short miniskirt is cutting down, walking on this table in the center up the stage. She jumped up on the table, knocking glasses, and she didn't give a damn. She just saw what was ahead. People were laughing, you know, and moving stuff for her to get up there. Just as she got there, Sonny and I pulled the curtain closed, and she hit the curtain, and I felt her, so I turned my back and I just reached around with curtains in my hand and her butt in my hands, and I'm holding her because she's pushing, trying to get to me, and I heard this applause and screams and guys whistling, and my wife was in the audience. She said, what happened when I reached around and grabbed her to hold her? That miniskirt came up all the way, and she didn't have nothing on.
Showtime, showtime.
And all these guys, yes, yay, you know.
I remember Lucille Ball coming over there too. And,
that's another funny story.
Yeah.
The showroom.
Yeah.
Remember how you introduced them?
No, go ahead. I remember it's funny. Go ahead.
Lucille Ball and her husband are in the showroom, you know, sitting in the booth out there. And when it came time for introductions, he introduced everybody. And he said, and in the audience tonight is Miss Lucille Ball and her husband, Mr. Ball. It's Marty. He couldn't think of his name. You know? And boy, I said, oh, God. But he could get, when she came backstage, she introduced him.
I know it. I know Gary Martin.
Elvis he'd come off stage and he'd pick the mic up, he'd pick the earphones and mic up, and he would called me up and he said, "Who's out there?" And I said, "Well, Queens Row or Kings Row. Center is Arnold Palmer." And he said, he just went blank. He said, "What?" I said, "Arnold Palmer." He said, "Who is Arnold Palmer?" And he didn't know who Arnold Palmer was, because Elvis really never read the paper and just didn't know a lot about different celebrities. And I said, "Elvis," he said, "Well, what does he do?" I said, "He's probably the greatest golfer that ever, walked on the face of the earth." And he said, "Well, how do I introduce to him?" I said, "Introduce him as the Babe Ruth of golf, And so Elvis starts his introductions, and he says, "And also I'd like to introduce you Arnold Palmer, who is the Babe Ruth of baseball." And I'm going, "Oh no!" It was just unbelievable. But he was serious. He didn't know. And Arnold came back. Mr. Palmer came back later on, and I said, I said, "That bother?" He said, "No." He said, "It didn't bother me, And he said, and Elvis got really bothered about it. He said, "Lamar," he said, "why don't you walk him out to his car?" So I did. We got out to and I said, "Mr. Palmer," I said, "where's your car?" He said, "It's about a 3-iron over there." Elvis, on his introductions, when he come off for his false exit, you just gave him everybody out there at once, and you'd either write them down or tell him. He'd try to remember them, but his memory, Elvis would walk 2 feet and forget what you had told him, And David Brinkley was out there, and Elvis just did not know how to introduce David. He did not lock it in his mind how to introduce David Brinkley. So he introduced all the other celebrities, and the curtain was closing, and I was bringing the house down to dark, and all of a sudden, he opened the curtain up and he said, "Good night, David." And the place just went bananas, man. It was just, because Chet Huntley and him would give him, "Good night, Chet, good night, good night, David." And it was just, the place went crazy. It just went nuts.
Somebody had told him this joke about, how can you tell if you got an elephant in the car? You smell the peanuts on his breath. So, boy, he really thought that was a classic. So he goes in, and there's this producer and all these people here, and he gets to talking. And he said, he said, "How can you tell if you got a peanut in the car?" And they all listened, and he realized he messed up, so he turned around and just walked out, man, and left them hanging.
He forgot the punchline or changed it all the time, didn't he?
Tell a joke. He just couldn't do it.
With his renewed success, a darker side of Elvis emerges in the 1970s. He became obsessed with guns and law enforcement badges. Elvis wanted a federal narcotics badge and went to the top to get it. Deputy Drug Czar John Finlater informed the king there was only one person in the nation able to do it, and that was the president, Richard M. Nixon. The meeting was set, and the deal was done.
See, this thing started out in California with this private investigator, John O'Grady, who was a narcotics officer for the LAPD for like 26 years, and he got tight with Elvis. Elvis wanted a badge. He called, made the arrangements. And when Elvis went up there the first time, he went and saw, before I got there, he went in and saw Finlater. And Finlater was very nice, very pleasant, but said, I can't. I'll give you an honorary. He said, "No, I don't want an honorary." He said, "I want the real thing." He said, "Well, Mr. Presley, I'm sorry, I'm not authorized. I just can't do that." And he said, "Well, who can?" He says, "The man." And it was President Nixon. He said, "Yeah." He said, "Okay, I'll see him." So that's when he left, and went out and left a note with the guard, White House guard at the shack there at the entrance, saying, "Mr. President, so-and-so and so-and-so, I'd like to have a meeting with you. I'd like to talk with you about some things." So signed it and handed it to him. And an hour later, we get a phone call, and it's from Bud Crow. He had called over and talked with Jerry. Because, see, I still hadn't got there yet. And he confirmed that it was Elvis, that this wasn't a prank, that it was Elvis. So I went up there, I got to the hotel, took a cab to the hotel. As I pulled up, Jerry was standing out front of this George Washington hotel. And I didn't have time to even go to the room. He told the bellhop to do it. I paid the cab driver. He said, "Elvis, be around in the limousine just a minute." Sure enough, here comes Elvis. Limousine comes around, and it's Elvis. And we jump in, and he said, "We're going to meet the president, boys." So we went on over there, and when we got there, the door was there, and they opened the door. And I can't remember seeing anything, man, except that Oval Office, and President Nixon was over there behind his desk over to the right, and I just slid in right alongside the wall. I just got inside the door and kind of went, I didn't know whether to walk forward or what to do until he wasn't looking. He was writing on the desk. And all of a sudden, and Jerry came right beside me, and I said, come on, guys. And then he looked up, he said, well, hello, fellas. Yes, sir. Hi, Mr. President, you know, and we get up there. He gets up around the desk, comes out there, and he said, you got a couple of big ones here. And he hit me on the arm, you know, just a little punch. He said, you taking good care of him? He said, yes, sir, they take good care of me. I said, yes, sir. Yes, sir, Jerry, yes, sir. So he starts telling us a couple of things, and he said, I got something for you guys. And he went back over to his desk, and he came back with these little car chain. I don't know if they're just coated in gold or what, but it was a presidential seal on these little rings that they had the two little balls. One of them would screw on, you use it for a key ring. He hands me one, and he hands Jerry one, and Elvis said, Mr. President, they got wives too. He said, oh, he went back over there, and he came back with these little pennants that you pin on with the presidential seal. Well, how many other people you know would do that, you know, but this is the way Elvis was. And I forgot to tell you I wasn't there, but he told me later, and told the rest of the guys too, when he got back home, that when he first went in there and he met the president first, the president stood up and walked to him, shake hands. He said, you dress kind of wild, don't you, son? Because he had this fur suit on, his glass and everything. And Elvis was very quick-witted. He said, Mr. President, you got your show to run, and I got mine. And that was the truth, because the president, you always see him in these suits and everything, and Elvis, you don't know what you're going to see him in. This whole thing was over him wanting that narcotics badge. That's why we went there, and he was going to get one, and when he found out the president was who it took, he went to the president.
And he got the badge, yes. And he also, his name was entered into the book of the national,
had his own book.
Every agent in the United States, there was Elvis Presley.
It's amazing. He wanted it for two reasons, he said. One, because as a federal agent, he can carry a gun over a state line. Because the other badges were only good from the municipality he got them from, but the federal badge, you can go across state lines with guns. And secondly, he said to me, if I got something in my kit, in my bag, he said, ain't nobody going to question me because I'm a narcotics agent.
It's what it took. He did. He did what it took to get what he wanted.
Riding the second wave of his popularity, Elvis would now face threats to his personal safety.
We got mail all the time down at the desk down there. They just had cardboard boxes, and people were writing Elvis from around the world, fan letters, and they would just throw it in this box, and we would bring up the box. And one of them had this menu that they had in the showroom, you know, with a picture of Elvis on everything. You open up, and inside your choice of entrees and wines. So someone had taken that and drew a gun pointing to Elvis's heart, and then written backwards was guess from when and where, or from whom and where. I don't know, but you had to hold it up to the mirror, and it would read right back to you in the mirror. And his face was all scribbled out. And they said, this is a sicko. This guy's sick. And these menus are in the showroom, so that means he's probably already been in the showroom.
I remember I walked in the suite, and Elvis was stalking back and forth. Sonny met me. You know, it's been over 2 years since we've spoken. He come running up, hugged me, said, God, it's good to see you again, Red. And said, here's what's happening. Said, then he explained to me about this death threat.
He had tears in his eyes. He said, I haven't done anything anybody in this world for them to justify killing me, shooting me, or anything. And if it happens, guys, I want y'all to get to him first. Before any of the authority, I want you to get to him. I want his eyeballs ripped out. I want his tongue ripped out. I want the guy to look like the animal that he is when he goes in front of those cameras. And we swore to him we would get to him first. We had it where we were, if you show him, if he raised up with the gun, we were either to shoot if we had to, or run and dive right off the stage and take him down. That's what, we were going to holler floor, and Elvis was just going to jump down on the floor because he wouldn't be seeing where it was. But that was the key. If we said floor, he was to just jump down on me, and he did that show. He kept moving, getting sideways. It was on his mind the whole show, but the trooper in him, boy, it went on because he was told he didn't have to go on.
He told me when he came back that when he was up on the stage and when he started You've Lost That Loving Feeling, he always started with his back to the audience and a small light right on his back. He said, I was standing there with the microphone in my hand. He said, this is it. He's going to get me here because he's got a target. He said, then I looked at Ronnie Tutt, the drummer, and I said to myself, you poor son of a bitch. If he misses me, he's got you.
Yeah. Now, can you imagine just going through somebody's mind and still putting on a show? So you got to hand it to him. The guy had something going for him.
He said Alex Schiffy from the hotel came in his dressing room and told him, he said, Elvis, you don't have to do the show tonight. And he said, no, I'm going to do it. He said, if I let this guy scare me this time, you know, I'll never go on.
When the show opened, I'm looking at the band, and I see two new members. It's Sonny and Jerry. They're sitting on each side, one way or the other. Yeah. They're sitting there watching the audience, you know, and the lights are up a little bit.
They had me raise the lights up so they could...
So you could see everything. And I'm standing along the wall back here in the back, you know, watching what's going on. And it turned out kind of funny, but we're all sweating bullets, you know. And I saw this one guy in the audience who kind of was turning around looking at me, and I said, well, he's looking at me wondering what I'm doing. So it looks suspicious. So I'm watching him the whole damn time. The guy could have jumped up over here and shot him, and I would have watching this guy. But the whole show, I watched him, and he was watching me. And when the show was over, you know, the curtain came down, he was safe. I walked over to this guy and said, can I see you? You got any identification? He said, you got any? I asked you first, you got any identification? He said, have you got any? And we showed it down. He was the FBI, and I was with Elvis.
The man who revolutionized music in the 50s, floundered and then reinvented himself in the 60s, now found himself in the 70s, trapped in another suffocating contract forced on him by the Colonel.
Can you imagine, all right, we were there a week before to rehearse. Then he's there 4 weeks, 2 shows a night, 7 nights a week.
Absolutely.
Then
grueling.
The 2 weeks after to wind down, going and seeing other shows, Tom Jones, Bob Newhart, everybody. But you can't imagine the pressure and everything involved in being in Las Vegas for 4 solid weeks working, another week to rehearse, 2 more weeks after was kind of playtime, but 2 shows a night, 7 days a week. Nobody does that.
No, not anymore.
And that might kind of explain some things to people, the pressure that somebody like that is under, and we're under, not only with our families, but constant pressure from him, from the Colonel, from everywhere.
Casino managers told me one time, said, Colonel, when he plays, his money's not worth anything because he just bet all over the table. It was horrendous. And, you know, Elvis felt like that part of the problem was that one of the reasons he was playing so much was on account of the Colonel owed so much. And he really got upset about that. It was one of those things of where he, you know, the early parts of Vegas he liked in 69, 70, 71. After that, about 73, 4, and 5, man, he hated Vegas. He could not stand it. It drove him crazy. It was so hard, you know.
That happened with everything. You know, the movies, he got tired of those because they got so bad.
You know.
Then he'd get tired of the road because that's a grind.
Beat him to death, too.
Then he got, you know, you always had to have a challenge. And the cities, the tours, turned out to be the same cities over and over and over and over. And then Vegas, the same stage over and over and over and over. And this took a heavy toll on him. He kept saying, man, there's a whole world out there, Colonel.
That's right. Somebody asked me not long ago, said, what do you think really killed him? I thought it was terminal apathy. You know, he
bored to death.
He became so apathetic that he became a parrot of himself.
Kingdoms rise and fall, kings flourish, then fade. But Elvis Presley's reign as the king of rock and roll lives even to this day, on recordings, in films, and in legend. The legend tells of a triumphant career disintegrating at the last into self-parody. Elvis in his final days becomes a mockery of himself. Bloated almost beyond recognition, his performances degenerate into travesties. The end, brought about by drug abuse, seemingly comes overnight. The truth is harsher. Elvis's drug habit fueled his success as much as it ensured his ultimate ruin. Once one of the best-kept secrets in show business, the king's dependence on prescription medications took root long before the kingdom collapsed.
Well, it started out with diet pills in the Army, just to be up and, you know, party.
Right.
And then it developed into other things toward the end.
Oh, listen, we was fixing in those diet pills. I tell you, sound like
Oh, God.
You save your Cougar's rhythm section.
But the thing about that is that we started off with the diet pills, but then pretty soon, in order to go to sleep, you got to take sleeping pills to counteract the diet pills. Then you take the sleeping pills, and you got to have something else to wake up. And it's just a vicious circle. And then you get into the pain pills, because when you start taking too many diet pills or sleeping pills, you get up and you got a terrific headache, or you're grouchy, or whatever. I mean, those things are no good.
And Elvis got to a point to where he felt like he knew about as much as the doctors, you know. He read about the side effects and what you could...
He was a walking PDR, though. He had his own PDR upgraded every month. And when Elvis went to a doctor, he would know what to tell the doctor to get. I've got a pain in this knee, and because he had read what medication says that he needs to get that sort of for this pain. And the doctor said, okay, well, you need that. Oh, yeah.
There was a show in the Sahara showroom. This guy, I don't know his name, you know, the one that pulls people's ties off without them knowing it, and their watches, and he's a pickpocket. So he comes out in the audience. He's pulling people out of the audience. Well, that night, Elvis, before we went down, hands me his pill box. And he says, you hold it, the little black one. And I had it in my pocket. And I was watching this guy, and I'm getting scared, see, because I think he's going to come to our table, he's going to pick my pocket and come out with the box. And I said, I forgot who it was. I said, here, you take it. And I'm trying to give it to him under the table. He said, no, I ain't going to take it. and we were doing that, and Elvis looked at me. He said, put it back in your pocket. He said, he ain't going to come over to this table like that. He was always confident, but yet he had me hold the box.
Another story. I might not tell this one, but I can't resist it. We had gone in to see Johnny Ray, where we was into our drinking thing at the time. Well, a whole lot of us got lit, to say the least. Anyway, Alan had to use the bathroom. So did Elvis. They started to get up, and they couldn't. So believe it or not.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
They raised the table, walked over. And they're taking a leak right here. Well, this woman on down front, she kept lifting her feet. She said, my feet are getting wet. Boy, you talking about a group of guys getting up and trying our best to get out of there, man.
Oh,
we did.
Man.
Did drug and alcohol abuse make Elvis think himself above the law? A king is the law, and Elvis actually thought of himself as a lawman at large. Elvis was in fact deputized in several jurisdictions. It only encouraged the king and his men to act like cops and flash their badges.
We were leaving Graceland. We were going uptown. I don't know where we were going, but we were speeding. And the cops, you know, pulled us over. Well, you know, Elvis had a badge, and we were known by most of them. So we pulled over, laughing and whatever. We all got out of the car, and at the time, I had the karate studio, and I had a bunch of policemen who were taking karate there. So I looked at them, and I thought, oh, those are a couple of my students. We're going to play a little trick on them. So the cops got out of the car, the lights flashing, and we were walking toward them, and just as we got close, I ran around and grabbed one of them, and Elvis did some karate moves. And I let the guy go, and I didn't know him who the hell he was. And those guys were standing there and said, what the hell? But then they recognized, thank God. Oh, man. They recognized Elvis, and they said, what was all that shit? I said, I'm sorry, man. I thought you were so-and-so. And he laughed, said, well, I'm not, and you're lucky.
One night in Beverly Hills, this attorney is in a Mercedes, and we're in the Mercedes limo, and we're drag racing through the streets of Beverly Hills, and this attorney's doing it too. He just take off fast. I would say, catch him, Gerald, and boy, we'd take off, and we're going through Beverly Hills, come to another stoplight, whoom, whoom, we would go again. And this is a well-known attorney that had worked for Elvis time to time, and they got away with everything in there.
Gerald was driving the limousine, and as we came out of there, we turned in a service station. Two guys were out there just about to get in a fight or scuffling or playing. Two guys that worked there. He had to see what he had to go see what he thought one guy was picking on. He said, Gerald, turn this sumbitch around. Yes, sir. Very good, sir. You turn the limousine around, pull up in the parking lot. Gerald jumped out and opened the door. We all piled out. I said, what's this all about? I said, hey, nothing, man. We're just having a little argument. They recognized who it was, but they weren't too happy with it. But anyway, we got out of it. But the funny part of this is Gerald, with his little black suit and his hat, gray hair, glasses, was standing with the door. As we piled back in, he said, very good, sir. Closed the door, got in, we drove off.
Yeah, Elvis pulled over a car that was speeding one night. He had that blue light on and he put it up there and said, get up there. And he went on, yeah, and we got up there beside him and he pulled over and Elvis got out and told him, boy, you better quit speeding, I'll have you put in jail. He said, Elvis? He said, yeah, Elvis, I'm also chief deputy. He had a chief deputy badge and he said, I'm telling you, I'll get you put in jail, you slow down. We were speeding, but this guy went by us like we were standing still.
Well, there was another time he was going to do the same thing, and we were in the limousine and he was driving, and we pulled up beside him and he said, the guy just kept going. He got his gun and roll that window down, roll that window. And roll the window down, he stuck that gun out and that car took off, and no way in hell we would. Elvis was trying to catch him, but no way. That car had afterburns, man.
Elvis's enthusiasm for law enforcement matched his passion for guns. He maintained an extensive collection and seldom went unarmed.
We're taking off to have the FBI tour up in Washington, D.C.
Oh, I remember that.
And this is where the gun situation is really funny. We have a limousine meet us, about 5 of us, and we arrive at the FBI building. An agent meets us out there and says, guys, if any of you are carrying any arms, we'd appreciate you leaving them in the car. And we said, yeah, okay. So I took out my one gun, Red took out his. Elvis was standing there, and the guys watching Elvis. He went 4, 5, 6 guns out there, and we thought that we had it. And I thought, he's got that damn Derringer in the foot, but I wasn't going to say anything. And he didn't say anything either. So we go inside, and we're in areas where the guests aren't allowed. And we're in there, and all of a sudden Elvis had to go to the bathroom. So I went with him. We asked 2 agents, escort us, because the area we were in, you just didn't wander off by yourself, not even Elvis. So we go into the bathroom, and Elvis goes into the part with one of the stalls, and these 2 agents were sitting there kind of talking, and Elvis comes out, drops something, he bent over, and 25 automatic hits the floor, man. Fell right out of his waistband. And he looked at it, and the agents looked at it, and they kind of looked off, looked at each other. They didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing. Elvis said, oh, sorry. Put that back in and did that little grin and went over and washed his hand. Nothing ever said, and we walked back out there. They didn't ask him for it or anything.
Charm life.
He had a charm. I mean, it's really like he had a guardian. When you thought the world was going to end, something would happen to turn it around in his favor.
We used to come back off of tours with the whole bottom of the airplane full of television sets because Elvis would shoot them out.
Think about that. How many people would like to shoot TVs or shoot things sometime? But man, that's $500, $1,000 I'd have to put out to get another one. Didn't bother him. He was in that unique position that quick it could be replaced. Whatever he destroyed, that quick it could be replaced.
We were just bored to tears one day, and I said, why don't we just take off and go somewhere? I said, let's go to Denver. I said, nothing else, maybe, go up to Aspen or something like that. And I said, there's a place there that's got great peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and we had the plane catered with Dom Perignon champagne and long peanut butter and jelly sandwiches they brought from the thing. It was a $40,000 turnaround, but sure was a lot of fun.
I think the saddest time was Hawaii and the satellite show. He was in the most fantastic shape before that show. He got in shape during the show. All the rehearsals were great. He was looking fantastic. And we were all, everybody, including him, he was so happy with the show, and we were all having a great time. Our wives were over there and everything. And the next morning after the show, we were supposed to go see the Pearl Harbor Memorial, which Elvis had a lot to do with building. And we were all anxious and happy, and we all had breakfast. We came out of our rooms to go to Elvis's suite to get him, and we kept knocking on the door and knocking on the door. And then finally, Linda Thompson, who was with him, came to the door, and the look on her face, we knew that there was something wrong. And she said, no, we're not going. And we said, well, why not? And she opened the door wider. She said, well, he's out on the balcony. We went out on the balcony, And he was sitting there, had a towel wrapped around his neck, and he was sweating bullets. And when he opened his mouth and started talking, we knew he had gone right back into it, because he was just slurring his words so bad. And I think every one of us, our hearts sank.
He always had to have a challenge, and every time he had a challenge, he rose to the occasion. You know, it's okay, the career's going down a little bit, I gotta bring it back, got trimmed, we worked hard at it, and he rose to the occasion and showed what he had.
By 1974, with weight problems and boredom leading to greater drug dependence, Elvis desperately needed such a challenge. It came as an opportunity to return to the movies in a serious role, a dream he had long cherished.
Barbra Streisand came to Vegas, wanted him to do A Star Is Born with her. And they talked for hours about this. When it came out, we were anxious to hear what happened, and Elvis said, we're going to do it. Yeah. And I turned around and said, right, man, okay, something different.
We were excited all night.
Yeah, all night talking about it, because we could see a lift coming,
Elvis really got to thinking about what it would involve. How to get in shape, because he and Barbara both, he even admitted that him and Barbara both admitted that they would go to a fat farm, is what they call it, fat farm, and work out and lose weight and everything before the picture. So he's got to thinking about this would involve a month or two, then shooting for a couple of months, and then another couple of months he knew how he had to really get down for weight and everything and get his mind right. And I think that just represented a challenge, and it's the first one that I can think of that he just didn't get up and meet.
The next morning, we walked in, Elvis was head down, looking dejected, and then I said, you all right? He said, oh, yeah. Well, did you talk to the Colonel about doing the movies? Yeah, he decided we don't need to do that.
Chris Christopherson wound up in the role intended for Elvis, a role that might have even provided a life-saving challenge had Colonel Parker not killed the deal. But for the Colonel, controlling Elvis meant everything.
Colonel loved it that Elvis and his father didn't know nothing about business and didn't really know that much about the business side of show business. And he didn't want him exposed to people who did, because he was afraid of, I think, of what he would learn or maybe pick up from people, especially somebody like a Barbra Streisand, who, she's a smart lady. And the Colonel always wanted that control factor. That's why he kept saying, anybody approaches you, you come to me. You send them to me. Let me take care of my end. You worry about singing on the stage.
Well, every manager does that with an artist. They want them to come straight to him. Don't go to the artist.
It all can be to a different degree.
It was still that loyal thing, too. I mean, you got to realize when he came along,
total loyal,
too, and he had this, that's right, just was completely loyal to Colonel. And Colonel did everything in the earlier days that he said he would do. And Elvis just hated to break that off. I mean, he didn't really know how, and he didn't know if he wanted to.
They had one big blow-up. I don't know how this came about in Las Vegas, and Elvis actually fired him. He said, well, you get the hell out of here.
They started, you could hear them, well, I'll have my own press conference in the morning. They're each talking about their own press conference. And he'd come out and walked out and fine, I'll make up a bill, show you how much you owe me, and then we're done.
He was smart enough, he didn't give the bill to Elvis, he gave it to Vernon.
Oh, absolutely.
And that scared Vernon to death.
Vernon saw it, man, you could have driven an Oak Star up his ass. I mean, he could not believe how much, that's a lot of cash.
There's no way they owed him $2 million.
Elvis told me, when Vernon told him, he said, asked him how he wants it, all at one time or installments.
Boy, I said, God, it's over, man. Now we can do some things,
Had we gone to Europe, Elvis would have been alive at least another 10 to 20 years.
And Elvis said, I want to tour everywhere. Japan, Europe, Australia. He kept saying, man, there's a whole world out there, Colonel. Can't do it. Can't handle security. Can't do it.
Which the biggest bunch
that's ridiculous.
A bull.
The Colonel wouldn't do one because he couldn't get a passport because he was an illegal alien.
The first suspicion of that was in Germany. When he was in the Army, the Colonel would send messengers over there with these contracts and these things to do, but he would never come. I think I told Lamar that there's something strange here.
Colonel was not who he was. His name was Andreas Wilhelmus Van Kick.
Elvis didn't know. He couldn't have known either that the Colonel couldn't travel overseas.
That's the one piece of information that I can recall now that I did not know, because see, Colonel served in the Army for the United States.
Listen, I went to Breda, Holland, Colonel's hometown. Went to his house, and I met his sister, and she walked into the room, and honest, it looked like Tom Parker. And I called him on the phone. I said, Colonel, I said, why didn't you tell me you were Andreas Van Kick? He said, you never asked me. That was his answer. And it was just almost total shock, because he was not, see, we tracked his Army records. He jumped ship twice. He came from Holland the first time, and he got shipped back out again. Then he came back again and jumped ship again and joined the Army. And we tracked his records all the way back to World War I, and we could not go any further. They had been destroyed. And he took the name, Tom Parker, from a guy that had a pony circus. And that's how he got the name, Tom Parker. But his name was Andreas Van Kick.
And like all of us, Elvis just didn't know.
So Elvis and the Colonel had me going in between them.
Elvis did not talk with Colonel one more time until a couple of weeks later.
He was learning to finally to stand up to the Colonel. But it was still not enough yet to make
break
that...
him loose. It's like a lot of things with Elvis. He got thinking about it, you know, and the Colonel knew his finance position. The Colonel could make him money on the tours and stuff. He got thinking of going with someone else, and I think there would have to have been so many changes.
If Elvis had lived, it would eventually have happened.
So Elvis says, we got to call that old son of a bitch, Sonny. I said, call who? I didn't know what he's talking about. He says, the Colonel. So I got to talk to him. I got to talk to him and tell him that it's going to be all right.
He was afraid of going out on his own, and he's got always that fear. He thought, maybe I better stay with him. I put up with this, but to stay where I'm at.
When the pressures of Las Vegas grew too intense, Elvis would retreat to the relative serenity of his Graceland estate. Then there came a day when even that refuge offered little comfort.
We had a tragedy happen outside of Graceland. A woman and her little son, about 3 or 4 years old, were crossing Elvis Presley Boulevard, and she was also pregnant with another baby and got hit by a car and killed. And I missed it by less than a minute or so, because I was coming down, my wife, my little son in the car, and I see people out there in the middle. The car stopped, and there's someone, and I said, oh man. So I pulled out there, and I had a blue light. Some of us had blue lights that we could put on dashboard that the Sheriff's Department had given us. I put that on the dashboard and got the car parked so that people could see the blue light. And I went over there, and the little boy was laying there on his stomach, and his head was turned, and he didn't really look like any big serious injuries, but he was dead. And I walked over to the mother. Her eyes were rolled back, and she was just moaning, and she died on the operating table at emergency. So I told Elvis about it, and that night, and I said their daughter and her husband had just gone to left to go to Texas, but the woman's husband was there, and he had a serious injury with a head injury or something, not from this, but from before. So the long story made short, I went to Elvis. He said, Sonny, pay for any flight or any way for them to get back here, pick up the hotel, put them in a motel, and any medical charges, get it done. Complete stranger. All I did was tell him about it. It just broke his heart. But that's the way Elvis was, and never wanted anyone to know about it. Just do it.
Elvis's generosity could assume elaborate dimensions, overwhelming friends like Sammy Davis Jr. with lavish gifts and heartfelt sentiment.
Sammy, when he gave him that ring there, he said, there's a gentleman here beside the stage, and then he thanked him before he named him about what he did when he went down to do the Frank Sinatra special. Sammy's the one who said, man, don't be nervous, just do your thing, man. And he kept, because Elvis was very nervous. So Sammy talked with him and got him to do it. And Elvis said, I never forgot that, and I never will. Here, Sammy, thanks. And he hands him this huge ring, and Sammy started crying.
Christmas time with Elvis naturally meant extravagant gifts. But Elvis had a way of handling people who got too greedy.
We were getting ready to exchange gifts, and Elvis was upstairs, and he comes down, and he's got all these envelopes in the hand. And there was one guy in particular who basically showed up at Christmas, if no other time, because he wanted to see what, Elvis was going to give him. And so Elvis was very dramatic, and he says, look, he said, I've done something special this year because I really feel you deserve what's in this envelope. And he hands them out to everybody. And this guy in particular, I'm looking at him, and everybody's looking at him, and he's saying, oh, yeah, Elvis, which is the way he sometimes would talk. And he's opening up the envelopes because he's expecting something really special, and he pulls it out of the envelope, and his eyes just couldn't believe what he was looking at. It was a 50-cent McDonald's certificate.
Although never mean-spirited, Elvis met with one case of greed that even he could not forgive.
There was a guy working for him that first started forging Elvis's name on personal checks of Elvis that he carried around in his briefcase for him in case he never ever need to want something to buy it. And he's in Vegas, and he's losing the money that he makes, his salary and per diem money and everything, and then he started forging Elvis's name on a personal check. So he was let go and told to go ahead and go on back to Memphis. Then, before he was going to leave the next morning, Elvis found out that this guy had also gone into a private compartment of Elvis that he had in there and found some personal pictures, Polaroid pictures, and took some of them. Came out and showed them to some of us. We said, whoa, I don't want to say what they were, but so anyway, Elvis found out about this, and he stewed on it all night. And it just got him more and more and more mad. So all of a sudden the next morning he's up way earlier than he normally gets up. So Red and Elvis went on out there to the plane, and Elvis holds that badge up with his ID and is telling him to, whoa, stop the plane. Well, the pilot thought that Elvis had missed the flight. He recognized Elvis, so he called back to the ground crew and told them to roll the steps back up. So they did. Elvis and Red went up the steps. The stewardess up there opens the door, and they go inside. In the meantime, the pilot is there now, and Elvis comes up there and says, well, sorry, sir, to stop the plane, but we're looking for a fugitive. And he said, a fugitive? He said, aren't you Elvis Presley? He said, yes, but I'm also an agent. He showed him that badge, federal agent, and we're looking for this guy. He said, well, was he armed, or is he dangerous? And Elvis said, no, he's not dangerous, just something we need to take him in for some questioning and everything. And he said, well, I want one of my officers to go back there with you. So Red and this officer from the plane started back that way. And so Elvis asked the pilot, says, what time y'all supposed to get in Memphis? He said, Memphis? He said, Mr. Presley, we're going to San Francisco. Elvis said, Red, come on, we got the wrong damn plane. And he called him back up, and Red come running back up. They ran off the thing and came back in. I, in the meantime, come up behind him. About that time, here comes Elvis. He said, walking up, and he said, James, you got the right to and all that other shit. Get him in the car and let's go, guys. He couldn't think of the Miranda rights, and it was just all that other shit. Let's go. So we get in the car. Now he's scared. We start driving away. Red's in the back with him. I'm sitting up here driving, and he's sitting here, and all of a sudden he says, y'all taking me out to the desert, ain't you? We said, no, James, we're not taking to the desert. He said, well, I want you to know my daddy knows what time that plane comes in. If I'm not on it, he's going to want to know why. And I said, well, we'll let him know why. And I said, James, you're not going anywhere. You're going to the hotel. Elvis wants to talk to you. When we got up there, here comes Elvis out of that bedroom, stepped down those 3 steps, man, started walking, kind of tugs at his belt there and walks up to him and said, why? Why did you do it? And James just sitting there, won't look up at him or anything. He goes, son of a bitch, why? Like that. And Red and I both jumped. But it was real quiet. We both jumped straight up. James, I don't know. And all of a sudden he says, tell me. And he reached over and he popped him. And a little ring, it had made a little scratch thing on his forehead, a little trickle of blood starts to. He said, damn, see what you made me do, James. Someone get me a wet cloth. He was upset. He didn't mean to cut him or anything. So whoever was there went in and got a washcloth out of the guest bathroom there. And he starts cleaning up James's head, trying to stop the blood and everything. And then he just kind of sat back on the coffee table and said, James, why? Why would you do this? He said, man, I thought I gave you guys anything you wanted, and then you turn around and you steal from me, and you get in my business that you shouldn't be in. And James starts crying and saying, well, I didn't mean to. Elvis, I guess I have a gambling fever or something. And Elvis said, that's not what I'm talking about, James. I said, that's one thing. I'm talking about taking my private possession. He was thinking about those pictures. What was he going to go do with them or whatever, and he wanted to know why, and James couldn't answer him. Really just said, I don't know, I shouldn't have, I'm very sorry. Elvis was warming up towards a guy. Now he was feeling sorry for him. You know, he'd gone past the anger, and now it was the other way. And Red and I looked at each other and said, Elvis, we knew where he was going. And he looked and he said, you're right, you're right. I said, James, just go on back home, go get your plane, get on back home, keep your mouth shut, go out there and Daddy will give you your pay, and then that's it. And you just keep your mouth shut. And he did. He went back and that was it. But
he knew he was finished.
Yeah.
He knew he was going, he'd never find him in the desert.
That was the funniest part.
The years of excess and wild living took their toll. And it did not go unnoticed in the media as an overweight Elvis turned 40. Johnny Carson's wisecracks on that occasion got big laughs all over America, except around a certain TV set in Memphis, Tennessee.
Elvis, they liked him, you know, watched him all the time. And this particular night, he come on, he said, they was talking about entertainers and stuff like that, and Johnny Carson said, yeah, I hear Elvis is fat and 40. And he reached over and he got the remote control and he turned it off and he said, you know, he said, I never did, that somebody never was funny to me. He said, I never did like him. Oh, man. He said, I may be fat, but damn it, I ain't ugly. He would look in the mirror and say, I am one good-looking son of a bitch. He didn't mind telling you. He had an ego. I mean, you know, as big as the, and he would tell you in an instant. I mean, he would rear back at his, you know, the heaviness or whatever, and look in the mirror, and he didn't mind telling you, I am one good-looking son of a bitch.
Now let me tell you something. Elvis called me up to come upstairs one morning, and he said, how'd I look? I said, you look good. Why? You notice anything different? No. He said, my face doesn't look... Oh, yeah, you've lost a little bit of weight. It looks good. And then he said, Sonny, look here. He had scars back here in his hairline. He'd had a facelift. Here, pulled his cheeks back. And I said, oh, yeah, man, that looks great.
He asked me the same thing. He said, you see anything different? I started looking around the room. I said, the room don't look no different to me. He said, no. And you know, he was sitting in his bed and he went like this. He raised his head. And he said, now, do you see anything different? And I looked around the room again. Because he looked the same to me. And then he finally just started going like this, you know, patting his eyes. And he says, no, I had stuff done to my eyes. And I looked at it and I said, look like the same old Elvis to me, but you look good.
Oh, he'd have stretched that skin tighter than a gnat's ass across a bass drum if he kept on, because he just kept on and kept on and kept on.
He's done it under my name. I get a bill from Blue Cross, and it comes in and said, this is not covered. It's cosmetology, see? And I said, I can't pay this. So I went out to Vernon Preston. I said, this is not me. You know who this is? And he said, oh, okay, I will take care of that.
You know, he said, I don't want anybody to know about it. You know, and then everybody come in, he showed us. I said, Elvis, my God, I said, you don't want anybody to know about this? Yeah, I said, everybody in town knows about it. You're talking about, he just, you know, he couldn't keep a secret. Or he wanted you to keep a secret so he could tell it first.
Elvis kept one secret very well: his abuse of painkillers, stimulants, and sedatives. As the addiction raged, no single doctor knew how much medication Elvis was really taking.
We went over to this doctor's office, and while going over to the doctor's office, and we get out, and the doctor was on the second floor. We're walking up the steps, and he said, I ought to get some good stuff. He knocked on that doctor's door. Now, I don't even think the doctor knew he was coming, and it was like almost after hours, and the doctor himself opens the door, and there stands Elvis Presley, which is the effect he had on people, and the doctor was just overwhelmed. Well, Elvis went in there and spent an hour and a half with that doctor. And he came out, and he had 4 prescriptions in his hand. But to show you what he does, we go back it was either the second or third time, and he bought the doctor a Lincoln Mark. and gave it to him because he knew he'd have the doctor in his pocket.
And when you got that kind of situation, I don't care who you put. You could have took all of us and removed us and put some of the best in there, and he'd have found a way. I mean, it's like with any drug addict. It didn't want to quit. He would have found a way to get around it. And by him having this kind of money and this kind of power, it was pretty easy.
One time, he said, I want you to go to Vegas and call the Dr. Feelgood dentist and get me some stuff. I want you to fly out there and get it. Well, I made that trip 3 times in 2 days. Red and Sonny know this. I told Elvis, I said, look, I don't want to go back there again. You know, I'm tired. And I said, not only that, because I'd get 3 and 4 prescriptions at a time for him. And, you know, there's just so many drugstores in Vegas. So Sonny was out in L.A. and had Sonny fly to Vegas with me from L.A. I met him in L.A. and we flew to Vegas.
Right.
And half of them were put in his name and half in mine, and we went to these various drugstores and stayed at the Sahara for about an hour and a half, waiting for the plane to come back. And that's the extreme that he would go to.
I went to him and I said, man, this is having, your whole personality is changing. And it's because of this crap you're taking. And we had I thought, a real good talk. And he would listen to me, you know, and kind of agreed. And I left feeling good. Maybe we got something going here. God, the next morning, you were there. I walked in and he stood up and said, you listen to me. He says, I know what I'm doing, I know what I need, and I don't need anybody telling me different.
You know, you want to say something, and you don't know how. You know, I mean, you just don't know what to do. I mean, he's done told you. In other words, stay the hell out of it. You know, this is me. You leave me alone. I know what I'm doing. And it made you, I mean, you got mad. I mean, there's so many times I left mad, you know, that, and you say, well, what are you going to do? You got 2 choices. Quit and forget about it and just watch him go on, or stay and say, well, there'll be an opportunity.
Do what you can.
To do what you can,
yeah.
You know. And
unbelievable frustration.
We cared, and I'm not holding this up as being any angels, but we cared so much about him that, like Lamar said, it got to be a frustration. And like Billy says, what do? You know, you either go along with it, because if you're gone, you can't do nothing about it, or what have you. But that's why we had that relationship, and that's what people don't understand. That's why if he asked us to do something, why we did it and really didn't question it. But that stuff affected him a whole lot.
We'd been up all night.
Which was every day.
Every night. So finally, I don't know, 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, we were finally going to go to bed. So I took a sleeping pill, which we were all doing to sleep. I thought it was, you know, we were finally going to get some rest, and I hadn't even gone to sleep yet, and I heard this knock. Elvis wanted to go over to the doctor to get his throat supposedly moisturized or whatever. And I come storming out. I had all I could stand. I come storming out and say, God damn it, man, just go to sleep. You're going to be all right. You know, you don't need to be doing this shit all the time. He said, what? He went back in his bedroom and come out with this AK, whatever it was. And I see him coming out of his room, and I'm coming out of my room, and this guy that worked for us, this is the funny part, he was between us walking toward Elvis. He saw this gun. He was a very strange, we call him Brow. He just kind of eased over out of the way and leaned against the wall. He's just waiting for the gunfire, you know. So go ahead and kill this son of a bitch, I'm out of the way. That's what, you know, if that's it, shoot.
Red said, go ahead, Elvis, you can shoot me. Is that what you want? Go ahead. Just go ahead and blow my damn brains out. And Elvis looked and said, don't push me, Red. And Red said, I'm not. And he walked. Red turned his head like that, and Elvis winked at me. Winked at me.
The fact of the matter is, and then I speak from experience, because like I said, I was almost as bad as he was. Until you yourself are ready to get off and understand that you don't have control, no matter what you're addicted to, food, alcohol, drugs, whatever. People can talk to their blue in the face. They ain't gonna change.
It's very hard to look at someone and tell them, say, that's not Elvis. It's the drugs he's taking, He's getting this cortisone shots for his throat, which also will make a person mean. It'll change you. And he's loaded up, and that's for the moisture in his throat, so all this stuff. And it's very hard to tell someone at that point, like saying Red, he's not himself, or this, that. It really doesn't matter to you at the time. You just can't accept it. That still doesn't give him the right to do this. So now we look back, hindsight 20/20 vision, we know and we accept the fact that it was an Elvis.
Some blamed Memphis physician Dr. George Nicopolis for recklessly feeding Elvis's drug dependency. Accused of overprescribing, could the man Elvis called Dr. Nick have prevented the ultimate tragedy?
First of all, he couldn't control Elvis. I mean, because Elvis worked him, boy, just the way he wanted to. You know, I mean, he had that ability. He got it caught up in Elvis's world, which was new to him, and so he was easy to take any way he wanted. Elvis wanted to take him.
Elvis, one night around 3 o'clock in the morning, called down and said, asked me if I had any particular medicine. I said, no. He says, Sonny, he says, I need to talk to Dr. Nick. So he got on the phone, he called Dr. Nick and told me to get on there, and I got on there, and Nick said for me to come out to the house, and he would give me a shot for Elvis, because he wouldn't let Elvis have this stuff without it being controlled by him. So I had to drive out to Dr. Nick's house and come back and give that to Elvis, and he gave himself a shot. And at that time, I thought, man, Nick is really going too far by doing that, because he's giving him way too much. And I'll tell you the truth, Nick, I think, is a doctor with other patients besides Elvis. With Jerry Lee and some of the other people, he got in trouble because he prescribed medicine for him. And it's turned around and cost him.
Dr. Nick defended his treatment of Elvis before the Tennessee Board of Medical Examiners. He explained that Elvis needed amphetamines and painkillers before performing, and then relied on sedatives to relax after each show.
His highs, I might say, are not highs from the amphetamines that he used. These highs were highs from getting worked up at the show. These shows were very rewarding to him and very important to him, and he would really get high.
Cleared of wrongdoing in Elvis's case, Nicopolis later lost his license for over-medicating other patients. Meanwhile, Elvis continued to destroy himself.
See, legally, we couldn't do anything. We couldn't roll him up in something. We couldn't roll him up in something and commit him anywhere, because when he woke up, he could just get up, put his clothes on, and leave, because there was no legal hold on him. The only two people who could do it, Priscilla when she was married to him, and Vernon, and neither one of them.
Yeah, but it wasn't that bad until Priscilla left. 72, 73 was okay. Vernon was the only one that could do it.
It had to be getting bad. I mean, because let's say from that point on, it was disastrous.
Well, Billy, we did the tour, Elvis on tour, and we did the satellite show in 73.
But even at that, it was up and down. I mean, when I came on the scene, believe me, I already knew. So it had to be bad back then for me to recognize it that quick. I mean, look, I left the railroad, man, and went to work for him because of that. That's the only reason I came back.
It got to the point where the colonel would call up, and I was usually up there early, and he'd call and say, okay, what kind of shape's he in? Can you make it?
And people, I guess some of them blame us. Why didn't you do something? And that hurts, you know, it hurts. I'd done everything at the time I knew to do. I look back now and say, why didn't you do more? Why was you that stupid that you couldn't see it? But then that's...
What could you have done?
I don't know. You know, I still don't know what I could have done that I didn't do.
That's what I asked myself, what could I have done other than kicking in a door and kicking the shit out of somebody who was bringing it and then get fired for it, you know? But what
Well, he
the hell
fires
can
you,
do?
then what can you do?
You want to reach and shake him and say, God, man, get a grip now. You've got it all going for you. Why throw it in the damn trash can? You've got everything going. You couldn't do that. You reach and grab him, and it's going to wind it up.
We've been called leeches, bloodsuckers, hangers-on, yes men, whatever. And we let you know. My opinion on that is that people say stuff because they think it makes them look good.
Let me
They
say
have no
something.
understanding of what the relation is.
Real quickly, for all those people that called us these names, you don't know what you were talking about, okay? Because he needed us there, and we were there. And if any of you think that we didn't try to stop him from taking these medications, you're full of it. You're full of it. Because we loved this guy, and we saw what he was doing to himself. And we did try. We flushed expensive drugs down and had placebos made up in place and given to him. And he wasn't getting the buzz off of them.
Sugar, remember those capsules we poured sugar in forever?
But we did love this guy, and we were there, and he needed us as much as we needed him.
And I got news for you.
Yes, so that's where it comes down.
If we had not been, or a group of guys had not been around him, that he could be himself, he would have died younger than 42.
In what may have been his ultimate act of self-destruction, Elvis turned on the friends who had stood by him for so long. He had Vernon do the dirty work, starting with a phone call to Sonny.
He said, I need to talk to you if you'll come out here to the office. And I'm thinking, what in the world? I'm thinking something's wrong with Elvis. He said, I need to talk to you. I said, well, go ahead, tell me over the phone. He said, no, I'd rather tell you in person. And I'm still thinking something's wrong. I said, well, what is it, Mr. Presley? Please, won't you tell me what is going on here? He said, well, I'd rather have done it in person, but what it is we're going to be cutting back on expenses, and we're going to have to let a few people go, and that's when it hit me. I said, oh, and I'm one of those people? He said, well, yes, you are. I said, who else is being let go? I'd rather not say. I want to tell each one of them individually. He said, there'll be others. And I thought, whoa. I said, okay, and I hung up the phone. I was in shock.
I can't explain the feeling. I just felt empty after all these years, after all we'd gone through, but I knew, I'd gone and come back. I knew I'd never go back. I knew this was it. It was over forever.
Elvis is catching pressure from Colonel, from Vernon, and he didn't like being confronted by Red, Sonny, Dave. He didn't like it. To him, they had overstepped their boundaries. Now, I'm speaking totally for Elvis. I can't, this is all what I'm having to hear. And he felt like they were interfering and bringing all this more pressure on him. And he was literally fed up with it.
He didn't want to hear it. Yeah. And, I was gone because I walked around with a black cloud over my head because this stuff just makes you really depressed. And in a way, I think when he looked at me...
I don't think that's changed a lot.
No, it hadn't. And when he looked at me, it was like him looking in a mirror, and he didn't want to see it.
When he done this firing, he also included Dick Grove and Lamar. He said Lamar was another one that always coming to him and telling him what he needed to do and what he couldn't do, and bitching all the time, as Elvis said. I said, well, Elvis, he's always done that. I mean, you know how he is, And I said, I totally don't understand why Dick Grove. I said, you've got to have some security. And he said, yeah, I guess you're right. He said, all right. He said, forget them two. So, I mean, he was literally going to clean house.
Hurt and angry, the fired men began to write a revealing book about life with Elvis. Before long, Sonny received a phone call from one of Elvis's attorneys, pleading with them to quit the project.
I said, John, it's too late. I said, we've already signed contracts, received our first payment on it, and we're up here doing it now. He says, well, I understand that. He says, don't worry about the money or the contract. If we come to an agreement here, you and Red and Dave, you can just get up, tell them that you're not going to do it, walk out. We'll take care of any lawsuits or take care of anything like that. And I'm thinking, oh, I said, so now we're talking about the money. He says, yes. He said, I'm asking you to give me a figure. Let's call it overdue severance pay. I said, that's a good way to put it, John, because that's just about what it really is. So I said, well, I'll talk with them. You can call back up here in a few minutes, because it's not something we're going to sit and hash out. We're either going to say yes or no, but I got to run it by them. I said, guys, whatever you want, I'll go with you, but I'd like for us to go ahead and put this challenge to him. They said, absolutely, that's it. So the phone rang, I went back to John O'Grady, and I said, he said, well, did you get a decision? I said, yes, we did. We don't feel that we should stop now, because if we don't go ahead, John, he's going to continue on, he's going to kill himself. But if we put this challenge to him, I'm sure he's going to try to make us a bunch of lying sons of bitches, boy. He's going to try to show that we're liars. So we're going to go ahead on with it. He said, I see. Okay, thank you. And hung up the phone.
Elvis was pretty paranoid by this time, because we're talking now about, this was 76. My cousin Patsy, her name was Patsy Presley, her maiden name, and she had a son named Jimmy. And him and another kid was playing with BB guns. Anyway, he had this BB gun that looked like, you know, had a scope on it and all this kind of stuff, looked like a real gun. Well, why Elvis was looking out the window, I have no idea, but he was. And boy, he panicked, and he goes in and he comes out with this machine gun.
Good Lord.
And I think it was Dick that actually caught him. I mean, he was getting ready to rip loose. I mean, you know, this was, and he was, like I say, he had taken all of his medication, and he was pretty much out of it. And had it not been for Dick, I don't know what had happened, but Dick told him, said, no, Elvis, no. Said, that's Jimmy. And, of course, it took him a second. Hell, he forgot who Jimmy was, I guess, and he said, you know, it's Patsy's son. Oh, okay. He said, man, you tell them damn kids, they don't need to be playing with guns like that. And he was dead serious. I mean, it's just, yeah, I mean, he was, I mean, he didn't know. He thought somebody was going to shoot up. That looked like I say, from the angle to him, I guess it looked like it was aiming at his window. And boy, I mean, he was ready to cut loose, and I thought, oh, God.
It was really, really scary.
When it was bad, it was just pure misery. I mean, because you're afraid all the time. I didn't like leaving him alone.
I'll tell you how bad it gets. He was laying across the bed, and I said, you know, he's not moving. And I said, you know, I shook him, and I said, are you awake? And no reaction. So everybody went down the hall and got the big trash cans full of ice, and we threw him in the bathtub, ran water in there, and stuck him into the ice in the water to bring him around. And I think it was in Houston, and he did the show, and he did about 35-40 minutes. And I was sitting on the bus, and he walked by me. He said, let me ask you a question. I said, what's that? He said, where are we? I said, you were just in Houston. He said, oh. Went back, sat down, and I got up, and I said, are you serious? Yeah. I went and sat back down. I said, my God. People in Houston went berserk. I mean, they were like mad at him and booing him and the whole thing. He actually did not even know that he didn't know where he was.
Elvis continued to tour as his health grew worse. A television special taped 8 weeks before his death documented how far the king had fallen.
It made me mad that they would allow him to be shown.
Me too.
That way.
We'd seen him in pretty bad shape a year earlier.
Yeah, but not that bad.
But when I saw that special, I said, God, my God.
Yeah, we hadn't seen him that whole year on anything. There was no film or anything out on him, no pictures taken of him. So from the time we left, when he weighed probably about 215, 220, he was overweight. But by the time we left, and then he put on like 35 pounds a year. Lamar said he's 255 pounds when he passed
I got
away.
tears in my eyes when I watched that. And it was almost looking like death warmed over. I mean, the way his face,
he was real bloated.
The way his
really
face
just,
looked,
you know,
and as big as his body
tremendous
was,
fluid.
See him sweating the way he was sweating.
I cried too. And even everything that had gone on between us for all these 20-something years, bad and good, I broke down.
They should have never, you know, I looked at him, he was getting ready to go on stage in Springfield, and I looked at him, I said, you don't feel good at all. He said, no, I don't. He said, I really.
Even before I left, you know, we met just fooling around, we'd wrestle or whatever. I noticed if I grabbed his arm and let go, it stayed, you know, my handprint was there.
The marks were there. That's
called water retention, man. I mean, it was like,
no, his body just quit working.
You know, everybody, most of us in this world think the grass is greener on the other side, and it ain't. You know, you need to take a good look at your own life and find out how good you got it, because here's a guy who was the most famous entertainer in history, who died unhappy, who died sick, who died at the young age of 42, and the crime of it all is he didn't have to.
In his final years, the quality of Elvis Presley's performances declined along with his health. When those closest to him suggested that heavy drug use was ruining his life, Elvis turned a deaf ear. Among his most vocal critics were longtime confidants Red and Sonny West. In 1976, both were fired. The final chapter for Elvis began after Red and Sonny released a tell-all book, warning the king that he was on the brink of destruction.
When he found out that they were doing a book, he went totally berserk. I mean, ranting and raving like a wild man. He would go through mood changes that you wouldn't believe. He would get over here and say, them dirty son of a bitches, I'll have them killed, so help me. He said, if they even think they can get by with destroying my career, he said, I'll kill them. It wouldn't be 30 minutes later, he said, God, why? He said, you know, he said, these were my group. I loved them. Why are they doing this to me? I listened, and finally he said, what do you think? That was my opportunity. I'd listened to this shit for days, man. I mean, it was the same old thing over and over, and I had listened to it for days. And when he finally got to that point, which I knew he would, sooner or later, I sat him down and I said, look, I said, first of all, I said, you got to realize, Elvis, that you fired them. They're out in the cold. I said, there's a big world out there. I said, they don't understand. I said, because they got nowhere to go except for pounding the pavement and looking for a job. I said, that's all they got on their mind right now. And they're thinking, how could he do this to us? And so they're getting back at you, literally. And he would break down and he'd start crying. He said, man, he said, don't they realize? He said, how many times have I fired him? He said, don't they realize I take them back? He said, don't they realize that? I said, no, they don't. I said, every time we was fired, believe it or not, we didn't know. We just literally didn't know if you'd take us back or if it was going to be just a temporary thing or if it was going to be from here on out. I said, when you weed somebody out, I said, you got a way of doing it. And it stands. I said, either they come back shortly or they're just gone. And I said, you can never get to you. I said, your group was that tight. Man, he would just, like I say, and then the next day he would think about it and go right back into the same thing over and over and go to ranting and raving and then turn right around. He had like I say, he had these mood changes that was unbelievable.
His mood swings, weight gain, and continued abuse of prescription drugs were a tragic prophecy of how Elvis Presley's life would end. The news of his passing on August 16, 1977, has been etched forever in the memories of those who loved him.
I was leaving my office, and as most people do, you know, my radio was still on so that when you turn the key, it automatically comes on. And as I turned the key in the car, all I heard was, Lee is dead, and then they went right into one of his songs. And I said, no, that's a coincidence. Or if that's what he's talking about, I bet it's another one of those damn rumors. Well, as soon as the record was over, the disc jockey said, the king in rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen, as we had just mentioned, Elvis Presley has died. Elvis Presley is dead. The moment he said it, I was just like stunned. I don't know what happened to me at that moment, but my car started heading for a pole on the curb. And I jerked it back and speeded home, and as soon as I turned the corner, my wife and my oldest daughter were out in the street looking for me because they knew I was coming home, and they were just in tears, just crying. They were screaming at me, you know, is it true, is it true? And I said, I don't know, let me go in the house and call. So I went in to the house and called Graceland, and one of the guys answered, and I said, what is going on? And his first words to me is, Marty, he's gone. I just froze, you know. I you know, hearing it from them, you know, I knew it was true, and I really didn't know it. You know, my eyes started to well up, and he said, I got to go for a minute, and he handed the phone to Lamar. And I said, Lamar, what happened? And he says, hey, you know, he died. I started crying. You know, I'll never forget Lamar saying to me, cut that shit out, we got enough of that here. And I said, yeah, but, you know, I loved him. And he said, we all do. And I said, Lamar, I can't talk no more. And I hung the phone up.
I walked in that house, and it was just, boy, it was horrible. I just, you know, one thing after the other, it really became, I remember when Colonel told me my ears started ringing. I couldn't, you know, I couldn't hear. Everything started just sort of, you just couldn't believe it.
Well, all I knew is I wanted to get as far away from my home as I could. And there wasn't no way, you know, I had to stay, but that was in my mind. I just had to get away. The next few days were really, you know, really tough. They really were.
We didn't know it, but Elvis was already dead. Judy and I went, we had an Arabian mare that we had got, and a good friend of ours, Dr. Cohen, had this beautiful, beautiful stallion. So we went over there, and Dr. Cohen comes running out of the house, and I had given him a book 2 or 3 weeks earlier when we got him, and he had read the book. He come out saying, Sonny, you're not going to be a millionaire, you're going to be a zillionaire. And I looked at him, and I said, Elvis died. He said, yeah, didn't you know? I said, oh, God, man. I let go of the horse, I fell to my knees, and I bawled like a baby. I could only think of the good things that he had done. Nothing bad, all good.
I was working on Black Sheep Squadron. We were rehearsing the scene, Robert Conrad and myself, and Chuck Courtney, the stunt coordinator, had been out in the trailer listening to the radio, and he come running in there and said, man, I just heard that Elvis Presley died. And I don't know how to describe it. You know, I expected it when I left. I knew it was coming, but when I heard it, it hit me like a ton of bricks, you know. And I said, well, that's it. I can't rehearse. You know, I went outside and I went off by myself. And Conrad, something you never do, the show must go on. We stopped shooting for almost half a day, and everybody just sit there. But I remember in a few minutes, my wife came over. We lived close by the set. My wife and my sons came over. And they were crying, and we got together and hugged each other, just held on to each other. And like I said, I knew it was coming, but I wasn't ready for it. And you know, all these things flashed through my mind back from the time we met and till the end.
In the early years of Elvis Presley's celebrity, complex bonds were beginning to form that would tie the Memphis Mafia together with Elvis for more than 20 years. But in the beginning, Elvis and the King's Men pursued a simple and common goal: to have fun wherever they could find it.
We had some funny things happen when we were dating. We met 2 girls, and I lived in Hurt Village at this time, and just my mother and myself. My mother had this little single bed and a bad back to go with it, so she had a big piece of plywood that she put between the mattresses, which made the bed extremely heavy anyway. And my room was across the way, had a big nice bed, so Elvis and I brought our dates over. This is where we could get away from everybody, and he went to my mother's room and I went to my room. And anyway, a little while later, I heard this crash. You know, it sounded like the house was coming down. And me and the lady I was with went running over there in semi-dress, and there he and his date are on the floor. The bed is broken, the plywood is split, and they're just dying laughing. Buck. And I said, y'all all right? He said, yeah, but your mama's bed ain't worth a shit anymore. Some funny stories that went on in those early days. Elvis always liked fireworks. Every holiday, no matter where he was, we'd stop on the side of the road somewhere and have a fireworks shootout with Roman candles. Well, he went out and bought a big, huge box of fireworks, rockets, Roman candles, everything.
I had Roman candles one time. We were having a Roman candles fight, and I was aiming at boy, and all of a sudden 3 or 4 of the balls come out the back end and hit me. Fired in reverse, and it just burned a hole in my clothes, my chest, and everything. It scared me to death.
One time, all the wives were inside this glass, you know, what is now the jungle room. They're all sitting in there watching the boys out there with all these fireworks. And one of these things went and hit the side of the house, went up underneath, got somehow lodged up in the wall. And we were up there shooting, and we kept looking inside, and the place was getting smoky in there where the wives were.
You could see the people?
We could see the wives in there, you know. And we kept watching, and finally they come flying out of the house, you know, and the house was on fire, right out front. And Elvis said, "Sonny, put that fire out." "Okay, boss." We're still shooting fireworks and rockets. Sonny got a sledgehammer, and he knocked a hole this big in the side of Graceland, and there was a fire there. He got the hose and put it out, and we never slowed down, you know, never slowed down. There were the movies on some nights and the bumper cars at the fairground. He'd rent the whole fairgrounds at night when it's closed. We'd ride these things all night. You know, there was always competition. Head on, you know, and you weren't supposed to hit head on in those things in the regular hours. Well, all the rules were out. And you're riding all night with this electric thing, you know, it's like an electric trolley car. You just got to make a connection. The sparks are flying, and this metal dust is coming up. And every morning when we got home, your nose was caked with black, your face was black, but we would knock the hell out of each other all night long. You know, we were a little younger then. And we did this every night.
We're paying the price now.
Yeah, we're paying the price now, right. But we had fun. This was back in the early days, and he was looking for all kind of ways to have fun, and we had it.
Elvis Presley especially loved the times he spent in his blue Hawaii. Surrounded by his tight-knit group of close friends, Elvis saw the islands as a place to escape from the crushing pressures of his professional life. Priscilla accompanied Elvis on this trip, which was documented by Memphis Mafia member Lamar Fike. The vacation was an effort to give Elvis some much-needed rest before starting his 1968 comeback TV special. While pleasurable, Elvis's trips to Hawaii were infrequent. Most of his recreation took place at Graceland, Hollywood, or Las Vegas. The Memphis Mafia was always part of the fun.
Elvis loved to play football. He wanted to do the things that he didn't get to do in high school, you know. So he started in Memphis. He had the EP Enterprise, and we had some pretty good
Coast City champions in that league.
We had some pretty good football players.
He bought uniforms. He bought refreshments. We one time even had cheerleaders. He's the first guy I know. He rented a high school stadium.
Had referees.
Yeah. We had referees.
Professional referees.
Yeah, EP Enterprises. Yeah, before that, it was just us playing football at Beverly Glen at 60,
Beverly Glen
61.
Park on Sunset.
Yeah, and that's when a lot of the actors came down there, like Michael Parks, Pat Boone, Gary
Conrad,
James Stacy.
Bob come down, yeah.
They came down there, and we just, you know, Ricky Nelson brought a half of UCLA's football team over there with him to play us, and they still only beat us by 1 touchdown. Yeah. And there's a couple of guys on that team that kind of went after Elvis on purpose every time, hitting him even when he didn't have the ball or he wasn't running anything, going in there, and Red took care of him. That guy didn't come back anymore. But it's just one of those things, again, where people are trying to impress themselves at Elvis's expense. That's what people don't understand. He had to have people around him because people were always wanting to prove something about they were better this than them, better that. And he didn't ever try to tell anyone he was better than, even at singing or acting or anything else. He never thought he was better than everybody else, and yet people kept going after him like that. And it really got to be irritating. That's why a lot of times punches were thrown and people were knocked down and drug out.
One game, we were over there playing, and this one guy kept going after Elvis. And it ended up, him and Red got in a fight. And just show you the way Elvis was, you know, he'd say, somebody take care of him, somebody take care of him. But when Red had the guy down on the ground, Elvis is leaning down right next to Red's face and, get his eyeballs, Red, get his eyeballs.
Remember that in Memphis, it's the same thing, you know, they bring out some guys from Memphis State to play, you know. It brought out this one guy, you remember, and Elvis was chasing him. It broke loose, and Elvis was chasing him, and he, before he, you know, made it to the goal, Elvis dove for him to try to touch him. When he did, he broke his little finger, and it was kind of laid up here on his back of his hand, so that kind of ended the game, but we took him to the doctor, and the doctor x-rayed it, set it, put it in the cast. Well, he put the cast up rather high, and Elvis says, Doc, he said, do you think that you could maybe make that cast a little shorter? He said, look, he said, I don't tell you how to sing, don't tell me how to put a cast on. Elvis said, yeah, but said, I have to wear your damn cast, but you don't have to listen to my singing.
I remember that.
For the Memphis Mafia, Elvis Presley was a full-time job. Since Elvis generated excitement wherever he went, the job had its distinct benefits. But it also carried some unusual demands.
I had been in radio for a few years, and I came back to Memphis and worked at a station there, and almost every night Elvis and the guys were at home in Memphis. You know, I'd go up to the house, and we were joking around one night shooting pool, and Elvis turned his back, and it was my shot. He turned his back, and there was a football helmet sitting over on the couch. So when he turned his back, I put the football helmet on and got my head almost down on the green and was going to take a shot. And he turned around and saw that, and he just broke out laughing. Lamar was there, Sonny was there, and I don't remember if the two of you were there. So Elvis said, God almighty, he said, looks like a football helmet, shooting pool. Like that. And he said, take it off, take the helmet off, I want to ask you something. I want to ask you something first. I said, okay. I had not expected this at all. And he said, why don't you come go with us tomorrow? And the next day, they were leaving to do Kid Galahad. I said, what do you mean come go with you tomorrow? I said, you going to Hollywood? He said, damn it, I know where I'm going. He said, that was his way of asking. And at the time, Red and I were the only ones married at the time in the group. And, you know, I had to think of my wife and my daughter. And I looked at him and I said, Elvis, I need to think about it. Now, up to that point, he was in a jovial mood. And as soon as I said that, he threw his pool cue down and went in the other den. There's 2 rooms in the basement den. He goes in the other room. And I remember Lamar saying this to me. That was a wrong thing to say.
Yeah.
So I go in the other room to explain to him. See, because all of that kind of stuff was foreign to Elvis. And he couldn't understand why a young guy had an opportunity to go to Hollywood with him and see all this stuff. And so I walk in, and he's got a newspaper in front of his face like this. I mean, he wasn't reading the paper. And I said, Elvis, I need to explain to you why I said that. He didn't move that paper. And I said, you know, I got a wife and a child, and I've got to, you know, just talk to her about it. And I said, I want to go, but, you know, I got to think of them. And so is it okay if I do that? And just then, I guess he realized, you know, what I was saying. And he, instead of putting the paper down, he slid the paper down like this. And he looked up at me and he said, well, don't take too damn long to decide. We're leaving at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If you're going, you better have your damn bag back up. And put the paper back up. And the next day I was there with my bags.
We were on call 24 hours. That's what people don't understand.
But see, the wives knew it. When they met us, they knew that we were
air command. You were on call all the time.
They didn't understand the tie that he had on us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They just
nobody understood
can never
that.
understand that.
And to this day, people don't understand it. And sometimes we don't.
Our
It's
own
just,
wives were not, including Priscilla, our own wives were not into how the hold he had on us guys.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
Throughout the 1960s and early 70s, Elvis became more and more dependent on his close-knit group. As fiercely loyal caretakers and personal confidants, those around Elvis were required to be on call for the king 24 hours a day.
When we came back from doing Jailhouse Rock, we had just moved into Graceland. And Elvis said, look, he said, I have nightmares. He said, you know what? I said, I've already been through one of them in Hollywood. And he said, well, just come on up there and stay with him. So I went up there, and he had, you know how enormous that king-size bed he had up there, probably the biggest king-size bed I'd ever seen in my life. And so I slept on the right-hand side of the bed, and Elvis slept on the left, and we had a lot of space between us. And about, I guess it was probably 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and I heard this talking. And it was pitch black in there. Remember how dark we kept it? And I said, what is that? And all of a sudden, I got hit in the jaw. Bow! And I said, and I'm going, good, what is it? I'm trying to get to a light, man. He's hit me on the back of the head, man. I'm crawling to the light. I got to the light, turned the light on, and he saw me start laughing. I said, what are you doing? He said, I thought you were somebody attacking me.
If he was sleepwalking and you grabbed him, he was going to hit you.
Well, but you know, one night he got up, and I was at the end of the bed, and he took the whole cover, and he was standing up in the middle of the bed with it going around his head like this, you know, and I'm going, what are you doing, you know? Well, I'm on my hands and knees trying to get to the light, man. I'm crawling my hands, and he took that whole cover and threw it over me and jumped on top of me and started hitting me in the back again. And I told Billy, I said, I'm not in there anymore. I'm out of here. I said, I'm not going to sleep in there. I said, it's hazardous duty. I said, I'm not going to get up there and put up with that, you know, because he would just go bananas.
Well, we were in Nashville when he recorded Heartbreak Hotel. We stayed at the hotel while he recorded. Mm-hmm. And that night, I sat up because we were up on the 3rd or 4th floor. And I put my back to the window and sat there all night, you know, because like you, I spent the night with him when he lived on Lamar and lived on Get Well, and I've seen what you're talking about.
Listen, you know, he would go to sleep, Elvis would go to sleep with his, you remember this? He'd always put his hand over his eyes like this, you know, and you didn't know if he was awake or asleep. And all of a sudden, why, son, I couldn't even clear my throat to try to get to the vein. It'd scare you to death because you didn't know if he was asleep or awake. And his temper, you know, when he got like, there was somebody attacking him, always in his dreams. You know, when you sit and think about what it was, and that's why he was up in the middle of the bed slinging that cover around, because he said he thought it was a baseball bat, and he was slinging it around, and it was that cover.
The men closest to Elvis experienced both his legendary generosity and fearsome wrath. As Elvis became more dependent on drugs, they had to deal with his erratic behavior and increasing need to control those around him.
There was times he was down on each one of us, and times that, you know, so it back and forth. And when you were up, man, you were as close to him as anyone could get. And when you were down on his list, you were as far as you could get. We were up at the house and on Perugia Way, and Tuesday Well came up, and she brought a friend with her, girlfriend. So Elvis and Tuesday were talking. The girl was named Kay, and I went over and was talking to her at the bar, you know, just sitting there, having a drink, talking to her and everything. And after a little while, Elvis walked by, and he said, "Damn, you're cute." And he reached over and gave her a little peck on the cheek. And she smiled and said, "Well, thank you." And he went on into his bedroom for a little bit, and then he came back out and went back over and sat down, and we're still talking. And then a few minutes later, Elvis comes back over there. Now, he's drinking this night, and he came back over, and then he really laid a kiss on her. And she put those arms around him, and I said, "Whoa." I got up off the stool, and I went over and sat down next to Alan and Tuesday at a little table there. And Alan said, I said, "Yeah." I said, "Really?" And Tuesday said, he's something, isn't he? You know, like that. And then it didn't bother her either. It didn't upset Tuesday. Didn't upset me. I mean, I'd just been talking to her. So then I get up and I go over to Gene, and Gene's sitting on the couch, and I leaned down. When I sat down, I leaned over to him. I said, "Gene," I said, "if you had your choice between Tuesday and that girl, which one would you take?" He said, "Tuesday, man." I said, "Me too." Well, Elvis saw me talking to him. And all of a sudden, from across the room, he asked me, "What'd you say, Sonny?" Well, I couldn't tell him what I said. That's embarrassing. I'm asking, "Do you want to make it with Tuesday or her?" So I said, "Oh, nothing. I was just talking to Gene." He said, "Damn it." I said, "What did you say?" He said, "You're going to tell me what you said, I'm going to bust you with this bottle." And he had a Pepsi bottle in his hand. And I stood up and I said, "You're not going to hit me with no bottle." I said, "I'm out of here, man. I quit. You're a Gestapo tactic. That's over with." And I started out. Well, the Pepsi bottle somehow wasn't in his hand when he came around. He stopped me from leaving to walk in the living room. I said, "I'm out of here. I quit." "Can't quit. You're fired." I said, "Whatever." And then he got around in front of me and started yelling at me. And I yelled back, and all of a sudden he drew back and hit me. And it knocked my head to the side and everything. I turned back around, and literally tears came to my eyes. I said, "Elvis, I never thought you could do that." And I was crushed. I really was. And I walked. And I was getting my stuff packed, man. I'd called a cab, and he came in and said, "Sonny, what's going on here?" I said, Elvis, I don't know, man. You've changed this year. You're not the same person I met in '58. You're not the same person I went to work for a year ago. I said, "I don't know what you're doing, but you're just not the same." He said, "All right." He said, "I'm the same, Sonny." He said, "I just thought you were saying something about." I said, "Elvis, why am I going to put you down or say something about you?" And he couldn't apologize. He couldn't say, "I'm wrong, I was sorry." He said, "You need any money?" I said, "No, I got money." He said, "Well," he said, "where are you going? You need the boys take one of the guys take you?" So I said, "No, I got a cab coming." He said, "Well, what are you going to do?" I said, "I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm just going over and stay tonight with a friend." He says, "You sure you don't need any money?" I said, "No." He said, "Well, I'll have Daddy send out 2 weeks' pay for you, you know, a couple of checks here." I said, "Well, okay." And I said, "If it's all right, I'll wait to get the rest of my stuff." And I left. And he was standing there at that door, that cab, as I pulled away. He was the only one standing there, and I was really hurt. He left there to make the picture Follow That Dream. So I didn't see him till he came back out to do the stuff that he needed to do at the studio, and I went over and saw him. Everything was fine. I worked on the picture, and I guess a few months later, I went back to work for him for a while. He went home. I said, but it just, that was the time that really, that I really thought that I didn't think someone like that could ever do that. And Rich, man, he's glad I didn't, because Elvis, you know.
Yeah, that's happened to just about all of us at one time or another. He could never apologize to anybody. He would apologize.
He could say, "I'm sorry," or "Thank you."
And he never
He said it to me once.
He did?
He and I had a bad argument based on what his father had told him, because my brother-in-law and sister decorated a lot of stuff at Graceland, and Elvis really loved it. And Elvis had told my brother-in-law to his face, he said, "Look, you deal with me on this," because Vernon and Elvis's tastes were a whole lot different. Plus, you know, cost-wise. So he said, if you got anything you need to talk to me about, call Marty, he'll talk to me, and he'll give you my answer, which is basically the way it was. Well, Vernon didn't like that. So he started making up a whole bunch of stuff, you know, about my brother-in-law and sister. And the fact, you know, and I'm not going to dwell on this, he was anti-Semitic and made a whole lot of comments about that to my family, including my mother. So we got back from California, and they had just finished redoing his bedroom upstairs, and Bernie and my brother-in-law, and Elvis always had this little ritual about like Michelangelo. You know, you can't see it until it's finished. So they had a big ceremony when they opened up the double doors upstairs, and Elvis saw the bedroom, and for some reason it touched him so much, his eyes started tearing up. His father was standing there. His father hated it, that he loved it. And, you know, everybody was saying, you know, what a great thing it was, and Elvis, you know, just couldn't get over it. So we all leave that night, and I come back this next afternoon thinking he's going to be in a good mood. Well, I walk in, he's sitting there with his father. And boy, he starts in cussing my family, cussing my mother, cussing my father. And he never saw them except every once in a while when we lived up there, they came up, and he loved, you know, my mother to bring him chicken soup and all that stuff. And boy, it flew all over me. And I told him where he and his father can go and what they can do to themselves. And I stomped out of the house. And I went home to my apartment and stayed for 4 days, blown out of my skull on sleeping pills. And on the 4th day, I finally came out of it a little, and I said, because I was hurt. And I said, well, I'm going to go back up there just to see what the relationship is and see if I get in. So I go up there, and there's nobody upstairs in the upstairs den, and the maid tells me that they're all downstairs in the basement. I go downstairs in the basement. Elvis and his father sitting on the couch, and he gets up, and his father gets up, and I didn't know how he was going to act. And he said, how you doing? And I said, and I was in a bad mood. And I said, I'm all right. I'd never acted this way to him before. And he looked at me, and that's when I got the shock. And he says, I'm sorry. He actually said to me, I'm sorry for what I said, and I shouldn't. And I looked at him. I was still mad, and I said, Elvis, you know, I care about you a lot, but don't ever do that again. And I would never say nothing like that to him any other time.
He knew how to push the buttons, and when he pushed them, I mean, I've read myself, Sonny, Marty, Bill, I've seen us all double up. I mean, he's doubled us up in pain because he knew what to do, because we were so loyal. If I ever learned anything in my life, even to this day, I learned loyalty from being around him and this group. And it's always been there.
And to this day, I can't understand that kind of a hold. And I swore after Elvis passed away, nobody'd ever have that kind of hold, except for my wife. I mean, it's a different situation. But nobody'd have that kind of power over me again. You know, I mean, it's because I could not explain it. And I don't think any of the rest
None of us can. Jude and I were going to get married, and Elvis, we were going to get married back in Memphis. And we weren't planning to get married at that time because we were saving up our money to get married. And making the money we did, it took a little while to save it up. We'd been going together for 2 years. And Elvis decided that he was going to get us married and that he was going to pay for it. Don't worry about it. So he turned it over to Marty, which I'm very glad, because Marty's a very good detail man about things. And he just told Marty, you handle it, set it up and everything. And Red and the other guys, Charlie, all of them were they were ushers and everything involved, all in the wedding and everything. So we go down there. When this is all set up, Marty got the church, and the pastor that was going to marry us was Reverend Billy Smith. Not this Billy Smith, but another one. And so we're back in the back there, and Elvis got this dark suit on, and he got these sunglasses, and and he's sitting there, and the pastor's there talking to me for a minute, and Elvis, damn, it's hot, you know, and the gun's underneath there. And I went, you know, we're in church, and I looked at it like that, and he just pulled his coat back closed again. He's wiping my brow. I'm sweating, but not for being married. I'm just sweating the whole situation, man. I don't know what's going on. Elvis was in one of those moods. You never knew when he was going to do something, you know?
Oh, wait a minute. Let me interrupt you.
Okay. You probably remember more of it than I do.
Yeah, the three of us were in that back room, in the preacher's room. And Elvis had this big black Kell flashlight.
Yeah, he had the
police flashlight. So they came back there and said, it's time. So Elvis and Sonny start walking out, and Elvis has still got the flashlight in his hand. He's going to carry it up to the altar. Well, I start taking the flashlight out of his hand, and he starts pulling back on it. And he said, what are you doing? I said, Elvis, you can't go up there on the altar carrying that flashlight. He said, hell, I can't. And I said, Elvis, it's Sonny's wedding. It's a wedding. You know, you don't want to do this. Enough he had the guns on him. And finally, I start pulling on the flashlight, and he let go. But he went up on the altar with Sonny loaded with guns on both sides.
Despite his worldwide fame, Elvis always needed to be the center of attention. Whether at public appearances or at home with his close friends, Elvis craved the limelight.
Elvis just hated rejection from people he cared for. He could not stand it, boy.
Yeah.
Remember, we'd have parties. We would have parties among the guys, and we would invite Elvis. But the reason we wouldn't, because he would just monopolize the party. I mean, he'd come in and he'd go sit over there, and everybody gathered around him. We sit over there like a bunch of fools. And he got so mad at us for doing that. We said, look, you take the party over. And then he'd take it. Then he'd want to move the party somewhere else. I said, the party's going to be here, not there.
It hurt his feelings. He thought that we were wanting to be without him, and it wasn't that at all.
No, we just did.
Most time he wouldn't go. You'd say, we're going. He said, no, y'all go ahead. I'll wait here.
And then as the years went by, little by little, and the way he started to get not wanting to do stuff, he said, I ain't going to do nothing this New Year's Eve. So we all wanted to be together New Year's Eve. So I had a house close to Graceland in Whitehaven, and my wife and I just said, hey, let's have it over my house. So everybody came over and brought, the wives cooked different dishes and stuff, and we didn't even bother to tell them about it. No, take that back. We did tell him about it, but he said, I didn't want to go. So everybody came over, and we were all sitting there having a great time, smoking and talking and doing stuff, you know, and just reminiscing and having a great time amongst ourselves. And all of us assumed, you know, that he was just going to stay at Graceland, he and Linda Thompson. Not even a knock on the door. He just walks in the house, him and Linda and Vernon and Dee, and they're standing up there, and he's got this towel wrapped around his neck again, and he's looking. The look on his face, I'm sure everybody caught it, is, you guys are having a good time without me. I know I've never met anybody like him in my life, and, you know, we've been in the presence of a lot of celebrities and what have you, and there were stars, okay? But he was a little bit above him, and it was amazing how his, whatever you want to call it, magnetism, or charisma, it's almost not charisma because it would affect people before he even opened his mouth. You know, that's why I say magnetism, or sometimes I refer to it as magic. And when people get in his presence, you know, I've seen, and we all have seen people, we've seen celebrities, you know, talking like they're something else and blah, blah, blah. And Elvis walks in a room, and boy, the atmosphere changes, including in the eyes of the celebrities. They look upon him as, they felt something strange. And one more story, Sonny. Yeah. I'll tell you how strange it was. In the house at Graceland, in what people now call the jungle room, it's upstairs den. Other than coming in the back door, to get into that room, you have to come down some steps from the kitchen. Well, the couch, the way it's situated, the back of the couch is to those steps. Yeah, and we could...
It had a thing behind position.
And we could be sitting on the couch. Elvis not in the room. We can be sitting in the couch talking, and he can come in from the kitchen down the steps, and there's thick carpet. You didn't hear him. but you knew he was in the room. It was just like a sensation that you had, and you knew he was there.
Today, Elvis is recognized as an icon who defined a generation. His numerous impersonators are a phenomenon as unique as the king himself, and have become a continuing legacy of Elvis's life and music.
When it comes down to the bottom line, it's a tribute to Elvis that there's that many of them around the world that emulate him and do things, and the people do pay to go see these. Now, it's for memories or for them to rethink it, you know, that how it was the first time they saw Elvis sing such and such song. And that's what a lot of them explained to me. He said, I look at him, I listen to it, and it's like in my mind, it's like when I was there with Elvis when he was performing. So, you know, it's a tribute to him and the estate at one time, which they were about to make a big, bad mistake, starting to control this and stop it. And someone wise up there, wiser than the rest of them, said, hey, you know, you may not know this, but this is keeping the memory of Elvis alive.
The legend also lives on in public appearances by the Memphis Mafia. Ever loyal to Elvis, they share their memories with fans, still hungry for a glimpse of life with the king.
I'm just thrilled that I was able to meet him, but the biggest thing of all is I would not take $100 million for my years with Elvis, because I am part, through him, of history that I didn't know I was a part of at the time.
Elvis was the greatest entertainer that ever lived or ever will live, as far as I'm concerned. Think about the good things that Elvis did, which were numerous for everybody. And he was a good-hearted guy, and he was just I think a kid in a man's body that couldn't handle the celebrity, and it finally got him, but he did a lot of good while he was here.
In the end, 5 lives have been bonded together by the music and personality of one man.
He was the glue that held us all together. There were so many, I mean, like I had said this earlier, the good far outweighed the bad. Not think of them, maybe not every day, you know, but you hear songs and you know he could have sung the hell out of them. I see comedians and hear jokes and think of how we would all, you know, think it was funny. I picture us just falling on the floor laughing, him included.
Every day, in 20 years almost since he died, think about him in one way or another, or somebody will call me about something, wanting this, that, and the other. And it's funny, I see some of these, one comedian in particular that I won't mention, I watched him one day, and whenever I hear anything cruel about him, I could kill that son of a bitch that said it, because they don't know. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know the guy, how good he was to everybody. Yeah, I think about it, and I will till the day I die.
The thing about him, he was such a part of our lives, you know. He was just everything with you, and he was always with you, and it was one of those things where we just, everything, I guess outside of my father, he was the closest thing I had. And when we lost him, we sort of all lost part of ourselves. We never, ever recovered.
Something connects with you every day about him. It's, you see a movie or something, you think, God, Elvis would have really loved this. Or you hear a new singer and you think, boy, he would really have loved like Mariah Carey, you know. And it's something that you're never gonna be rid of it. When you're as close as we were to this guy and the things that he did for us over the years, it just something that you will all take to the grave with us. It's something I don't ever want to get away from it as far as that. I don't want to continually talk about it necessarily, but I've got these thoughts and memories in my heart, in my mind, and I'll hold on to them.
You know, I've always heard the expression, if you die and you got 5 friends, you know, you're pretty lucky. We're all pretty lucky.
You're a good audience, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.